HPX LOTM, please call me Mr. Error. By author, Hoyne_Kyoma chapter 141-200. With a serious look on his face, Loki began to move towards the second-floor girls' lavatory, but on his way he found Harry Potter and Ron Weasley talking to Lockhart. Loki peered in out of curiosity and found the office had been stripped of all its decorations. The portraits of Lockhart were folded and stuffed into boxes while all the other decorations were stuffed into a suitcase along with clothes. "Are you going somewhere?" Harry asked. Well, yes. What about my sister?" Ron squealed. "Well, that would be most unfortunate," Lockhart said while packing other things around the room. "You mean you're running away?" Harry said a little angrily. "After all that stuff in your books." "My dear boy," Lockhart parented, "my books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done all those things. No one wants to read about a witch with a hairy chin and terrible dressing sense banishing a banshee, I mean, come on. So you've just been taking credit for what other people have done?" Harry asked with wide eyes. Lockhart then banged the lid of his trunk shut and looked around the room. "Let's see, that's everything I think." And when his eyes finally rested on Harry and Ron he said, "Yes, just one more thing left." Lockhart pulled out his wand and spoke with confidence, "Sorry boys, but I'll have to put a memory charm on you now. Can't have you blabbing my secrets all over the place. I'd never sell another book." Harry and Ron immediately panicked, but before Lockhart could say otherwise, Harry whipped out his wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" A blinding red flash emitted from Harry's wand and flew into Lockhart's chest, knocking him off his feet and over his trunks. Lockhart's wand flew to Ron, which he captured and tossed outside the window. "Shouldn't have let Professor Snape teach us that one," Harry said with anger. "What do you want me to do? I don't even know where the Chamber of Secrets is." With the show done, Loki was just about to move towards the girls' lavatory, but as soon as he was about to take a step away he heard Harry say, "You're in luck. We think we know where the chamber is and what's inside it," Harry said, and marched Lockhart out of the office, forcing Loki to hide behind an armor statue. "So they know where the chamber is and what's inside it. Didn't Hermione say they were?" At least Ron was adamant that I'd opened the chamber a couple of months ago. Loki wondered. Following Harry, Ron and Lockhart, Loki shifted through the shadows and tailed them while using his illusion skills to remain invisible. Eventually, Loki grew a little surprised when the trio managed to move to the girls' lavatory and ended up speaking to the sink in Parsleytongue. "Well, I guess Adam did something magical behind the scenes to inform them about this." Loki waited till all three slid down the pipes and then jumped into the fray himself, obeying Tom's commands. Loki slid down the pipe system once again and folded his legs to increase his speed, but as he bottomed out Loki heard a loud shout from the end of the tunnel. "Confringo!" The entire pipe system shook, and as Loki landed out of the pipe, his knees smashed into the back of someone's head. Crack! He heard a loud crack, and then before he could comprehend what was happening he shot deeper into the darkness as a waterfall of rocks fell behind him. Loki, quick on his feet, rushed into the darkness when he heard Harry shout to get his voice across the wall of rocks. "Ron, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm okay. This gets not though. I think he knocked his head on one of the rocks," Ron shouted back. Loki, cognizant of the conversation, stayed hidden in the darkness as the Niffler in his robes similarly kept quiet. Harry then used the Lumos spell to get a little light, but it didn't light up more than a few feet around him. Loki followed Harry in surprisingly the same way his compulsion from Tom was pointing him in, but they encountered another door, this time more ornate with 7 stone snakes with rubies embedded into their eyes. "Hiss, SS, SSSS." Harry made the hissing sound once again and the door opened with the snakes retreating into their stone burrows. Loki followed Harry smoothly while maintaining plenty of distance behind him and stepped into what looked like a grand hall. A tall face stood at the end of the hall, looking like an ancient observer looking at everything underneath it with disdain. A statue of Salazar Slytherin, Loki thought with some shock. Wouldn't this have been a risk for madness if his picture got across to multiple of his followers and was distorted? Harry rushed toward Ginny, who was lying at the end of the hall right under the statue, and tossed his stick aside. "She won't wake." A soft voice that emerged from beside Harry spoke. "So Tom's here, he's pretty relaxed, so the ritual is going to be completed soon." Loki wondered. The boy was tall, black-haired with sharp eyes and a face that made him look smart and studious, not someone you'd associate with dark arts at all. "What do you mean she won't wake?" Harry asked desperately. She's not. She's still alive," Tom said, "but only just." Meanwhile, Loki changed his appearance with the help of his illusions and stepped out into the light. "Ah, you're finally here. I was wondering what was taking you so long." "Gairman Sparrow," Tom said, looking at Loki. "Well, I need you to complete my work anyway." "Come over here." "Your work?" Harry asked, puzzled. Tom looked at Harry with glee and spoke calmly. "Yes. All of this. The Chamber of Secrets. The Heir of Slytherin. All of them were orchestrated by me." "Who are you? I'll stop you from doing anything to her or him." Harry asked in shock. "Haha, of course Gairman Sparrow here was instrumental in slowing me down, more than Dumbledore ever managed to. But now that I've taken control of him, I doubt anyone can do much to stop me anymore." "Taken control? Haha, yes. I was just a memory, trapped in this damn book for 50 years. Ginny here poured her heart out to me, helping me grasp her weaknesses, helping me take over her body to open the Chamber of Secrets. I had to transfer my Beander characteristics to control her though, and when I've transferred the remaining little bit, I'll have her forever." Beander characteristics? Harry asked about the new information he was just learning. HMPF. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The boy who drove away the Dark Lord. Lofty names you have. But what a shame, you don't even know about the world of Beyonders yet. "Gairman, come to me." Loki did as told and moved closer to Tom. Tom then picked up Harry's wand and tapped his hand with it, transforming it into the hands of a clawed demon, which he stabbed into Loki's chest and twisted around. "No!" Harry shouted. Loki didn't even show the slightest amount of pain and just stood there, blood dripping out of his mouth and dazed eyes. "Here, I have it now," Tom said, and pulled out a pure red crystal from Loki's body, causing Loki to collapse and fall to the ground, looking very dead as blood pooled around him. "This is a Beander characteristic, Harry. This is the source of all my power," Tom explained, and flung the Beander characteristic at Ginny, whose body began to absorb it greedily. Harry's eyes were bloodshot, his head was spinning seeing the death of a student, and his body was trembling seeing Ginny who was about to die, all while he would remain helpless since he couldn't do anything without a wand. "Why did I drop my wand?" Harry wondered for the first time in a while. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Harry asked in anger. "Voldemort," Tom exclaimed with a smirk. "Voldemort? Why do you care about Voldemort?" Harry asked bravely but still confused. "He was after your time." "Voldemort, Harry, is my past, my present and my future," Tom said with a smile, his arms stretched out to reveal the grandness of his words. Flicking Harry's wand through the air, Tom wrote the words, "Tom Marvolo Riddle," in the air, and with a flick caused the letters to rearrange themselves to spell out the sentence, "I am Lord Voldemort." You see, it was a name I was already using when I was in Hogwarts. Of course, only my most intimate friends knew of it. I wanted a name that wizards all around the world would one day fear to even speak. And I've achieved it. Harry was looking at Tom with a scowl, his anger apparent in his bloodshot eyes, but he forced himself to speak. "You're not." "Not what?" Tom asked, annoyed at having been interrupted while giving his grand speech. "I'm not afraid to speak your name, and so is Headmaster Dumbledore." "I bet you're afraid of him, aren't you?" Tom's smile changed into a frown and he tried to argue. "He was driven out of the castle by a mere memory of me. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it," Harry said, repeating Dumbledore's advice to him from last year. Tom opened his mouth to argue further but froze when he heard a song. Harry looked around trying to spot the source of the song unsuccessfully, since the song was echoing everywhere and made his heart swell to twice its size. "A bird," Tom said, spotting a crimson bird that was rather large like a swan. "Ha ha. Is that what he sent to help you? A bird and an old hat." Tom mocked and then spoke in a sarcastic tone, "Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it." Tom laughed with his hands on his knees as if he'd heard the funniest joke in a century. The large chamber they were in echoed Tom's laughing and poured water over Harry's burning morale that even the phoenix landing on Harry's shoulder couldn't raise. Tom then turned towards the statue and spoke to it in Parseltongue and said something Harry understood. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue began to move and the dust that had collected on it began to fall. The statue slowly opened its mouth wider and wider, forming a deep black hole that looked like the abyss. The mouth acted as a natural echo chamber, amplifying the movement of the slithering snake in it. Harry immediately closed his eyes, and as he did he thought he heard a squeak from the phoenix, but the movement of the snake was too loud to accurately pinpoint the sound after the phoenix took flight. "What are you going to do now, Potter?" Tom said before turning to the basilisk and speaking in Parseltongue. "Kill him." The next moment Loki got up from the ground and dusted himself. "Damn, my robes are stained with blood, I'll need to clean them after I go back." Loki looked at the 6 other creatures in the chamber: Tom, Harry, Ginny, the basilisk and the sorting hat. All of them were in a daze. "Good job putting them to sleep and pulling them into a dream, Sonny," Loki said, petting the niffler who was scampering around his shoulder. "You're somehow always super useful against you-know-who. I'll treat you to a pile of gold when we're back." Squeak. "Do you need to stay here or will you come with me?" Squeak squeak. "Fine, stay here and digest your potion. Good luck," Loki said and began to walk into the now open mouth of the Slytherin that looked like it was calling to him. Walking at a quick pace, Loki vanished into the tunnel that was Salazar Slytherin's mouth while Sonny kept watch on the 6 people who were currently trapped in a dream and were fighting each other. Good that the Ring of Harvest stole the ability to use Mr. A's powers to control his flesh from the Sequence 6 Rose Bishop. Loki thought as he patted his chest where Tom had pierced him to remove the Beander characteristics. "I've gotten my potion digested to about 70% already by fooling Tom. I wonder how I'll digest the other 30%. Delving deep into the tunnel, Loki finally came across the end, which was a large room that was probably the nesting site of the basilisk. Is there really nothing here? Loki wondered as he stepped around the room, but as he walked closer to the walls after activating his spirit vision he froze. Why can I feel there's something of value hidden behind the wall? Is it a false wall? Loki asked and moved closer. Feeling the wall by knocking on it, Loki determined that the wall was fake and was covering up something. How did Tom not notice this? Perhaps he never thought that there could be a secret inside a secret chamber. Loki wondered and pulled out his wand. He tapped the wall with a little bit of his spirituality, but nothing happened, and just when Loki decided he was going to use Diffindo to cut through the wall, it sunk. A clear line was created across its border as it inset into the floor. Loki pressed the wall deeper and forced it to open. Behind it was a dark tunnel that Loki cautiously stepped into after igniting the tip of his wand using the Lumos charm, but the tunnel seemed to have been artificially darkened since the light from the Lumos charm didn't even travel far enough to touch the walls that Loki could feel were only a meter away. Thin strings of black hair seemed to float in the air like a spider's web, judging all that touched them. Darkness pathway artifact. Loki wondered but otherwise continued to move deeper since the hair didn't strangle him or put him to sleep even after coming in direct contact with him. It was only after a few minutes of soundless walking that Loki arrived at the source of the threads in the air. It came from a transparent jar with a beating heart inside it. The jar was placed on a stone slab where a shelf had been carved into the stone wall, but that wasn't what attracted Loki's attention. There was a small letter underneath the jar that Loki felt compelled to pick up. It was absorbing most of his attention. The symbol baked into the wax seal seems familiar, but where have I seen it before? I don't think there are any runes like this. Is it a combination of runes? Opening the letter by breaking its seal, Loki pulled out the letter within. To Mr. Ayres blessed. Loki froze in place as soon as he read the line, with the hairs on his body standing on full alert as goosebumps formed on every inch of his skin. To Mr. Ayres blessed. Loki continued to read. I'm glad you've partnered up with my descendants to reach here. I hope they didn't give you much trouble. Rowena and Helga both said you wouldn't like them, but your presence here proves otherwise. Much cannot be said, as I suspect you are still quite weak, so to help you grow stronger we've prepared a series of trials for you from which you get a special reward after you clear them to help you grow stronger. The trials might help us a little though. To begin the trials, follow this riddle. Every positive circle you make, while keeping in mind the trial you may take, will lead you to meet awake on the magical floor from where you can see the lake. Why a riddle of all things? Loki sighed and read on. I hope to meet you soon. P.S. Don't take the jar with the heart of Saint Selena inside it, it is a part of the Hogwarts defensive measures. P.P.S. You can keep the ring that is under it, you might like what is contained inside it. Your admirer, Salazar Slytherin. There was a symbol at the end of the letter which was the same as the one on the seal, and Loki found his memory sparking a little as soon as he saw it. Now I remember, wasn't this the symbol for the true god of the darkness pathway in mysticism? Loki looked at the jar with a little suspicion, wondering if he would be struck by the hair-like projections that surrounded it if he tried stealing it. Everything felt like a fever dream and didn't make much sense inside his head. If he had to guess, he would guess that he was dreaming, but nothing he was doing woke him up. Such a feeling came not only from the letter that was addressed to him but also from the sudden potion feedback digestion that he'd felt as soon as he read the letter. He'd digested about 99% of the potion now. Carefully, or rather cautiously, Loki squatted and slowly picked up the jar off the stone shelf. Years of remaining undisturbed caused a little bit of dust to flow down the jar, but Loki ignored it and bent low to look underneath it. A simple ring with a black gem mounted in its hold appeared in front of Loki. Shifting a little to grab the heavy jar with a beating heart with one hand, Loki slowly picked up the ring with the dark stone set into it. Grasping the ring, Loki sent a bit of his spirituality into it, but unlike normal when runes would light up on it, Loki found the ring greedily absorbing his spirituality. All of a sudden Loki had information about a new space. A ring with an undetectable extension charm. Loki looked at the ring with raised eyebrows. There were many items inside the ring, but Loki felt he didn't have the time to pay attention to it right now. Instead, Loki placed the jar of Saint Selena's ashes back into its place, and after giving the secret chamber one last look, trotted his way out to go back to where Tom, Harry, the Phoenix and the Basilisk were fighting in their dream because of Sunny. Does this mean that Salazar Slytherin and the four founders are aware of the three missing pathways? Did they have something to do with these pathways going missing? Did Salazar use his concealment ability to conceal all these pathways from the Beyonders in this universe? But why do that? Why would the founders want to do that? And although professional, why is the letter written to me with such a startling sense of familiarity? Why did they know about me when I don't know about them? Divination. But wouldn't the Saphira Castle stop such attempts? Loki wanted to stop and ponder more, but he knew that Sunny might be getting to his limit trying to simulate the dream for all the people involved, so he kept moving and eventually ended up coming out of the mouth of Salazar Slytherin only to see everyone frozen in a tranquil sleep as they had been when he'd left. Did you digest any of your potion yet? Loki asked Sunny, who looked like he was extremely tired. Squeak. Good that you did, we can give you the next potion when we return home. Now tell me everyone's condition quickly so that I can replicate their dream in reality. Harry is about to collapse. He stabbed a basilisk fang into the diary and destroyed it. While the Phoenix has destroyed the basilisk's eyes, it was killed after a pristine long sword was stuck into the roof of its mouth. The Niffler said with exhaustion. Oh, and the Phoenix is crying on Harry's wound from where the basilisk fang stabbed it into its arm. You can speak? Loki asked, shocked. What the hell? But instead of responding right, Sunny just gave Loki a glare. Okay. Keep your secrets. But your David Attenborough-sounding voice doesn't suit your tiny little frame. Loki complained, and the Niffler just turned his head away and spoke once again and chided him for the delay. Be quick. It'd be a shame to kill the beautiful serpent. Is there nothing in the ring that could save it? I could put up an illusion for the Phoenix to see. But can I even do that? I don't think I can make such a huge illusion. Although the size of his illusions had gotten bigger after digesting his potion a little more, making an entire basilisk wasn't something Loki could do. It was like asking someone to paint the universe on an atom. Whatever it is, be quick. Loki searched through the contents of the ring in a hurry, but he didn't have to, since as soon as he thought about the serpent, the ring spat out a new ring. This one had a metallic serpent for its band and a green gem in its eye. The serpent on the ring slithered around its body, coiling around itself to make a complex brocade. Loki appeared confused at the ring that seemed to have a mind of its own, but as soon as the new ring came into the open, the basilisk opened its eyes. Loki couldn't close his eyes in time and felt as if he'd be petrified instantly, but after a few seconds of staring at the basilisk and seeing nothing happening to Loki or Sunny, they became confused. "Hello," Loki said in English. "Hiss." The basilisk nodded and Loki looked at it with confusion. Do you recognize this ring?" Loki asked, showing the basilisk the ring he'd gotten from Salazar. "Hiss." The basilisk was vocal and physical about its recognition as it nodded heavily, creating a breeze that rustled Loki's hair. "Would you like to follow me?" Loki asked with a smile, and the basilisk nodded once again and instantly shrank in size. But instead of leaving nothing behind, it left out the outer layer of its skin so that it'd appear as if there was a large snake still in the chamber. "Well, that solves the problem of faking your death." Loki nodded and found a small serpent climbing up to his shoulders using his leg. The serpent hissed in satisfaction as Loki scratched its underside. Loki walked up to the book next, and instead of directly using the poison from the basilisk to kill it, Loki brought it close to the ring of harvest on his hand and gave it the order to consume it. A slick black mouth opened up on the ring, and before he even realized what was happening to him, Tom's soul was dragged out of the diary and consumed by the ring. Simultaneously, the soul of an old spectacled man appeared from the ring as it looked back at Loki and nodded thankfully at him. The soul left by merging with the air around it and turning invisible, and instantly Beander characteristics of the corresponding pathway and sequence appeared out of the ring. Sequence 8, Doctor of the Planter Pathway. Only after that did Loki borrow a fang from the basilisk to stab through the book, which he placed beside Harry. After arranging the rest of the scene as Sunny directed, Loki used the basilisk's help to leave the Chamber of Secrets and vanish from the scene without leaving behind any evidence of his existence there. He even cleaned up the blood that had spilled out of his body with the help of the basilisk and the book that was oozing ink. Why didn't Ginny lose Tom's Beander characteristics after I killed him? Did consuming the soul with the Ring of Harvest bring along the Beander characteristics or something? Whatever, Loki thought as the giant basilisk slithered through the sewer pipe. He was more excited about something else. "I guess I cheated Adam, this time. Hopefully. I don't want him to learn about the note Slytherin gave me." Entering the dormitory, Loki walked into Daphne, who was waiting right by the entrance for Loki. "Are you all right?" Daphne asked, scanning Loki for any visible injuries, and when she saw the large hole in his dress she panicked. "Calm down, Daph," Loki said, holding Daphne, who had already begun parting Loki's torn clothes to inspect his wound better. "It's not my blood," Loki lied. "Could you do me a favor and help me fix my clothes? I don't want anyone else to get worried." "Whose blood is it then if it is not yours?" Daphne almost shouted, but somehow managed to keep her tone contained in a barely audible whisper. "Don't worry about that. Know some way to help me fix the blood on my clothes and repair them?" Daphne gave Loki a long stare but then sighed and complied. "I don't know how to fix your clothes, but I can get rid of the blood from them. There's a simple charm for that." Daphne quickly waved her wand while muttering the phrase, "Scourgify sanguis." All the blood from Loki's dress immediately flowed out and hovered in the air, forming a small blob of slightly dark red blood before Daphne collected it all in a small vial and handed it back to Loki. "Any ideas how I can get my clothes fixed?" Loki asked, wondering if he'd have to use his deft hands to fix up his dress by sewing it. Get out of it and give it to me. I'll ask a senior student to fix it for you." "Sure." Loki nodded and Daphne followed him to his room. Under the curious gazes of various students, where Loki hid the hole in his shirt using illusions, He went inside, changed into new clothes and handed back his torn shirt to Daphne, who was patiently waiting outside. "Thank you, Daph, you've been helpful, in more ways than one," Loki said appreciatively with a smile that Daphne returned. "Did you manage to save the girl who was taken into the chamber?" "Yes, I did, although I will not be taking credit for it. No one else must know that I did it. You want me to keep this a secret?" Daphne asked, and Loki nodded and warned, "Yes, even from my own." "Why did you tell me about it then?" Daphne asked with a frown. "Because I know you don't gossip. But my own doesn't gossip, she's the straightest arrow I've ever seen." Daphne countered. "Yes, but if I tell my own about it, she'd probably get into an argument with Harry and Ron and end up revealing things either way just to support me." Daphne gave Loki a frustrated stare and then said with a scowl, "Although I don't think we should hide it from her, I will listen to you." "Thank you." Loki nodded, and after Daphne left, went back into his room and crashed into his bed. Sweet rest at last. Loki admired the Ring of Harvest for a bit, watching Tom's soul trapped in it, unable to do anything to escape his fate. He transferred from one inanimate object into another. Loki thought as a smirk made its way to his face. "How long will you stare at that ring? Will you ever give it to me?" Loki heard a deep voice beside himself and almost jumped out of the bed and pulled a wand on it before his brain kicked in with some latency and helped him recognize the voice as Sunny. "Damn, it's going to take a bit of time to get used to you having such a deep voice, you damn Niffler. I've got a name. And you must use it. I'm Sunny," the Niffler said, folding its arms and sitting on Loki's bed. "How are you able to speak anyway?" Loki asked with his own arms folded as he interrogated his pet Niffler. "I was able to speak by vibrating my spirituality outside my body after I drank the nightmare potion. It just took me a little while to understand how to speak, so I didn't speak before today. Sigh, and here I was thinking you were possessed by Riddle or something." Asterisk hiss, SS. A sudden hissing noise emitted from Loki's collar as a snake crawled out of Loki's robes. "What's he saying?" Loki asked the Niffler, who was looking at the ring Loki was holding with greed. "How do you think I'll know what he says? You know. Like, aren't you both animals? Can't you understand each other? I hate that it works like you think it does," the Niffler said indignantly and began to talk to the serpent. "Can you ask if it can answer a few of my questions?" Loki asked, pulling out a shiny coin from his pocket to tempt the Niffler. Squeak squeak. Hiss, SS. Asterisk. "What do you want me to ask it?" Sunny asked, looking at Loki. Loki smiled and spoke elegantly. "Could you ask why its ability to kill using stairs doesn't work on us?" Sunny nodded, looking at the snake, and began to ask it questions, and after a little back and forth between the trio, Loki concluded. "So you're also a Beander. Sequence 8 Gravedigger of the Death Pathway. But how did you petrify them, and where does the notion of looking into people's eyes and killing them come from?" Hiss, SS. "He says it's because he can see the weakness of anything, an ability of the Sequence 8 Gravedigger, and uses his spirituality that he has a lot of to shock the weaknesses of those that see him directly." Shock the weaknesses. Using his spirituality. What? I don't get it. Is that how the petrifications came about? But I thought the text my own found said it'd kill everyone it made eye contact with. Hiss, SS. "He says he cannot kill people. The result of his system shocking spell is that people become petrified. The killing is just an understanding people have had from the past when they didn't know about petrifications." What is this system shocking spell? How did he learn a spell in the first place? Hiss, SS. "It isn't a spell, it's more of a unique ability. When he drowns the weakness of the enemy with a ton of spirituality, their souls and bodies fall into a mismatch because their bodies become confused about which spirituality is truly theirs. And he is unique in pulling it off because Salazar Slytherin used rituals to stuff a large amount of spirituality into his body. To such a degree that any normal person would die and turn into an evil spirit before they saw any gains." I see. Hiss, SS. "It is also why he cannot advance to the next sequences in spite of living for so long. There is a high chance of him losing control because of the rituals that gave him so much spirituality." Is that so? Does he live in the Chamber of Secrets? Hiss, SS. No. He lives in the spirit world, like me. He only enters the Chamber of Secrets to hunt her when summoned. I see. What about the ring? Does he know about it? Hiss, SS. That's his summoning ring. Salazar made it to make it easier to summon him. Fine then. Loki nodded and said, I'm going to take a break now, my brain can't stand much more of all this. I'm tired. You can leave whenever you want to, Mr. Snake. You too, Sonny. Hiss, SS. Fine. With those words, the trio of animals, spirits and humans adjourned their meeting and comfortingly fell asleep in each other's company since it had been a long day and no one wanted to take each other's time to rest. Loki woke up with an annoyed expression. Each time he tried to fall asleep last night a dangerous feeling arose from the Ring of Harvest. The first time it happened, Loki became worried that Tom was up to something, but only after he spent a little bit of time analyzing it above the gray fog did he understand that it wasn't Tom, but the ring itself. It had grown disobedient. Only after a round of threatening and beating the ring above the gray fog for some time, did it calm down once again and begin to behave like a nice little pet. There wasn't much to do for Loki after he'd left the Chamber of Secrets yesterday, so he spent a good part of the morning looking at the note that Salazar had left for him. Magical floor. And lake. Where is this magical floor that can allow me to see the lake? I'll solve this later. For now, I need to go and acquire my benefits to fully digest my potion. While leaving the Chamber of Secrets yesterday, Loki happened to come in contact with Lockhart. It seemed as if Loki's knees kissing the back of his head had somehow managed to turn him into a moron. He was barely able to string together to make sensible sentences and he could not recognize his students anymore. Well, nice that I included a clause in the contract that took account of incurable sicknesses. Poor guy though, I feel like I'm robbing him blind. Maybe I can leave him enough to be taken care of in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries for the rest of his life. With a soft skip in his steps, Loki walked towards Lockhart's office where he expected the professor to be. Knock knock. Loki waited for a bit after knocking but heard no response from the inside. Did he leave? Are you searching for Professor Lockhart too? A girl in her senior year asked in a somber tone. Yes. I'm looking for him. Do you know where he is? Loki asked politely, wondering why exactly the girl was speaking to him. It seemed like she'd bawled her eyes out since her makeup was all over the place and her eyes looked swollen like someone had punched them. Poor professor. I heard he fought the heir of Slytherin in a brave battle and was riddled with injuries. He's in hospital wing, recovering. The girl added, and with a sniffle and huff buried her face in her hands and ran away sobbing. What the heck? Loki lampooned at the girl's behavior as she dashed past him and almost knocked him over. Well, at least I know where he is now. Loki mumbled and continued on his way to the hospital wing. Outside the hospital wing, Loki found a huge line of girls waiting outside and Madame Pomfrey standing outside the hospital with an angry look. No one gets inside. What do you think of this place? It's a hospital. There are actual patients inside who've got recovering to do. Get out. Get out. Before I call the heads of your houses and deduct 100 points from each of you. The girls shivered under Madame Pomfrey's threat and rushed back to their dorms in a hurry, nearly trampling over Loki and causing him to become a patient in the process. When all the girls left and Madame Pomfrey let out a deep sigh of relief, Loki made short work of the distance between them and walked up to her. What are you here for, Loki? Professor Snape requested you to deliver a new batch of potions. Cough cough, no, I'm here to meet Professor Lockhart. Loki stuttered and spoke in between his coughs. Madame Pomfrey wordlessly raised her eyebrows and gave Loki a questioning stare. Well, I need him to sign a few forms regarding the Hogwarts Honest Mill, which he is a business partner in. Loki said without embarrassment and with a straight face. I don't think Professor Lockhart is in any condition to sign forms, young man. Well, isn't that the point? Loki said with raised eyebrows, causing a small smirk to appear on Madame Pomfrey's face. She immediately turned away and walked back into the hospital, all while Loki could swear he heard her say, "Finally that pompous idiot gets what he deserves. Make sure not to disturb any of the other patients, Loki," Madame Pomfrey said and walked away to do her work in the hospital. Loki looked around a little and found Harry resting on one of the beds with his eyes closed while a few other students remained petrified on other beds waiting for the Mandrake's draft to be administered to them. Loki stood for a little bit in front of Hermione and made sure to drop his get-well-soon letter by her side before walking towards the awake and bumbling fool that was sitting on a bed nearby. "You're here for me, I suppose," Lockhart said with a smile on his face as he stuffed his face with a bar of new chocolate while speaking to Loki. "Yes, how did you know?" Loki asked, wondering if Lockhart still retained some sense of intelligence and might cause his plan to fail. There have been many who've visited me today. Although all of them were women. I seem to be very popular with them and they all had chocolates." "I see. You were right, but I'm here for a different reason. I'm here for you to sign a few papers." "Papers? Do you want an autograph?" Lockhart asked with a happy smile. "Well, not exactly. I need your signature because given your condition, it is not possible for you to exert any more influence over the Hogwarts Honest Mill newspaper, so I will need to assess your assets to provide monetary support to the newspaper." "Is that so?" Lockhart asked. "Yes. And I will also need you to sign a form that says I will not have to return them to you," Loki said with a smile and then continued looking at him with his most charming and elegant smile. "Is that all?" Lockhart asked with a charming smile of his own. Loki nodded. "Yes, Professor. I don't want to make this hard for you, so here, please sign here," showing Lockhart a clipboard with official documents on it. "Okay," Lockhart shouted while Loki just smiled and accepted Lockhart's most precious autograph. After getting Lockhart's smile, Loki fed him a few pieces of chocolate before spotting Madame Pomfrey, who was looking at him like he was the devil. "I almost feel bad for him," Madame Pomfrey said with a frown. "Oh come on, madam, I'm sure you don't. Or do you not remember the time he turned Harry's arm into a rubbery, boneless appendage?" "You might be right. I don't. I didn't see a thing. You can leave if you're done." "Thank you, Professor," Loki said with a polite bow before leaving the hospital wing with a charming smile. As he walked away, Loki thought back to all the rules of acting he had deciphered for the swindler potion. "When I swindled Lockhart into signing the first contract, I learnt that to swindle a person you must appear reliable. When I swindled the various students and professor of Hogwarts into buying the newspaper and along with it the Arcadia Royale cards, I learnt that one man's trash could be another man's treasure. The cards were worthless, only printed on paper and could be used just once. But the demand for this trash turned it into a precious treasure many would not part with. When I swindled Tom and the Hogwarts professors as they dealt with the thief who had stolen the precious diary, I learnt that swindling someone is the best when they don't have a trail to catch you. It doesn't matter if someone is suspicious, suspicions can be manufactured after all. When I swindled Tom and possibly Adam in the Chamber of Secrets by appearing as Gairman Sparrow, I learnt that to swindle a man, you just need to make them think everything has gone according to their plan. As long as they're satisfied with their share, you can take everything else. When I swindled Salazar himself, I learnt that to swindle someone else means I must swindle myself first." Walking joyfully as he summarized this year, Loki felt his potion digest fully, giving his smile a radiating glow that caught the attention of the few girls still hanging around for Lockhart. Too bad for them though, Loki walked away without a care in the world. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. With Lockhart swindled, Loki made his way back to his dorms with a happy jingle sounding from his pockets where he'd stored a bag filled with gold galleons and a check for money to be transferred to his account at Gringotts. Days passed by with the petrified students finally being released from hospital wing along with Harry just in time for the final school feast. During the feast, everyone on the Gryffindor table loved the red and gold decorations of the Great Hall while they feasted like kings under the envious gazes of all the students from the other houses. It was because they currently had the highest points with 560 points, with Slytherin coming in at the second place with 9 points less at 551. Loki had spoken to Hermione earlier during the day along with Daphne, and as agreed they only told her that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were the ones that saved Ginny Weasley from the Chamber of Secrets and that Loki had stayed out of it. Hermione didn't believe it at first, but when she saw Daphne agreeing with Loki she curbed her suspicion a little and joined the festive end of the year mood where exams had been cancelled for all years. Even though this was the second year Hermione wasn't writing her exams. The final issue of the Hogwarts Honest Mill for the year was printed with a blockbuster article detailing the fight in the Chamber of Secrets that Hermione learnt about from Harry and Ron, making them mini celebrities that were discussed throughout the school. In a grand hall in one of the taller towers of the castle, Headmaster Dumbledore paced around his room as he thought about the recent matters that had occurred in the school. He thought back to a few days earlier when Harry had stepped into his office while he was informing the Weasley family news about their daughter's untimely death. A few days earlier. Knock knock. Dumbledore looked at the wooden door, having noticed who was outside without opening the door, just by feeling who had come close in his sea of collective subconscious. He nodded slightly in Mrs. Weasley's direction to pause their conversation before speaking. "You may enter." The door opened with a creak, shocking the proud man already in the room, who had a mocking smile on his face, Lucius Malfoy, as Harry, Ron, Ginny and Lockhart entered the room. The Weasley parents flung themselves at their daughter and began to assess her and her health, observing if she was uncomfortable anywhere or had any injuries on her. "What happened? How did you save her?" We thought, Mrs. Weasley started but couldn't find herself to bring to finish the sentence. "I think we'd all like to know that, Molly," Professor McGonagall said with a worried and stern expression on her face as she looked at Harry. But Harry wasn't looking at her, he was looking past them all at Dumbledore, who gave him a soft but imperceptible nod to continue with his story. Harry then with relief continued to explain how Hermione was the one who informed them of the monster in the Chamber of Slytherin through a note, and how they'd figured out that Myrtle was the last victim of the chamber. Slowly he revealed everything that went down in the chamber, or at least whatever happened while he was pulled into a dream by Sunny. Everyone listened to his story, sometimes with shock and other times with worry, but they all made sure to pay attention, even at times when Harry revealed the truth about Lockhart and his attempt at trying to use a memory charm to wipe out his and Ron's memories. Soon Harry's story ended and a deafening silence reigned in the office. But the one to break it was not who everyone expected it to be. It wasn't Dumbledore but Malfoy. "When are you going to resign, Dumbledore?" Lucius Malfoy asked with a cold smile. "Resign? Have we missed something, Lucius? Hasn't the Chamber of Secrets been discovered and its monster been killed?" McGonagall voiced in support of Dumbledore, and everyone else in the room stood by his side. "Oh please, his handling of the case with the Chamber of Secrets has been nothing less than abominable. The governors want your resignation. But the innocent girl who had been dragged into this mess has been saved. There have been no deaths and everything has been normalized," McGonagall started, and yet you don't have a culprit to name." Lucius Malfoy interrupted with a sneer. "It was a rather advanced piece of dark magic that corrupted the girl. There was nothing she could do," Dumbledore finally said, since he didn't want to punish Ginny, especially when she and her parents were already worried about her because of the lasting effects she might have because of interacting with the diary. "As if I am going to believe a book could open the Chamber of Secrets. You could instead tell me it was the goblins in Gringotts that launched a rebellion, and I'd be more inclined to believe that instead." Lucius, McGonagall was about to respond again, but Harry interrupted her this time. "You put the book in Ginny's book at Flourish and Blots, didn't you?" Harry accused, causing everyone to fall silent instantly. Lucius turned to look at Harry with a forced expression and said, "Don't go out throwing accusations without any proof, boy. Be careful what you are getting yourself on." "Lucius, don't you go around threatening students of Hogwarts under our watch." McGonagall finally said her piece and took a stand beside Dumbledore. Malfoy looked at Dumbledore with an indignant expression but remained silent. Finally, after the silence stretched for a few seconds, Dumbledore spoke. "Mrs. Weasley, I would be happy if you could escort your children to the hospital wing. I'm sure they need to be there rather than here at the moment." The parents nodded and hurried out of the room, and Professor Lockhart followed them. "Professor McGonagall, I'd appreciate it if you could go back and deal with matters regarding the shutting down of the school since we don't need to close down anymore." McGonagall nodded and left the room, leaving only Lord Malfoy, Harry and Dumbledore in the room. "Lucius, I'm happy that you care for the students and only want what's best for them, even if you want to place a person here who would do the job better than me, but for now I will have to disappoint you. I will not be resigning from my post at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said, looking above his half-moon spectacles and straight into his eyes. Lucius wore a prominent scowl at those words, pulled his robes along with him and walked out of the office, leaving Dumbledore and Harry alone. Dumbledore then turned to Harry and spoke to him in a calm tone since he could sense Harry had a question for him. "Harry, talk to me, I can sense that you've got a question for me. I can feel you're worried about something." Suddenly Harry's eyes widened, but looking at Dumbledore's serene expression whose eyes had the depth of the Black Lake, he immediately blurted out, "There was someone else. His name was Gairman Sparrow." Tom said he had the last of his Beander characteristics and stabbed his hand into his chest to pull it out. Dumbledore's eyes slightly widened, but he spoke with an even deeper frown, "And what happened to this Gairman Sparrow?" "I don't know," Harry said, and then promptly explained, "I couldn't find him anywhere after I woke up. Fawkes carried me and Ginny, but Gairman Sparrow was nowhere to be found." "Do you think that was just Voldemort playing tricks on me?" It is hard to say," Dumbledore confessed, but no one knew if he was talking to himself or replying to Harry, or perhaps both. "Did I do something wrong, Professor?" Harry asked with worry. Dumbledore's expression changed instantly and turned from solemn into one that oozed out happiness and pride as he said, "You need not worry about such things. I've never heard about a student named Gairman Sparrow at Hogwarts." 200 points to Gryffindor for figuring out the matter behind the Chamber of Secrets. Harry smiled and curiously forgot about his other question about Beander characteristics and nodded at Professor Dumbledore in thanks. "You may leave now, Harry. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey would like a visit from you just to see if there might be anything wrong with you," Dumbledore said calmly as Harry nodded and left the office. Finishing reminiscing the events, Dumbledore in his office looked at a rather obscure corner and walked towards it. Controlling his spirituality with finesse, he swiped his fingers over a marked part of the wall, causing it to split open and retract within itself to reveal a book and a quill that lay dormant in front of him. Gairman Sparrow. Dumbledore thought about the name that came to him. He then walked over to the book in front of him and began to turn its pages one by one. Surprisingly, there was a record of everything that had happened at Hogwarts in the last 2 years, as if someone had diligently and patiently recorded everything that had happened within its bounds. Stopping at the final page where the pages had recorded everything about the conversation between him and Harry, Dumbledore frowned. "Is this an alias?" Dumbledore's fingers traced over the name Gairman Sparrow that had been written down into the book for the first time when Harry mentioned it as his frown deepened. He pulled out his wand and tapped the book to find any other mentions of the name Gairman Sparrow but found nothing. He then flipped the pages to directly read about what had happened in the Chamber of Secrets, a place where the quill's influence still spread, but he found nothing new. Nothing happened differently than the way Harry had narrated the incidents, yet he felt confused. Carefully going over the events in the book, Dumbledore finally spotted a discrepancy. It lay hidden in between the sentence, "Leaving behind the dead husk of the basilisk, Harry left the Chamber of Secrets along with Ginny Weasley with the help of Fawkes." It was subtle but noticeable. Basilisk husk. Is this a figure of speech or is it the truth? Dumbledore calmly placed back the quill and the book in their place and sealed them before turning towards Fawkes the Phoenix. "Fawkes, can you take me to the Chamber of Secrets?" "Chirp chirp. Thank you, Fawkes, I don't know what I'd have done without you." Dumbledore smiled and then held the phoenix that looked to be in the prime of its health. With the phoenix perched on his shoulder, Dumbledore prepared for himself as he was engulfed by a burst of fire that distorted his vision for a second before calming down and vanishing. A low exhale escaped Dumbledore's lips as he looked around himself. The Chamber of Secrets, Walking around the Grand Chamber, Dumbledore examined the battle ruins that were left after the fight with the basilisk and Harry and tried to piece them together with what Harry had explained to him. Unraveling threads to his mystery, Dumbledore soon pieced together everything about the fight and finally arrived at an innocent spot. Is this where Gairman Sparrow died? Dumbledore looked down at the spot, but he held a frown on his face. There wasn't much he could reveal from the spot. Although some blood might have fallen and created a puddle at the spot, it was all covered up. Covered up because the diary had been destroyed at the same spot. The ink had oozed out along with a mix of the basilisk's venom that had completely destroyed the spot and charred it beyond hope. Nothing could be recovered. Dumbledore finally turned around and turned his attention to the elephant in the room, or in this case something even bigger. It was the obvious fake-out that had gone unnoticed by young Harry. It was the basilisk that appeared to have only shed its skin and escaped from the chamber. Dumbledore used his wand to manipulate the shed skin and observe it from all directions for any clues, but nothing about it helped him. In fact, it only put him into an even deeper quagmire of questions. Following the basilisk's body, Dumbledore finally arrived at its nest in the chamber, which was a large hollowed-out dome cave whose walls were damp with moisture, allowing Dumbledore to guess they were somewhere under the Black Lake. But that was it. There was nothing else in the cave that would allow Dumbledore to conclude anything other than the fact that the basilisk had seemingly vanished. Dumbledore returned to the Chamber of Secrets and began to wonder about it all, his face carrying a deep frown conjoined with an expression that clearly showed how troubled he was. His thoughts, a mystery to everyone else, remained inside his head while his hands moved to pull out a mirror that existed in his pockets that were artificially expanded using an undetectable extension charm. The mirror was grand and elaborate with two eye-like symbols carved on its sides. Dumbledore lightly tapped the mirror's surface thrice before he asked it a question without pause. Respected Erodes, my question is, who were the participants in the event that occurred here? The surface of the mirror immediately changed from showing a clear reflection of Dumbledore to becoming a hazy reflection that soon stabilized and portrayed a different view. It showed the image of 4 people all present in the Chamber of Secrets, 3 of which Dumbledore immediately recognized while the 4th gave Dumbledore trouble. The view continued shifting and moving as if it were a video, and without pause, Dumbledore heard the words, "Gairman Sparrow, leave Tom's mouth." A fit of confusion assaulted Dumbledore as the view in the mirror slowly faded away. Who is this Gairman Sparrow? Will Minerva or any other heads of houses know him? Is it him? But if it was him, his name would have been recorded by the quill. With the mirror returning to its natural state once again, words made of an ethereal gray fog began to appear on it. Based on the principle of reciprocity, I ask, what do you choose, question or punishment? Punishment. Dumbledore spoke calmly. It is my turn to give you a task then. If you do not follow up with the corresponding action, you will be punished. Dumbledore calmly nodded and Erodes sent back a new message. In the Great Hall, in front of all the students, award 10 points to Slytherin for having a great sense of fashion. Dumbledore's lips twitched as he stared at the mirror only to find his tired reflection staring back at him. He sighed and after a nod found himself leaving the Chamber of Secrets with a dull look on his face. He did not enjoy dealing with this stupid mirror. Some looked at Dumbledore, who had just entered the Great Hall with a confident stride, moving toward the centralmost chair on the long table at which the teachers ate. The end of the year feast had already commenced and everyone seemed to be busy stuffing their faces with food that seemed to vanish from their plates no matter how hard the house elves in the kitchens worked to replenish them. While everyone was busy, Dumbledore, now in his chair, rose up and brought the attention of everyone in the room to himself. The Gryffindors, especially Ron and Harry, looked at Dumbledore with excitement since they had been given 200 points just a few days earlier. But Dumbledore desperately avoided eye contact with them, or any Gryffindor for that matter, even if it was one of the centermost tables in the hall. I know the feast has already begun and the decorations have already been settled, and I congratulate the Gryffindors for that. Dumbledore paused and let the Gryffindors cheer for a little bit before he continued, I have a few last-minute points to dish out. Everyone looked at Dumbledore with confusion since he'd already given Harry and Ron their deserved points. To Slytherin, for having a fantastic assortment of fashion, and to Mr. Loki for using his newspaper to bring about a liveliness to Hogwarts that had never been seen before, I award them 10 points. The Great Hall fell into a stunned silence. As everyone in the Great Hall stared at Loki, he did his best to give off a composed and unsurprised expression outwardly, but inside his mind, he was left just as stunned and puzzled as everyone else. What the heck? What is the point of giving me 10 points just for that? What about Harry's protagonist aura? Did it fade out? Did I become the protagonist somehow since I've transmigrated into this story? Soon, due to a single infectious clap, courtesy of Astoria, the entire Slytherin table was clapping, which led everyone in the Great Hall who wasn't a Slytherin to send scowling looks directed at the one that caused all this, Dumbledore, who calmly continued eating his food after waving his wand to change the decorations to green and silver. With everyone's attention on him, it made it a little hard for Loki to steal food and send it to his sleeve where his pay partner was feasting. After the feast ended, everyone began to move through the Great Hall towards the Hogwarts Express with the help of carriages drawn by the Thestrals. Loki, Hermione, Daphne and Tracy shared a carriage as they joyously traveled towards the train while Astoria joined her friends to give them last goodbyes. Loki, I can't believe it, Tracy said with an infectious smile on her face. What? Loki asked, returning the smile. That you helped us win the House Cup once again. Tracy teased, hitting Loki on his shoulder. Haha, didn't I say I'd find a way? Now you have it. Aren't I the lucky charm for Slytherin? What did you say, Daph? My own. Loki tried to divert the topic and Hermione took the bait. Arg. Hermione ground her teeth in frustration. How did you even get points? Why didn't I get them too? Who gives out points for fashion? I swear if I didn't know better, I'd have assumed Professor Dumbledore is really growing old and senile. Aren't I just awesome? Loki asked with a smirk. What do you think, Daph? Daphne looked at him for a few seconds before looking at Tracy. Loki instantly became nervous as he looked at the quirky smile that Tracy looked at him with. Kya, what should I make a man as fair and lovely as you do? Tracy said, fanning her blushing cheeks. Loki deadpanned before he laughed and played along while Daph and Hermione watched. Do you want Hermione and Daphne to leave us alone on the train? Perhaps in a secret compartment. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm the one that lost the bet and you won? Tracy said with a coy smile. You're not that pretty, okay, Loki said with a blank expression, causing Tracy to hit him again. They remained in the same jovial mode throughout their journey back to King's Cross Station, sharing a compartment while cracking jokes on their journey back home. Sending his goodbyes and well wishes at the station, Loki parted ways with Hermione, Daphne and Tracy, moving to a secluded corner behind a pillar as he whispered, Creature. A soft pop and a crack later, Loki found himself facing Creature, who was looking at him with a crooked smile. Let's go back home, Creature, Loki said with confidence. Yes, Master Loki. Creature held Loki's outstretched hand and apparated along with him to the Black Mansion, where Loki almost immediately tossed back his trunk and collapsed into the bed upstairs. A difficult year, I take it, Master? Creature asked as he patiently waited for Loki's orders. Difficult. That would be an understatement. Sigh anyway, Creature, take this little guy and give him something to eat, I'm sure he's starving. He hasn't eaten anything since morning today. Hiss, SS. A little snake peered its head from inside Loki's robes and slithered its way on the bed frame to Creature, who looked at it with shock. He immediately bowed fearfully and with a short nod picked up the snake and moved along with it to the kitchen where he would give it some food. What should I name him? Loki wondered. Maybe I can ask Elaine for suggestions again. Yeah, let's do that, she has nice suggestions anyway. With this last thought, Loki found himself falling into a deep slumber that he did not realize he needed after working tirelessly the entire last year. Waking up the next morning with a fresh outlook, Loki traveled to the basement, where he sat in front of Walburga's coffin and recounted his experience with the Chamber of Secrets. When will I be able to fix you, Grandma? Loki mumbled with a disappointed look. I did get a hint about Salazar Slytherin though, but I don't know if helping him will help you out too. Releasing a burdened sigh, Loki found himself back out of the basement as he made plans to travel to Diagon Alley once again, where he'd have a short business meeting with Bilton Bilms regarding the Arcadia Royale. As Loki entered Leaky Cauldron, he first moved toward Tom and asked him for a room. "Tom, could you give me a room for today? I need to have a meeting with Bilton Bilms. That will be 7 sickles an hour if that's all right." "Sure." With Tom paid and happy, Loki moved towards his room while tapping a walking cane that he'd purchased just to appear more professional. Room number 22. Ah, here it is. Loki, waiting inside his room, sipped on tea as he waited patiently for Bilton to show up. It wasn't long after Loki's arrival that Bilton arrived, making himself known as he tapped his cane on the door to grab Loki's attention. "You're here before time as usual, Loki." "Haha, it's all right, Mr. Bilms. I enjoy waiting and watching the hustle and bustle of the streets below," Loki said politely and stood up to greet Bilton. "Have you prepared all the required designs, Loki?" Bilton asked after the two of them had a little tea in silence and greeted each other with flattery. "Yes, the designs are with me. I've prepared them for your viewing," Loki said with a soft smile while pulling out several pages from inside his bag. "Ah, they're well done," Bilton replied with a smile of his own as he laid his eyes on the artwork. "If I didn't know that the Greengrass heiress was working on these, I'd have poached the employee from your company, Mr. Loki." "Haha, thank you for the comments, Mr. Bilms, I'll make sure to pass them on." Scrutinizing the card designs for a little bit, Bilton spoke up after a few minutes. "These designs are perfect, I don't have any complaints. Do you want to use them for production to sell the games you've designed as a standalone product apart from the papers?" "Yes, Mr. Bilms, I plan to. I've already spoken with my coworkers and they also think it is for the best if we work it out to sell as standalone products. Sigh, such young kids you all are and you've got such impressive ideas. Well, don't mind me working on these then. I will let you know the progress through my spirit messenger if that's all right." "That would be all right. I welcome anything that increases the privacy of our letters," Loki said with a polished smile. Breaking away from Bilton, Loki roamed the streets of Diagon Alley until he reached his next destination, the Gringotts Bank. As soon as Loki stepped into the bank, he found himself thinking back to the event that had occurred last year here. The moment when Lucius Malfoy was picked as a customer that was more important than him. He felt even worse since he saw Malfoy walking towards the same teller assigned to give out Hogwarts orphan funds that Loki was moving towards. Does that guy still remember me? Logically, there wasn't any mistake from the bank since it made sense that the Malfoys were indeed more important, but Loki couldn't help but feel a sense of mistrust that brought along with it a bad aftertaste that he couldn't get rid of. And so when Loki found himself in front of the bank teller he'd worked with the last time, Loki did not reveal his real reason for coming to the bank immediately. Instead, he just said, "Good afternoon, could you please give me the money for the Hogwarts orphan funds for this year?" The goblin glared at Loki but said nothing, ignoring him like the air as he looked behind Loki at the Malfoys. Loki scowled and spoke in a harsh tone, "Is there no goblin in this stupid place that can treat its customers better? There are more important customers, could you please wait over there?" The goblin said with a sneer, pointing at the dusty cushioned sofas beside a dustbin with flies hovering around it. "Are you sure about this?" Loki asked the teller with a scowl on his face. The goblin scowled, but before he could answer, Loki felt a claw rest on his shoulder and pull him backwards and out of the way. "Don't waste my time, boy, you've already done plenty of that, you pauper," Malfoy said and stepped in front of Loki. Lucius Malfoy then produced a golden card and placed it in front of the teller. "I need to visit my vault." Reason. But just as Malfoy was about to respond to the teller, another goblin, dressed in plain clothes, quickly walked up to the desk and scowled at the teller. "I am the Malfoy's personal handler, Gornik," the teller complained, wondering if he was here to take his personal client. But Gornuk's scowl only deepened before he turned away from the goblin and looked at Loki with a smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Loki, he is a little stupid and slow. I apologize for letting such a stupid face show at our bank. Would you like to move to a more private room?" I promise you, you are a much more important client to us than the Malfoys. Gornick said, shocking Malfoy, who looked at Loki with wide eyes. Are you the only one who knows how to treat a customer well? I'd like to deal with you exclusively from now on if that's possible. If not, a place where you don't learn how to treat your customers right isn't a place I want to do my business at. Gornick nodded with a smile before guiding Loki to a private room where he spoke calmly to flatter Loki. I apologize for my colleague's foolishness. He doesn't get to do much other than hand out Hogwarts funds and handle the Malfoys' dying businesses. They moved to a fresh room where the goblin greeted Loki again with a fresh smile and waited for him to speak. Loki nodded calmly before asking the goblin the same question as last time, can I get my Hogwarts orphan funds? Gornick nodded calmly before pressing a button on the side of the table which called for a second goblin who Gornick asked to bring out the Hogwarts funds. As they waited, Gornick spoke again, Mr. Loki, your sudden rise in fame has had me rooting for you for the last year. I believe your ideas have brought you quite the wealth. They have. Loki nodded patiently before continuing, in fact the second reason I'm here is related to it. Oh, may I hear? Sure. I want to open a business vault under the name of Hogwarts Honest Mill and deposit some funds into it. Oh, and how much would we be talking about? About a few 100,000 galleons, give or take a few. Gornick's eyes widened, but he quickly nodded and pulled out a few pages from his desk. He quickly filled them out and then handed them over to Loki to sign. Loki signed them only after performing divination to see if there were any traps, but finding none, he signed them away and placed a simple-looking pouch on the table. The funds that I want to deposit are in there. Gornick nodded before calling another goblin to whom he handed the pouch Loki had given. Is there anything else for us to discuss while we wait for your vault to be initialized, Mr. Loki? Yes, have a look at this contract. I want to know how to proceed from here. Gornick quickly took the pages Loki gave him and found himself getting excited as he read through it, especially when he saw Lockhart's signature at the end. Would you like to tour the vaults, Mr. Loki? Is there anything special in there or is it all just money? Gornick shook his head before explaining, I'm sorry, I would not be privy to that information, but the manager of this vault should. Let me call him here. Gornick called a goblin who he spoke to in gobbledygook, sending him away to return with a new goblin who was excited. But as soon as he saw Loki and Gornick he became a little confused. You called me to answer questions regarding my vault, Gornick. Yes, but I don't see Lockhart here. I can only speak in his presence. Gornick nodded before explaining, Lockhart has sold his vault to Mr. Loki. I shall be handling the vault from now on. The goblin's eyes widened and he quickly read through the contract that Gornick handed over to him. His face turned into a scowl, before turning into a frown. He then looked at Loki before asking him a question, who is the witness to this contract? Professor Snape and Madame Pomfrey. The goblin sighed after hearing those names before proceeding to answer Loki's questions. Only an hour later was everything handled and Loki learnt he had precisely 700,000 galleons in his new vaults. He'd gotten 300,000 from Lockhart and 400,000 from the newspaper. Most of the money from the newspapers wasn't from the paper itself, they were from people purchasing fresh newspapers to gain new cards, especially the nobles who were the whales of the game. In total about 50 million copies of the paper were sold over a span of over 10 months. Which came to about 164,000 papers each month or about 6,000 copies each day. This wasn't a large number by any means since there were about 3,000 people at Hogwarts, and the remaining 3,000 came from other people related to the first 3,000. Additionally, there were several business contracts that Lockhart had signed with businesses in Diagon Alley which Loki inherited and aimed to make the most out of. All these combined put him comfortably over the million galleons mark. He was told this much money was above what the Malfoys had, even if not by much. But the businesses Lockhart had invested in were booming, so he was a more valuable customer. Loki felt that the goblins were only trying to sweeten his tongue a little by saying this so he didn't take them seriously, but he couldn't deny that it felt good. So as Loki returned from the private room, He became excited when he saw Lucius and Draco Malfoy exiting their vaults. He walked behind them before clearing his throat loudly to catch their attention. Ahem asterisk ahem. Malfoy turned around and spoke with annoyance, "Keep it down, you pauper." Loki mentally smiled when Malfoy said that and immediately retorted, "Pauper? If I'm a pauper, what are you? The beggar that roams on the streets stealing." Malfoy raised his eyebrows, trying to figure out where Loki's confidence came from, but that was when Loki pulled out an elegant silver clip pin that he pinned to his pocket. "I became a platinum member at Gringotts in just a year, Mr. Malfoy. What about you? I heard you dropped from the platinum tier and have become a gold one." Loki walked away from the bank under the stunned gazes of Malfoys. "Tisk. What a shitty place." Loki mumbled under his breath and walked out of the bank, moving towards Rob's warehouse, where he wanted to get information about the location of his next ingredient. Walking through the alleyway, Loki passed by the busy people, until he came to the old building he recognized from his memories of being here a year earlier. Loki immediately used his illusions to become Gehrman Sparrow, after which he slipped on the ring from the Black Manor that would keep his identity confined behind a veil of mirages just to be safe that no one would be able to track him down. Pushing open the door, Loki found the place to be a little busier than the last time he was there, or at least that is what he thought, since two more people were waiting for their turn to speak to the lady behind the counter. Loki sat down on one of the chairs, patiently waiting for his turn. Meanwhile, his thoughts drifted to the bank. Do the goblins deal with all of the wizard's monies? Isn't that risky? What if I open a bank? Tring. Next. A buzz and a shout later, Loki broke away from his thoughts as he looked at the plague doctor behind the counter. He walked up to the person with a smile on his face that no one could see and waited for the person to ask him the password question. "Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?" "SpongeBob SquarePants." Loki replied with a pump of his arm as he enjoyed the tune of the song. The person behind the counter noticed but said nothing else and just waited for Loki to state his business. Loki didn't know if the person had used a divination trick to come up with the password or was a reincarnated individual like him who had watched the show, but he plainly stated his business after pushing aside such thoughts. "Would you happen to know where I can get the eyeball of a sphinx and runospore scales?" "That will be 15 galleons." The person behind the counter stated almost immediately. Loki frowned a little, but he knew what he was getting himself into this time, so he pulled out the exact amount from his purse and stacked it onto the table. As the person behind the counter counted the stack of gold galleons, Loki asked them another question. "What do I call you?" Without lifting their head from the coins, the person, as if having expected this, answered in a monotone voice, "Rob. You can call me Rob." "I see. Then Mr. Rob, what about my information?" "Yes, here, take it," Rob said, placing a piece of parchment onto the table, which Loki looked at and picked up. 117 Nocturne Alley. Loki was stunned for a second at seeing the familiar address and found himself at a loss. Did I just waste 15 galleons for nothing? Loki flipped the parchment only to find further instructions written on its back. The items requested will be available during the coming full moon. The password to enter the gathering is Blood Fountain. Loki stared at the information and wondered about its accuracy a little, but seeing the confident posture of the plague doctor behind the counter, Loki gave up asking about it and made his way towards the exit. "I guess I will be going to the Aurora Order gathering soon. Hopefully, I won't have to work up a storm to get the items from there. I already have bad blood between me and the Order, I don't want to make it worse." Moving to the Black Mansion with everything on hand, Loki dove into the Saphira Castle to perform a series of divinations. "The Aurora Order gathering is dangerous for me. The Aurora Order gathering is dangerous for me. The Aurora Order gathering is dangerous for me. The Aurora Order gathering is dangerous for me." The pendulum in his hand spun clockwise but slowly. "So it is only a little dangerous. But what is the danger? The danger of being recognized? Or is there something else? Is this a trap?" Loki immediately performed another set of divinations to check if it was a trap, but Loki found no movement to indicate anything, either wrong or right. Are they using a powerful anti-divination item? Or is it just me thinking too much? Something that can block the divinations powered by the Saphira Castle. Then what's to say they didn't interfere with the divinations about the danger of me entering the place? Damn, this is worrying, or I'm spiraling. Is Mr. Rob also involved in all of this? No, I doubt it. He doesn't seem the sort to do anything like this, but I should take his information with a grain of salt and be wary of anything that could go wrong with this. Should I just scout out the place and steal the ingredients from there? But who has the ingredients? Is it a visitor that will arrive at the gathering, or does Aurora Order themselves hold stock of the ingredients? Sigh, what a tough situation. All this for measly sequence 7 potion ingredients. Leaving the Saphira Castle, Loki moved into the study where he began to continue his practice over molding spirituality outside his body, and given his consistent practice over the last year, he'd grown considerably free in mastering this. In fact, if given a few seconds, he could already even perform a few basic spells like the cutting charm and a few elemental charms like the fire-making charm and water one with nothing but a flick of his wand. Loki breathed slowly and opened his eyes. There was a certain sharpness to them that didn't exist before. Loki concentrated on the target in the distance, and after about 3 seconds of staring at the target, a sudden whistle blew through the air. If one concentrated with enough focus, they would be able to see a thin wind needle made up of streams of air that tied into each other and culminated at the needle's tip, flying through the air at supersonic speeds towards the target. The winds that formed the needle looked cold but sparkled occasionally. It felt like a combination of various elements of a cloud. A blast of wind left the target as soon as the needle came in contact with it, and a hole the size of a fist was blown through it even though the needle was only a few millimeters thin. Loki looked at the hole closer and found it frozen at the edges, under which were severe burns. It's pretty strong. Tom wasn't wrong, this spell could probably blow a hole in a dragon's head. But I'm still too slow. What do you think? Loki asked the Niffler, who was busy admiring the gold galleon that Loki had given it. Too bad. I don't think you'll ever hit anything at the speed you were casting it. You need to get it down to under a few milliseconds to have anything effective. Sunny responded without taking his eyes away from the galleon he was playing with. Sigh, I know. I was focused on being able to cast it without any wand movements until now. I will focus on speed from tomorrow. Yeah, sure. Just don't forget that we've got a plan to execute tomorrow. Sunny said in a bored tone. Yeah, I remember. How can I forget? I'm training for any untoward situations that might occur. It's better I have a well-sharpened weapon up my sleeve so that I can escape in time if something goes wrong. Loki looked at his wand with a stern look and then at the target. I need to get it to at least under a second. Loki thought, and then went back to practicing his elemental spell to create it without any wand movements. Although Loki had managed to transform only a part of the spell into movementless casting, he was pretty close to getting the entire spell down. It was just going to take him about a week or so to be able to do so. Before he fell asleep that day, Loki worked with Sunny, who controlled a target shooting machine which allowed him to practice quickly aiming and firing his elemental spell wordlessly. His wand moved for the first half of the spell and stayed still for the next. I hope I don't have to use this. Making his way over to the street that led to Nocturne Alley, Loki took a deep breath before finally stepping in. There were homeless people all around. They were of all ages, with some even as young as 10 or 11. Why don't they send these kids to Hogwarts? Loki wondered, but continued walking despite the depressing atmosphere trying to crush him. As Loki walked with tense steps, he suddenly felt someone grab his shoulders. Loki almost jumped out of fright, but when he turned around and looked at the person that grabbed his shoulders, he felt slight pity for them. The person's face was marred with several cuts and burns as if they had been used in some cruel experiment. The person only had half a nose, with the right nostril missing, while the left eyeball was replaced with what appeared to be a prosthetic. Yes? Loki asked, wondering why he'd been stopped. I have the most amazing opportunity for you. You are the 100th person to pass. Oh, a scammer. After freeing himself from the person's grip, Loki continued walking through the alleyway with a slightly relaxed stride until he arrived where he wanted to. Standing at ease in the dark part of the alleyway, Loki stared at the house numbered 117 in Nocturne Alley under the cover of his illusions. Under Loki's observation, the place appeared busy. And everyone going into the house didn't leave for as long as Loki had been waiting. Now admittedly Loki hadn't been waiting long since he'd only arrived a couple dozen minutes earlier, but no one who'd entered the place had exited from what he could tell. Overall Loki was sure that the Beyonder gathering was taking place right now with people of various wealths moving into the house. Do I go in? Loki wondered as he watched a woman with numerous Beyonder items on her person walk into the house. In the end, Loki decided to make his way up to the house and try his luck. But he only did so after making quick divinations up in the Saphira castle to check if he was in any danger beforehand. And other than the odd little slow clockwise spin that he'd noticed before, there wasn't anything conclusive. So he decided to try his luck. He donned a layer of illusion on himself to appear like Gehrman Sparrow and even used the ring to hide his appearance by making a collage of glass and mirrors out of it. Simultaneously, he also wore the Ring of Harvest and hid it with the help of his illusions. Walking up to the sturdy-looking iron door at the back entrance of the house, Loki mimicked the knocking patterns of those ahead of him. Knock knock knock. After 3 repeated knocks, the iron viewing window on the door slid open with a screech and a pair of eyes appeared through them looking right at Loki. The eyeballs waited for a while until Loki realized he was supposed to say something, and so he spoke the password that was written on the slip. Blood Fountain. The eyes stared at him for a little longer and then without notice pulled the viewing window shut, causing Loki to feel a little worried if he was going to be accepted or not. Are they worried because I'm someone new? But Loki didn't have to worry for long, since soon after the viewing window was shut a series of clicks and other assortment of noises rang from behind the door, which slid open and allowed Loki full view of whatever was inside. There wasn't much to see inside since it was just a long and dark tunnel, but Loki quickly stepped through and walked into the house after trying to greet the man who'd opened the door for him but stopping midway, since that would not be something a person visiting a Beyonder gathering would do. The house was furnished with old wood and smelt like a fresh book. Several scratches and burn marks on the place only glimmered as the torches on the wall flickered to give out a dim glow, signifying its length of use. But Loki followed the tunnel without fear, at least that's what he projected externally. Arriving in a dimly lit room whose only light came from the various lanterns hung up on the pillars, Loki searched for an empty iron stool to sit on. Sitting down in one of the corners, Loki looked around since the gathering seemed to have not started yet. At the head of the room was a man covered in dark robes sitting on a stool, almost blending into the darkness, while all around were other participants who had used various means to disguise their identities, ranging from a simple iron mask to various complicated methods like Loki's own. There was a different narrow pathway leading out of the room, and Loki reasoned it was perhaps a place for the various private deals that would occur in the gathering. Finally, when nearly all the seats were filled in a matter of minutes, Loki heard a distinct ring go off in the background that seemed to signify to everyone that the gathering was about to begin. The robed man slowly turned his head to look at everyone from under his hood that covered his face in shadows and spoke in a whisper, "You may begin." Loki wondered how people would order themselves, but it seemed that those accustomed to this place knew beforehand, since the person sitting in the front right corner stood up and went to the chalkboard beside the robed man without permission. "I need ghost butterflies and frozen boggarts. I am willing to pay around 25 galleons, but the price is negotiable." As soon as the man wrote that, everyone around looked at each other to see if there was anyone who would take him up on the offer, but seeing no one respond, the man slumped back into his chair and it seemed like he was done for the day. "I need mercenaries for hire to subjugate an XXXXX level beast. Negotiable price." A different man wrote underneath the first request. The gathering began in this manner, with various people asking for different things, while Loki took note of a few requests so that he could fulfill them the next time he was here to make a temporary extra source of income for himself. It wasn't long before it was Loki's turn, and so he stood up and quickly wrote exactly what he needed on the board. Eyeballs of a sphinx and runospore scales. Loki looked around for a little bit, and just as he was about to lose hope to the silence that had gripped the room, a hand shot up. Mr. X nodded to acknowledge the person whose hand shot up before a different robed man arrived and guided both Loki and the other person to the private room to discuss their business. He stood by as the arbiter of their deal. Once seated, Loki nodded at the person as she began to speak. I can get you some, but what price are you willing to pay for it? About 50 galleons. Deal. The woman who had an iron mask covering her face said with clear joy before Loki could change the price. I will get them here during the next gathering, but I'd like a little bit of advance before that. Loki felt like he was being scammed out of money, but then since he trusted ROB's information to some extent, he forked out 20 galleons from his purse and handed it over to the robed arbiter, who placed them on an item that glowed with a green light as soon as it came in contact with the coins. Is he checking their authenticity? After the item glowed green, he picked up the money to give to the woman hiding behind an iron mask. I will bring you the items next meeting, thank you for doing business with me. My pleasure. Loki coughed out, she's not going to up and vanish on me, is she? At least nothing went wrong. The wait through the week passed as Loki progressively worried if he'd really get the 2 ingredients so soon, when Klein always seemed to have a hard time coming across them. During the week, not only had Sunny advanced to the next sequence and became a Soul Asurer, since Walburga had most if not all of the Darkness Pathway ingredients, but Loki had also improved upon the use of his elemental spell, the Lox Akis, by incorporating it within his practiced spell chains. And although he hadn't been able to bring the speed of casting it under a few hundred milliseconds, he had managed to use other charms in a chain to give him enough time to cast the spell, since others would be busy trying to defend themselves. The next day when Loki woke up, it was already a week and it was time for him to attend the Beander gathering once again. Walking to the meeting site under the same get-up as last time, Loki entered the uninviting house that had all its windows and doors shut before seeking out his position from last time and sitting on his corner seat. Watching the gathering begin, Loki patiently waited for his turn as people voiced out their needs and wants, some similar to the last time, while others mostly asked for something new. Ghost butterflies and frozen boggarts, anyone? I'm willing to pay 30 galleons, negotiable. A man asked and Loki immediately raised his hand. Yes, I have frozen boggarts. I ask for 20 galleons for them. Could I use a room? The man turned towards Mr. X and spoke in a calm manner. The robed Mr. X only nodded a little, while the butler who was standing at the mouth of the corridor leading out of the room moved to direct Loki and the man who had requested a separate room to their room for further discussions. Loki followed the man and the butler without delay as they came to a stop in front of a dark room whose only source of light was a single lantern hung from the ceiling like a chandelier. Can you find me a ghost butterfly? I can provide you the entrapment device that would help you trap the butterfly. The man immediately opened as soon as Loki sat down. Loki, however, took his time absorbing all the details around the room before speaking. I could, but then I'd ask for 20 more galleons since it is a little inconvenient for me to do so. If I may ask, what about it is troubling you? The man questioned. I have a way of getting the information, but that requires me to pay extra, which is why I'll need to charge you extra, Loki said coolly as he thought of ROB's warehouse. I see. Is it all right if I wait for a week before taking you up on your offer? Yes, that is fine by me. I understand. Thank you. The man said, pulling out 20 galleons and handing them over to Loki, who gave the man a boggart that was trapped in a stasis charm that had frozen its movements or any changes it would undergo when it was in front of a person. The boggart itself was a dark mass of slowly fluctuating light as it spun around on an axis that passed vertically through its center. It looked remarkably like a spinning nebula, except it was all black instead of colorful. The man took the boggart and inspected it with a relieved expression as he thanked Loki and then turned towards the butler to let him know that they could return. As Loki stepped into the gathering hall, he realized that the gathering had been put on a pause with their disappearance from it. Makes sense. Loki nodded inwardly. I just hope Sunny does his best. The gathering moved on like before, with the man from last time making the same request once again about requiring mercenaries for hire, and when a few more people volunteered, he went into the special room to discuss the terms. Eventually, it was Loki's turn and he got the Sphinx eyeball and the Runospore scales from the woman who'd told him she would bring it the next time. Soon the gathering was out of people to make requests, but before the gathering could end, Mr. X spoke to everyone. A new mission has been posted on the board, make sure to look at it on your way out. The man spoke with a cold, bland, detached tone. Like everyone else, Loki moved towards the board that Mr. X had pointed at and studied the mission paper on it religiously. Peddler for hire. Only if you can still move around Hogwarts. Needs to relay information from inside Hogwarts about students and teachers. Pay will be given out on an information quality basis. Loki felt his heart beat faster as he read the pamphlet. They're planning something for Hogwarts. No, that might not be it. They could just as well be hiring new spies since their old ones graduated. Loki could see several people interested in the offer that were hanging back to learn more about the situation and moved aside himself, waiting to see whatever was going to happen. It wasn't a long wait since it was time to leave and all the extra people began to leave the hall one by one through different exits. Eventually, Loki found himself remaining along with 3 other participants, each having their own quirks as one of them had several potion bottles tied to his waist, while another constantly fiddled with a ring on her finger and the last one did absolutely nothing. It was as if he'd fallen asleep while standing still. Under the stuffy silence that had occupied the room, Loki noticed the butler walk in their direction and grab their attention simply by his presence. "Please follow me." Mr. X was nowhere to be seen and Loki expected him to be waiting for them in whatever room they were being taken to, so he diligently followed. Arriving in front of a room in a minute, Loki entered as the butler stood with the door open. Inside as expected was Mr. X leaning on a table with a hunched back as he casually observed everyone entering the room from under his dark hood. For a few minutes, a stiff silence took the room as every movement the participants made became clearly audible. The floors creaked and clothes rustled, but Mr. X did not speak to anyone in particular. What unsettled everyone in the room, however, was not the sounds that were naturally produced, it was the constant murmurings that Mr. X spat out. It was like he was talking to someone, except there was no one there who could listen to him or even understand what he was saying. "Could you let us know why we're here?" a woman asked politely, breaking the silence, as if that were the cue. Mr. X began speaking. "Find any information about him," Mr. X said, throwing a knife he was holding at the table in the center of the room. Everyone leaned in to see what it was that Mr. X wanted and Loki's blood chilled. It was a wanted poster, and it was for someone who he knew intimately. It was for Gairman Sparrow. Arriving at the Black Manor after taking care to get rid of any tales that could have been on him from the gathering, Loki immediately went to the basement and pulled out the blasphemy card that corresponded with the error pathway. He looked over the potion ingredients one final time as he began to prepare them. On the card was a woman who was looking at a set of footprints with the help of a magnifying glass, and in the distance was an eldritch horror that stepped through a forest making those footprints. It portrayed the ease with which it was possible for a Sequence 7 cryptologist to encounter trouble if they weren't prepared, and Loki felt it was apt for the sequence. "At least I will have a little bit more brain on me by the end of this potion," Loki thought as he went back to looking at the ingredients and preparing them. But before he could prepare further, Loki felt a disturbance in the spirituality in the area as the fabric of space tore open in front of him and a small niffler stepped out of it. "Damn. Just what mission did you send me on? I was nearly spotted," Sunny immediately complained. "Tell me, did you hear anything of substance?" "No. The house was empty after you left and both the butler and Mr. X never spoke to each other," Sunny said casually. "Really? Nothing?" Loki asked with a worried look on his face. He turned around and looked at the wanted poster he'd taken. Each of the peddlers who'd joined the group was given one, and broke into a sweat. "Why are they behind me? What have I done to them? I mean, I know I killed Mr. A, but they shouldn't have connected it to my alias as Gairman Sparrow." Sunny shrugged. "Sigh, well, let's advance for now. I can worry about these troubles later. After all, truly strong people don't need to worry about pests." Loki looked at the blasphemy card that was strewn in front of him and laughed a little. "Haha, I'm calling what is probably a Sequence 5 Beander a pest." My overconfidence knows no bounds. Loki picked up a beaker and placed it on the burner. 100 drops of pure water. Loki said as he poured in pure water from a flask that had the exact premeasured amount inside it. A sphinx eyeball. Lifting the soft fleshy eyeball by the bundle of nerves connected to it, Loki dropped it into the beaker. 4 Runospore scales. Loki counted the scales and dropped them into the beaker. 100 drops of rose oil. Counting the correct amount, Loki poured it into the breaker, and for the first time, the individual elements began to sizzle and liquefy. 4 nettle leaves. Picking a stalk with exactly 4 leaves. Loki found himself dropping the leaves into the beaker and watched as they all liquefied and became more like the potion he would soon drink. 7 drops of dragon blood. Loki said, pouring remarkably crimson blood into the beaker, allowing everything inside it to begin to boil. The potion was still a little off from its picture in the card of blasphemy, but that was only because Loki had yet to drop the last ingredient into it. 45 horned slug horns. Loki said, dropping the final ingredient as if he were performing a complicated ritual. The potion in front of him immediately turned a bright green, and Loki found himself staring at the potion with bright eyes. What are you waiting for? Go on, drink it then, Sunny said, breaking Loki out of his stupor. Loki nodded and picked up the beaker that was a little warm to the touch and brought it close to his mouth before, like always, gulping the entire potion in a single mouthful. The same thing happened to him once again. Deep and mad raving assaulted his ears as he felt he was losing control. The words, Hogwarts, Walburga, resounded among these screams and caused him to feel dissociated from his body. Loki immediately used cogitation to quell the side effects, but found himself feeling a little breathless. He felt as if his body could split into a million pieces and yet he'd be fine, even though it sounded illogical. It felt that way. Everything in his vision felt like it was swimming before he used cogitation to help him get things to stabilize. As Loki looked at any random object, he felt his mind spin through a million thoughts and noticed things about the object that he'd never noticed before. He could see the cracks, scratches and soft dents on the object to conclude how many times and how the object had fallen before. His brain worked fast enough to retrace the shadows and lights around himself to give him a full 360-degree vision that allowed him to see everything around him. And his brain was doing all this casually. It felt like he was putting no effort into any of it. It felt intoxicating. Another little thing that Loki instinctively knew was just how easy or hard it would be for him to steal particular objects in his vision. He had gained a rudimentary form of divination that increased his spiritual intuition regarding thefts. With a wave of his hand, Loki hid his body and created a projection of himself a little beside him as he followed Sunny's stunned gaze, which appeared to be a little confused about how he had suddenly changed his position. His control over illusions, however, was not the only thing that had improved. Firstly, they could now also produce sound, given how Sunny was speaking with the illusion. Second, and most importantly, he could see Sunny's body of heart and mind and recognize certain thoughts floating at its edges. He could see exactly how puzzled Sunny was. But that wasn't all that made him feel better. When he used his spiritual intuition to predict Sunny's thoughts, he could predict exactly what Sunny was about to do. His intuition could predict exactly how things were going to change in the next few moments, given how fast his brain was processing all the information around him. He felt like he could see moments into the future. Ha ha, I feel awesome. Loki mumbled under his breath as he dispelled his illusion and caused Sunny to turn and look at him. Is this how you've been feeling all this time? Loki asked, since Sunny had been a sequence 7 before he was. Haha, you're happy with just that much. Once you become a sequence 6, your mind will be blown. Mid-sequence beyonders are on another level completely. Sunny said with a laugh. I see. Loki mumbled as he clenched his hands and unclenched them. He could feel he had grown a little stronger too. Not by much, mind you, but it was there. He felt he could tank a hit from a slow-moving car on his own now. Good. Loki's head brimmed with calculations and possibilities as he began to find solutions to several of his earlier problems. The first thing that Loki paid attention to, however, was his matter concerning the Aurora Order. They probably learnt about me by using some special divination or item, or Adam might have revealed something about me to them. And given how I haven't used the identity of Gehrman Sparrow to trouble the Aurora Order yet, it likely means that I will be a thorn in their side in the future. Probably stopping or going against whatever it is they are planning right now. Loki sighed gently and closed his eyes to rest a little as his thoughts drifted until they reached a peculiar pause at a random question. Given how I can't leave Hogwarts during the next year, what exactly are they planning on doing at the Hogwarts castle that I have become their enemy? Loki tried pondering and using his supercomputer brain to think about it, but he couldn't get past a certain roadblock without more information. What exactly are they planning to do? I remember Mr. A telling me in the first year that him coming to Hogwarts had a different purpose, other than finding me, of course, so is it related to that? I don't have enough information. Loki sighed. But maybe I can gain more by ranking higher in the organization. But how do I rank higher? It's not like I can become a Beyander of the Hanged Man pathway. Loki closed his eyes and thought of a few possibilities and ended up with one of them. Maybe I can provide them information about Gehrman Sparrow and gauge their reactions to learn something from it. We'll see. Loki nodded and moved on to the next things that were holding his attention. Loki finally turned around and pulled his wand out. With barely a flick, Loki spoke, "Velox Acus," and caused a bright white flash to emerge from the tip of his wand that resulted in a thin, pointed whirling storm of wind charged with lightning and frost flying out of his wand and hitting the target opposite to him. Immediately, the center of the target exploded, sending shards of wood and pieces of hay everywhere inside the room while the rest of it froze and became encased in a thin transparent ice block. "Damn, that's good," Loki exclaimed as he observed the damage that had resulted from his spell. The spell's mastery had been boosted not only by the increase in his mental capabilities but also by the increased spirituality that had resulted as a bonus from drinking the Sequence 7 Cryptologist potion. He was finally able to cast the spell with barely a flick of his wand and was also at the same time overpowering it with much more spirituality so that he could break through any physical obstacle that tried to stop it. With a flick of his wand, several spheres of light emerged from Loki's wand and floated around the room he was currently standing in. And with another flick, the lights in the room dimmed, making the spheres the only sources of light in the room, giving it an ethereal and celestial feeling. Finally. After so long, I can finally perform spells without any wand movement. Loki exclaimed, overjoyed that all his hard work for the past few years had culminated into a fruitful outcome. Especially since the potion had improved his control over spirituality and had allowed him to cast spells without having to perform wand movements, giving him a final push. But damn, I know it was possible because of all my hard work till now, but I was only able to fully master the method of molding spirituality outside my body because of consuming the potion. Beyonders really do have an unfair advantage in magic. I wonder what would happen if Myone learnt about it. What pathway Beyander would she become in the first place? Hermit? Or perhaps Paragon? With his experiment done, Loki sat down on his chair as he pondered his troubles with the Aurora Order once again deeply. Given how I want to get close to the higher-ups in Aurora Order, I'm sure any information I give them will be verified with the help of the others who are spying for them at Hogwarts, so I need to make sure I can learn of their identities so that I can fool them. But how do I learn of their identities? I know how they behave, their posture, gait and breathing patterns, but I still don't know their faces. Will I be able to divine their identities? Doesn't hurt to try though. Loki thought and slipped into the Saphira castle and tried out a few divinations to reveal their identities. Loki's vision shifted as he first saw a girl in his vision who was looking at the full-body mirror in her house. She was dressed in a black robe and had on her face an iron mask. The girl scanned herself for a while before slowly pulling down her mask as she revealed her face. The girl had a thin, sickly face. Her eyes carried a sense of craze, and her long thin limbs felt like they were twitching to do something crazy. Loki looked at the mirror in the room and spotted one of her textbooks open to the first page. This book belongs to Mary Jackson. The vision shifted once again, and this time Loki was greeted by a boy in a bunk bed. He had his eyes open as he stared at the rungs holding up the mattress above him like a corpse. The boy didn't move for a full minute despite someone calling him. "Hey, Freaky Frank, can't you listen to me? Freaky Frank, Freaky Frank." Finally, when the voice got loud enough, the boy's eyes shifted to look at the girl looking at him as his face broke out into a kind smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't know pigs could speak." Loki's vision shifted again as he finally spotted a well-fed boy looking at a cauldron that was on top of a fire. The potion inside was bubbling and swirling as the boy used a ladle to scoop some of it and pour it into bottles. When he was done with it all, he smiled dangerously before pulling a rat out of a cage. He forcefully fed one of the rats the potion as it began to **screak* in pain, shouting for help, but the boy just stood by and watched. Loki saw a letter on the boy's experiment table directed to him. Enclosed in the letter are your owls, Mr. Crampton. Loki's vision broke there and he woke up. Inside the silent Saphira castle, Loki drummed the table with his fingers as he thought about what he'd just seen. So they are all crazy people. How am I the most normal of all of them? And if they're all beyonders, this might be dangerous. Should I avoid them since I don't have any direct means of attack other than magic? Perhaps there's a way to play around them. I could try observing their movements with the Marauder's map, but that wouldn't help much unless they're doing something like Tom was last year. But what about other spies that they already have inside the castle? I have no connection to them, so I probably can't divine about them. A quick divination later, Loki was sure he couldn't find out anything about their identities using divination. Either I throw out a bait for them to find me on their own, or I find them by myself by meeting various people at Hogwarts and seeing if I recognize any of them from their habits. Why not do both? But how can I meet several students at once to observe them closely? I could do it in the Great Hall, but I doubt I will be able to recognize them easily from a distance. I need a way to bring students to me. Is that possible? Finding no way to solve his problem, Loki gave up for now and went back to his room, where he pulled out a two-way mirror and began to talk to Elaine. "Wah, Big Bewather, I did my first magic today," Elaine exclaimed with joy as she spoke to him. "No way. Seriously?" Loki asked with shocked eyes. "Yes, I changed the color of my doll's hair," Elaine said with a joyous expression as she showed Loki a doll whose hair was pink in color earlier but was now a shimmering silky blue. "What an awesome job," Loki praised. "Now my little sis will come into Hoggy Hoggy soon and become a genius star," Loki said with a smile on his face as he looked at his little sister nodding happily. "Yeah, now I can be with Big BW other once again," Elaine said with a happy smile as she jumped around the bed she was sitting on. "Haha, did you miss your Big BW other so much?" I miss Big Bewather so much. Haha. Don't worry, I'll come meet you this weekend," Loki promised as he held out his little finger, only for Elaine to pout and inform him about something else. "No, Big Bewather. We can't meet this weekend. Auntie Cassandra is busy this weekend. She said she has to meet an old friend." "Is that so? Then let's meet each other next weekend," Loki said with a smile and raised his pink finger for Elaine, who smiled and mimicked him. "Pinky promise. A liar has to eat 1,000 needles," both said simultaneously. After Elaine fell asleep while talking to him, Loki readied his bed and comforter and slipped into it. I'm going to enjoy having a relaxing sleep finally after a long time," Loki mumbled, since he was always on edge when he had Riddle's diary in his room at Hogwarts. But just as Loki was about to fall asleep, he jolted awake. "Wait, I could become a fortune teller," Loki said, sitting up straight on his bed. "Becoming a fortune teller is just the right thing for me. I can use my analysis abilities as a cryptologist to make near-accurate predictions that are backed by arithmancy and fool them that I'm some sort of a seer. I could also use the mystery Prior's soul in the Ring of Harvest to perform actual divinations. In the meantime, as I observe more people, I can ascertain the identities of those who come to meet me. Perhaps I can even gain enough reputation for the spies to directly come to me and ask me about Gehrman Sparrow's whereabouts. And solving people's various puzzling questions should also allow me to digest my cryptologist potion on the side like I did with the newspaper last year. Loki was so ecstatic about his sudden idea that he failed to fall asleep once again and so spent the rest of the night doing various meaningless tasks, trying to increase his comprehension of magic in one way or another. Finally, as the night approached a vanishing point, Loki, who was practicing methods to try and empty his mind of thoughts, suddenly fell into a trance while thinking about ancient runes. It felt as if all his thoughts regarding the matter were insignificant, as if such thoughts were silly and didn't matter. He felt like a spectator in his own mind. He felt serene and free. The trance lasted for only a few seconds, but Loki felt its impact deep in his core. Was that what it means to empty your mind? Loki asked himself, excited at the prospect of finally being able to progress his occlumency capabilities. Having grasped it once, Loki began to analyze exactly how he had slipped into such a state of mind. How did I do it? It all of a sudden felt like all my thoughts were insignificant. It felt like I was looking at the big picture. Loki closed his eyes and patiently tried to slip into the same state as before. He first thought about ancient runes, and as he became more and more focused on the topic, he became aware of his entire mind. After taking the cryptologist potion, Loki's mind was no longer limited to thinking linearly. He could think parallelly whenever he wished, and so while he was thinking about ancient runes, slowly shifting his focus to become aware of his entire mind caused Loki to come to know about the emptiness in his mind. He could suddenly see just how empty his mind was, and the noise created by his thoughts about ancient runes got drowned by the silence within. As soon as Loki slipped into a trance again, he found himself feeling free again. He could notice the most intricate details as long as he wanted, while at the same time ignoring everything. Slowly Loki returned back to normal and a beautiful smile blossomed on his otherwise sleepy face. That feels so good. Loki walked up to his bag filled with books and pulled out the book about occlumency from it. I've achieved the first step of mastering occlumency. Now all I need to do is finish making and creating a robust set of runes that will help me defend my mind. Loki said as he slipped into his bed and began reading the book to learn about all the complicated patterns and sets of runes that would help him protect his mind. But it seemed like slipping into that trance state had relaxed Loki enough that he quite immediately fell asleep. Loki woke up in the evening with a fresh mind. Having a dreamless slumber had made him energetic as he slipped out of the bed and got down for tea served by Creature. "Master seems to be happy today," Creature asked as he noticed Loki hum a tune as he drank tea. "Yes, Creature, did you know Elaine performed her first accidental magic?" Creature's comically big eyes widened further, and before Loki could say another word he began crying. Mistress Walburga was right. Master Loki and Mistress Elaine will save the family of Black. Loki left the sobbing Creature to his own devices after telling him he could take the day off before he left back to his room and continued practicing occlumency. As Loki reached back to his room, the spirit world tore open and from it appeared an eyeball which looked at Loki for a few seconds before tossing out a letter with tiny hands. Loki looked at the Creature as it vanished before he picked up a letter that seemed to have arrived from Bilton Bilms. The thin envelope indicated that not much was inside it, so Loki quickly opened it to get it over with. Inside the envelope was a letter that delivered a little shock to Loki. "Mr. Loki, I have an interesting offer for you. If it is possible, please write to me by the end of this day so that I can arrange for a meeting between you and the Folly family, who are currently developing a secret broom. I feel your input about runes and their arrangement will be most valuable and hence would like to have you involved in the project. With regards, Bilton Bilms." A broom? Does he mean a flying broom? I never heard about the Follies family making a broom, so it's their first attempt. A kid's broom. I guess I can take part in it, and if I contribute in any significant manner, I can also ask for a share in the profits. With a positive response written, Loki troubled Rolly, who was more than happy to fly around to send a letter, and began to train by himself to get accustomed to his new and old strengthened Beander abilities. Myone said she got a cat spirit. I hope it's not that ugly one. Once it was evening and Loki received a letter from Bilton asking him to meet up in the Leaky Cauldron. Loki with creature's help arrived at the Leaky Cauldron by using side-along apparition. "Greetings, Tom," Loki said politely while lifting his hat trying to grab the busy bartender's attention. "Ah, Loki. How are you?" "I'm fine, Tom, thanks. I was wondering if Mr. Bilms was here." "I have an appointment with him," Loki said with a smile as he inquired about the room Bilton was in. "Yes, he's upstairs, Loki. Room number 10, Tom said and went back to serving the various customers who were waiting for specially mixed cocktails. Loki nodded in short appreciation and with his cane moved along to the upper floor and walked with a full stride until he reached room number 10. "Knock knock. Come in." An old but excited voice gave him permission to enter. Loki stepped in and found himself coming face to face with two old men who had similar white hair on their heads and wore clothes styled in the same manner. Loki first nodded in Bilton's direction and then held out his hand for the other gentleman as he spoke in a calm voice. "Hello, you must be Mr. Folly, I suppose." "Haha, yes. Your manners are impeccable, I say. I didn't believe Bilton here when he said you looked like a little lord, but now that I've seen you myself I think that's the most apt description." "Haha, thank you. You surely fit well in your style too, Mr. Folly." Thank you. But leaving all that aside, I would like to work together with you, Mr. Loki. I've heard a terrible lot about your skills from Bilton here and I must say I am excited. Thank you for holding me up to a high standard, but may I ask what exactly we are working on? Mr. Bilms has been quite secretive and only told me about a broom, is that it? Loki asked with a patient expression, pointing at the broom on the table between Bilton and Folly. Yes, Randolph, my assistant, came up with the original designs of the broom and worked on it in his free time until I caught wind of it one fine day recently. And mark my words, I was shocked. I hadn't seen a broom with a smoother ride before. Mr. Randolph, where would he be? Knock knock. Mr. Folly, no longer caring for appearances, immediately opened the door of the room and pulled closer the man who was standing at the door. And I present to you, Randolph Spudmore, Folly said with an exaggerated bow. Loki looked at the man and showed a surprised look, since the man looked almost as if he were approaching 40 and Loki had a slightly younger image in his mind when Folly said he was an assistant. An assistant at 40? Isn't he more of an apprentice? You must be Mr. Loki. I've heard quite a bit about you, Randolph said with his hand held out for Loki to shake. Loki shook his hand and nodded politely, and before he could say anything, the two of them were whisked away and made to sit in opposite seats so that they could admire the broom on its holder in the center of the table. You want me to work on improving the broom, Mr. Bilton? Yes. It wasn't just Bilton who answered but all the men in the room. How are you so sure I can improve it? You've got plenty of experience above me and I doubt I can be of much use given how I don't know half the things that go into making a broom. Bah, you don't need to be so modest, Mr. Loki. We've all seen the designs of Arcadia Royale runes. It is something that has left our minds to ascend to the next stage of rune heaven. Folly said, slapping his thigh. And I've learned a lot from your rune arrangements too, Mr. Loki. In fact, I had to rewire the broom to make it slightly more displayable to be in front of you. Had I not, I'd be ashamed to show you something I'd worked on. Randolph said with a smile. Meanwhile, Bilton nodded continuously while stroking his mustache as he agreed with everything his friends were saying. Loki looked at the three men and felt a little awkward. Damn, I didn't know my fluency in the runic language would be this striking. Well, while the ability comes from my Beander abilities, I can't be overly modest and offend any of them. Sigh, at least it's an interesting project to spend my summer on. Loki nodded under the pressuring gazes of all the people in the room and picked up the firebolt. Spreading his spirituality over the broom and blanketing it, Loki caused the runes on it to glow as he immersed himself in this glow and began to use his wand to correct or rewrite parts of the enchantments on the broom himself. Although Loki didn't know much of what certain enchantments did, he was able to improve their efficiency by arranging them in the proper order, giving the rough runes on a broom his professional touch effortlessly by simply removing the errors he felt in them. Only after an entire hour with the broom where Loki learnt about the various runes and enchantments from Mr. Spudmore and adjusted the runes on the broom with his help while Bilton and Folly explained their own tips and tricks did Loki stop for rest. I can't believe it, Randolph exclaimed softly as he looked at the broom that was placed on the table. I can hardly recognize it anymore. True, Bilton said and Folly appended, if it is a flying broom now, it was a hand-drawn cart before. Haha, I will take that as a compliment. But you'll have to excuse me for a while, Mr. Spudmore. I'm tired and in great need of a little rest. Loki said and stood up from his chair. Shall we meet again tomorrow? Loki asked and Spudmore nodded eagerly. Come up to my store if you can, Mr. Loki, it will be more comfortable there, Folly said with a smile as he shook Loki's hand, after which he left. Can you believe it, Folly? Bilton asked, stroking his mustache. It's hard. No, it's impossible. Haha, the younger generation is surely going to take off in the future, Randolph commented looking at Loki's departing back. Then they all gave each other the same look that read somewhat like, are you thinking what I'm thinking? The next day when Loki arrived at the Follies store for enchanted and engraved items, he heard a little tinkle from the top of the door where a small bell was attached. Oh, Loki, you're here, Randolph said with a smile as he greeted Loki. Follow me, he said, flipping the sign on the glass door to the other side indicating that the store was going on a short break. Loki followed the order diligently and as soon as he stepped into the workshop attached to the store he gasped audibly. This is amazing, Loki said with excitement clear in his tone as he looked around the store and spotted several humanoid mechanical devices that functioned by themselves, some cleaning the store while others worked to manufacture various alchemical and runic items. Haha, I was the exact same as you were when I first entered the back of the store, although I was a little older than you when I did, but I suspect I looked just the same. It feels like a new world, doesn't it? All this, how is it possible? Loki asked in shock. All in due time, boy. Let's see if you can first work on the broom, Randolph said with a clear smirk of victory and pulled Loki with him to a bench where tools were set up around a hovering broom to make it easier for everyone to work on it. Sigh, I will hold this as a promise then, Mr. Spudmore, Loki said and began to work while trying his best to ignore the various magical and mechanical wonders around the room. Spending the next few days working on the broom with Bilton, Folly and Randolph, Loki found himself coming back home with a tired and exhausted look as he usually collapsed into his bed after dinner. In the next couple of days, however, Loki, who was rich from the money Lockhart had so kindly provided him, purchased several shares in the firebolt business that Folly was about to set up for Randolph, at a severely discounted price of course. But their first racing broom, will it really be trusted by others? Well, they know better. I'm sure they've done their research. I haven't seen a more talented 13-year-old than you in my life. And I don't think I will ever see one as good as you, Randolph commented as he admired the broom hovering in front of him. The top speed before was about 150 miles an hour, but now it's been boosted to about 190. I can't believe you were able to improve the efficiency of the circuits so much for me to improve not only the top speed but also the braking speed and the comfort of the cushioning charm. Come on, Mr. Spudmore, don't embarrass me. I just did what I could, Loki said humbly and stood up from his seat in Folly's workshop in Diagon Alley where Loki had worked with everyone on the broom. Thank you for having me here, it was a pleasure and I got to learn quite a bit, Loki said with a handsome smile as he became excited about the new things he could make for himself with the Beander characteristics he had gathered from the souls in the Ring of Harvest. Perhaps I can even sell a few items in the Aurora Order gathering. But before Loki could leave, Mr. Spudmore walked over to Loki and handed him a small ring. Huh, what is this, Mr. Spudmore? Loki asked with a puzzled expression. It's a ring that will help you detect poisons in your meals and purify them, Mr. Spudmore said with a soft smile. That was the ring Folly gave me to get me interested in his store. It works fine, it just has a small flaw. But how does it purify food? I remember there being a spell to do that, the purification spell was it. But to make it into a ring, why give it a flaw? Unless, how did you make that? Loki asked with a confused look, and when he looked back up at Mr. Spudmore he found him smirking. Wouldn't you like to know, little guy? But if you want to know more, you'll have to become Mr. Folly's apprentice. Think of this offer as my parting gift. At those words, Loki's eyes instantly widened. They didn't widen simply because of the offer Randolph presented to him, but because of the consequences and what they implied. Is this a Beander item? Is that why he wants me to accept the apprenticeship? So that I can become a Beander and learn under him? Damn, can I think about it a little, Mr. Spudmore? Loki asked with wide eyes and a slightly loose jaw. Ha ha, I can see you're surprised, but make sure to accept. Since you won't ever get such a wonderful opportunity once again. Randolph said with a smile as he patted Loki's shoulder. I will see what I can do, Mr. Spudmore. Good, good, Randolph said and allowed Loki to leave. Leaving Diagon Alley, Loki reached the Black Manor and immediately dove into the study to learn how the ring that Randolph had given him was made and worked. Loki carefully set it on the table under a wide assortment of tools to study it in depth. The table was decorated with many trinkets like omnioculars, rune-etching knives and holder clamps that Loki used to inspect the ring. The tiny runes that had been engraved in the underside of the ring would have led Loki to believe it was just a simple work of runes, but when he activated his spirit vision he had a different conclusion. It is a ring that has absorbed Beander characteristics. Happy with his first conclusion, Loki began to examine the structure of the ring under spirit vision. So the Beander characteristic itself works as a core that siphons in spirituality from the air using its will. With a few spirituality gathering runes and powers the entire system. What is this? Loki mumbled audibly as he clicked a few lenses into place on his omnioculars and zoomed in on the tiny runes that were carved into the ring. How does the ring know to detect poisons? How is the spirituality being given an intent? Since it was the basic rule of magic that any spell could only occur when it was given an intent, Loki was a little confused. Is it also because of the remnant will in the Beander characteristic? Loki theorized. The person to whom the Beander characteristics died wanting to purify poisons. Loki quickly set up a bestowment ritual and moved to the Saphira Castle to obtain the Beander characteristics of the soul of the Beander of the Twilight Giant pathway in the Ring of Harvest that he set free first. Let's see. Bringing the Beander characteristics under the omnioculars, Loki began to study it. But unable to find anything like that, Loki decided to take a different approach. He brought out a normal metallic plate that was lying around in the basement and engraved it with the spirituality gathering runes which he copied from the ring that Randolph had handed over to him. Finally, after drawing the runes and setting the Beander characteristic into the metallic plate, Loki began to find something peculiar. The spirituality that was gathered into the plate with the Beander characteristic as the core also had an intent. It kept trying to form a reddish shield around itself, like it had coagulated the light of dawn to protect itself. I see. So the remnant will of the Beander characteristic decides what abilities it will exhibit when it comes in contact with spirituality. Loki made a note and nodded his head as he began to test further. Pouring his spirituality into the metallic plate, Loki instantly felt a subtle difference in his body, but he didn't have to pay very much attention to understand this difference. Almost immediately the rune engraving pen that was in his hand snapped due to the excess strength that had been pumped into his muscles, while a soft reddish glow full of warmth formed a thin shield around him. So this Beander characteristic will give me excess strength if I pour spirituality into it along with a shield. Strength to protect myself, Loki mumbled with a small smile on his face. Yet, I can't seem to attack anyone in this state, and that is its flaw. Because the will of the Beander characteristic is only here to protect, not attack. How wonderful. After finishing his tests with the Beander characteristics, Loki crashed into his bed as he pondered about Randolph's offer. I can't in good faith take up Mr. Spudmore's offer since I'm already adopted by the Black family, and above all that I'm already a Beander. I think it would be rather ridiculous if I take advantage of the situation, especially when I might get caught if they ask me to take a potion from the Savon pathway. And I'm sure I'll eventually find some books in the Black or Hogwarts library to figure out a way to craft better Beander items. What do you think? Loki asked the chubby niffler who was pretending to be asleep on his bed. Sunny just rolled over and slid deeper into the covers to avoid answering Loki's question, leaving him hanging and forcing him to decide about the matter by himself. There's also the matter of him being from one of the Sacred 28. I doubt he'd like it if I were to hide the fact that I'm affiliated with the Black family. Perhaps I should tell him that I am already a Darkness Pathway Beander and have already been adopted by the Black family. Drifting along with his thoughts, Loki eventually fell asleep after having decided what he would do the next day. Loki woke up early the next morning and religiously studied the ring that Randolph had given him, attempting to learn more about how the Beander item was crafted. There were several runes and Loki did his best to learn all the unique ways the runes were used while also making note of any new runes that he didn't know about to look up in the Black Library later during the summer. Eventually, when the grandfather clock struck 10:30, Loki called out for Creature. Yes, Master Loki. Teleport me to Diagon Alley please. As you wish, Creature said with a polite bow and held Loki's hands. With a quick pop, Loki and Creature reached the entrance of Diagon Alley from where Loki departed towards Folly's store of enchantments and engravings. Before Loki could knock, however, he found the door opening and Randolph looking at him with a bright smile. So what is your answer, young man? Randolph asked, pulling open the door and inviting Loki inside where Folly and Bilton were patiently sipping on some milk tea. Loki, with a polite smile on his face, pulled out the ring that Randolph had given him earlier. What happened to the ring? Did it break? Randolph asked, picking the ring from Loki's palms and examining it closely by covering it in his spirituality to observe the runes engraved onto it. No, Mr. Spudmore, I'm afraid I cannot accept any Beander items, Loki said calmly. Immediately, Randolph, Bilton and Folly's eyes widened as they all looked at Loki in shock. Yes, I know about Beanders, Loki explained and continued, I learned about them at school when a senior student explained to me about them. Loki bluffed. If you know about them, then why don't you want to become one? There couldn't be a better opportunity for you than working with us, right? Bilton immediately asked. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Bilms, I have already become a Beander. I'm a Beander of the Darkness Pathway. Darkness Pathway? Folly said with slight apprehension as he looked at Loki and then asked, the Black family? Yes, I've kept this a secret from everyone, but I was adopted by Walburga Black into the Black family about 2 years ago. The eyes in the room that were looking at Loki widened with shock. But Loki didn't mind and did a formal bow and apologized with sincerity. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Mr. Spudmore, Mr. Folly and Mr. Bilms, but I cannot join you in learning more about how to create Beander items, Loki said with clear sadness in his tone. The room turned silent and Loki, understanding he had to give them a little space to digest what he'd just said, began to walk out of the store, to go back home so that he could avoid the awkward situation that was boiling up. But just as he was about to exit the store, a hand gripped his shoulder. Loki turned around with a little worry, wondering if he'd made the trio angry to the point they wanted to take revenge, but as soon as he turned around it was his turn to become stunned with silence. The trio all had wide smirks plastered onto their faces. Did Walburga stop you from apprenticing under anyone else? Mr. Folly was the first to ask. No, not really. Loki replied. She'd probably be mad if I did though, not like she's going to know since she's 6 feet under right now. Then what's there to worry about? Although unfortunate that you can't become a Beander of the Savant Pathway, I don't think it'd be wrong for you to learn under us. Loki's eyes widened at the words as his heart began to beat a little faster. Seriously? Loki asked in shock. You will allow me to apprentice under you even if I'm not going to take up the Savant Pathway? Yes, I'm serious. You're just that much of a genius, Mr. Folly said and then looked at the other two who nodded with equal seriousness in their eyes. Loki's mouth opened and closed for a little while until Randolph patting his shoulders broke him out of his reverie. A wide smile blossomed on Loki's face as he did a 90-degree bow once again and spoke with a faint bit of happiness, thank you for accepting me as your apprentice. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. And given how you're from a different pathway, I expect you to work hard to cover the gap between other savants of this profession. Folly said with a smile. Yes sir, I will give it my all. And so Loki began to study under the trio of old men about how Beander items were made. His first classes for nearly a week were only composed of reading several books about the various Muggle sciences so that according to Folly, he'd catch up with the basics. His enhanced brain took no time to learn and memorize, while it was only from the second week that he began to learn about runes involved in Beander item making. Yes, all Beander characteristics have a remnant will in them that reacts once infused with spirituality to create special effects. Loki nodded as his suspicions from examining the ring that Randolph had given him were confirmed. It is this same will in the Beander characteristics that give rise to various flaws in the item made from it, leading to several unorthodox methods of sealing the items so that they do not cause harm when unused. But why didn't the ring you gave me have any sealing conditions? Loki asked. Because it was made from a low sequence 7 of a solar high priest of the Bard pathway. The lower the sequence number, the easier it is to make items without any negative effects by suppressing the will in the item with your own. Randolph said and looked at Loki, who was looking at him and nodding as he absorbed the information. Of course, I don't expect you to be able to make such items, since it was only when Mr. Folly became a sequence 6 artisan that he was able to remove the flaws of the item, but I'm sure if you practice enough, you'll eventually get to the same level. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Randolph, Loki said with a smile as he continued to learn from Randolph. The reason Loki was happy to learn about runes was not just to geek about them, but because he had a theory that they'd help him later down the line when he became a Sequence 6 Prometheus. Since then he'd be able to steal other people's abilities. What he expected was that from when he'd become a Prometheus he'd be able to see other people's abilities as runes. This wasn't just his guess but also something the image on the Error Blasphemy confirmed. The Sequence 6 Prometheus page had the picture of a woman extending her hand towards a rune which started flying towards her from her generic target. With his artisan classes moving in full swing, Loki had an enjoyable time throughout his summer holidays. So much that he'd almost forgotten that he had to go to Hogwarts this year. Damn, what will happen this time? How will our dear Dark Lord enter our school this time? Through post? Or through time travel? Or maybe even turn the entire school into himself? How does this school even function at this point if it is so easy for a Dark Lord to break into? Isn't this the wizard version of School Shoe? Loki opened his eyes and looked outside his window at the beautiful sunset that had painted the sky a bright shade of pink. Looking outside for a while, Loki spotted a small black dot that suddenly appeared in the sky and seemed to get larger over time. An owl. Loki guessed, and he was proven right when he found the owl take a dive through the air and land right on his windowsill. Who sent me a letter today? My own. It has been a while since I've spoken to her, I should send her a reply soon. But since when did she have an owl? I thought she had a cat. Quickly untying the letter tied to the owl's feet, Loki found it taking a few edibles from the bird feed and leaving. Dear Loki, first of all, I'm sorry for disturbing you on a weekend when you take time off to rest, but I needed to inform you since this matter needs your urgent attention. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban, thought you'd like to know since you've been adopted into the Black household. Stay safe and don't do anything risky, and do inform me if you'd like to continue your internship with us or if you'd like to postpone it for now until the matter is settled and he's caught. Yours truly, Randolph Spudmore. Reading the letter, Loki's breathing quickened and he felt a small sense of panic as his heart beat loudly in his ears, but he quickly overcame the fear associated with the information and shouted, "Creature! Pop! Yes, Master Loki. Read this letter please." Creature took the letter that was handed over to him and began to read through it, his eyes widening by the end. Has the family's disappointment finally come back to stain its name even more? Creature said with a certain ferocity in his tone that surprised Loki. Creature hates Sirius. For what reason though? There's bad blood between you and Sirius? Loki asked without any ceremony, causing Creature to look at him, and he looked angry. He killed Master Regulus. He killed him, and he has no remorse. Regulus. You mean Regulus Arcturus Black? Sirius killed him. How? I mean why? Weren't they brothers? Loki asked with clear confusion etched on his face. Didn't Walburga protect him? Or stop their squabble? If only Miss Walburga could've. If only she could've known what Master Regulus was doing. If only. Creature wailed, his eyes tearing up as he looked at Loki. What happened, Creature? Tell me, I might be able to help. No. Creature must not. This was his last wish. Master Regulus commanded me to hide it and never reveal it. Creature will follow his command. Loki looked at Creature and shook his head since he knew once he got into such a catatonic state, it was basically impossible to converse normally with him anymore. All right, Creature. I won't ask you what it was that he asked you to hide, but tell me more about Sirius. What about him? Master Sirius betrayed the family. Should have known he'd do so when he didn't even go into Slytherin. He followed the Potter boy into Gryffindor and even fought Lady Black over it. He was a disaster, horsing around at every turn as if he were a baby. Loki looked at Creature, who appeared to be pointedly angry and was slowly being consumed by it, and felt a slight sense of disappointment in himself that he wouldn't be able to do anything for him. All right, Creature, that will be all for now. You may go rest for a while. Thank you. Creature, who was still angry, began to mumble things under his breath as he walked out of the room, his hunched back not doing him any favors. Loki himself slipped into a comfortable chair as he thought about what Creature had said. He killed Uncle Regulus. But why would he? Just because he was in Slytherin and he was in Gryffindor? No, from how Creature was speaking about it, it seemed to be something big. It feels as if Regulus did something behind Walburga's back and Sirius failed him by not helping him at the right time. But if he could always leave Azkaban, why did he leave Azkaban only now? Did he get a new opportunity? Is he involved with the plans Aurora Order has for me? Perhaps someone contacted him at Azkaban to give him a job. But what was he paid with? Did they help him escape? Was that his payment? Sigh, I can already feel a headache coming this year. Stroking his chin, Loki sat in his chair and heard the occasional sobs and head banging from Creature echo inside the house. With a deep look on his face, Loki continued to contemplate the various reasons and ideas about why Sirius Black might have escaped Azkaban, but he always felt like he was standing in front of an insurmountable wall. I'm missing something. What am I missing? With furrowed brows, Loki thought about things until a peculiar question echoed in his mind. Why did Sirius Black go to Azkaban in the first place? And Potter? What does Harry have to do with this? Did he kill Harry's parents? But I thought you know who was responsible for their deaths. Loki immediately wanted to ask Creature about the answer to his question, but given how he was currently grieving since it appeared that Loki had touched a few fresh deep wounds, Loki found it uncouth to ask him. So he postponed his curiosity and moved to the study, where he continued to study and create Beander items using the knowledge he'd gained by studying under Randolph. What happens if I make a Beander item that uses 2 Beander characteristics instead of 1? And I still haven't worked on making any charms myself. Although I've been avoiding worshipping any true gods for charms and such, I should really brush up on my mysticism knowledge. It might save me when something terrible happens. Looking at the setting sun, Loki found himself smiling softly. At least I've lived longer in this life than I did in the last. Today was Loki's birthday in his last life when he'd unfortunately died, and although it had just been about 3 years in this world, if he added the age that this body had lived before he'd transmigrated into it, he'd become 13. A year older than he was in his last life. Feels good to grow old. Waking up the next day, Loki found himself facing Creature during breakfast. Creature, I have a question to ask you. Loki said with a little hesitance in his voice. Yes, Master Loki. Creature asked, looking up with his big elf eyes that looked innocent. Could you tell me why Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban? Creature's eyes widened as a prominent frown took over his expression. An uncomfortable silence took over the room, and just as Loki was about to rescind his question and let Creature be, he found him trembling a little. Creature was clearly angry, but it seemed he was angry not by Loki's question, but by something he remembered. Backstabber, Loki heard Creature mumble. Huh, what was that? Could you come again? I didn't hear you the first time. Loki requested. He was a backstabber, master, Creature said with his hands clenched while grinding his teeth. His already pale skin appeared even paler and his eyes turned bloodshot. Backstabber. Who did he backstab and why? Loki asked with confusion. The devil's spawn backstabbed another noble. Oh, how shameful he has become. If not for no one surviving in the Potter line, Madame Black would have had to lower her head in front of others. A backstabber. One that killed his own friends. Creature said in anger. He killed the Potters. Loki asked with little confusion since he'd theorized as much, but he didn't understand why everyone in the wizarding world said otherwise if that was the case. Why does everyone think you know who killed them then? What he did was as good as killing them with his own filthy hands. Creature snarled and went off on a tangent, venting his hate. He doesn't deserve the Black family name. Madame should have tossed him out of the family long ago. If only he weren't her son, she wouldn't have to suffer so much. Wait a second, what did Sirius do? Loki asked since Creature's words led him to believe that Sirius did something else that was unforgivable. Creature looked at Loki with anger glazing his eyes and said while he was fuming, he was the Potter's secret keeper, he sold out their location to you-know-who and got them killed. And when his friend confronted him about it, he blew him up. Leaving only a finger behind. How shameful, Creature lamented. And before Loki could question him more he banged his head on the table leg while wailing. Oh, how disgraceful. Bang for a member bang of the Black House to lower their heads bang and work like vermin under a mad tyrant. Bang. Seeing how catatonic Creature had become, Loki slipped from the hall and went back upstairs to consolidate the knowledge he'd just learnt. So Sirius Black was a Death Eater. Loki mumbled as he pondered on the implications. Is he coming back to take revenge against me for defeating you-know-who in the first year? Loki shook his head. No, that doesn't make much sense. Then why did he escape from Azkaban only now? Is the Aurora Order planning to do something along with Death Eaters this year? Loki wondered about everything for quite a while but finally gave up and concluded once more that he needed more information about the incidents related to this mess. I don't want to ask Creature about it once again, lest he does something more drastic. The days beyond seemed to pass by in a blur as the days slowly turned into weeks and the weeks conjoined into a month. Loki had a fruitful time learning under Randolph, who imparted to him all the knowledge he could stuff into Loki's knowledge-hungry brain impartially as if Loki were his own family. I can hardly believe how that head of yours works, Loki, Randolph said as he stared at Loki's head while he was busy engraving runes onto a pendant that was fused with a Beander characteristic. Don't embarrass me, sir. I've been barely keeping pace with the learning schedule you've set for me to be taught all about crafting items. Loki said without lifting his head. Haha, that was a schedule meant for when you drank the Savon potion. Not when you were a Beander in the darkness pathway. If I didn't know any better and you didn't show me your Beander abilities, I would have accepted that you were lying in a heartbeat. Phew, then I'm glad I did. Loki thought with a puff of rising embarrassment as he remembered back to the time he'd disguised Sunny in invisibility using his illusions while he used his abilities of the darkness pathway to keep suspicion away from himself. Loki had revealed himself to be a Sequence 7 nightmare to the trio, who were shocked that he'd already digested so much of his potion already. And there. Done. Loki said out loud as he looked at the silver necklace that was glimmering under the light. Let me have a look. Mr. Folly said as he introduced himself into their conversation and pulled the necklace off Loki's hands. I'm half sure he's a Sequence 4 alchemist. Loki wondered but kept quiet on the outside since he was being kept under the impression that Mr. Folly was a Sequence 6 artisan. No one had directly told him that Mr. Folly was a Sequence 6, but it was implied since in Loki's presence Mr. Folly and Randolph acted as if they were the same and both were Sequence 6. But Loki suspected that not to be the case since Mr. Folly was always the one who worked on machinery dolls that worked all around the office, something that was a dead giveaway for Loki, who knew the abilities of the Savon or the Paragon pathway by heart. It was only a Sequence 4 alchemist who could imbue life into their creations, hence Loki's suspicions. But he didn't do anything like using divination to confirm the truth since everyone had their secrets, and if Mr. Folly didn't want to divulge his secrets, Loki respected him enough to let it be. Mr. Folly sprouted a smile on his face as soon as he picked up Loki's work and let out a soft sigh as he seemed to be remembering something from the past. What happened, Mr. Folly? Surprised by how good I am? Loki asked confidently and shamelessly. Haha, you're good boy. I was just wondering how things might have been different if I were as good as you when my teacher was teaching me. Your teacher? Loki asked with confusion since he'd never been mentioned before and Loki assumed that Mr. Folly's skills were part of family inheritance. Haha, sometime else. For today, let's end here. Folly nodded and patted Loki's shoulder, before leaving the room. Here, you can have this item. Randolph said with a smile on his face as he handed the silver necklace to Loki. Seriously? Haha, yes, you can have it. We aren't shameless enough to take an item that you gave the materials to make. But you did most of the work to make it. I was just adding a little bit of flair to it. I still can't understand how you do it, how you're so good at arranging runes, but it was your Beander characteristics so you get to keep it. Now bugger off or I will kick you out. And make sure you give it a good name. With the item in tow, Loki then exited the store and with Creature's help teleported back to the Black Mansion. The item in his hand was a silver necklace that had been merged with the Beander characteristic from the Twilight Giant pathway that Loki had gotten from the soul in the Ring of Harvest he freed. It did give Loki a little bit of strength when spirituality was injected into it. But that was not all. The necklace would allow him to summon a large golden red ring of dawn light, about 10 feet in diameter, that would protect him from curses and various other ailments physical or mental and always keep him feeling refreshed. It would even purify any corrupted items placed in it. Clearly an improvement over the first item Loki had crafted with it about a month earlier. He chose to give it the name, Necklace of Giants, to honor the pathway the Beander characteristic was taken from and also because, after each use, the item required its user to talk to it about the greatness of giants by telling it a story that involved them. With nothing else to do, Loki arranged his trunk which had all his stuff for the year and went to sleep. Tomorrow was the day he was going to board the Hogwarts Express once again after all. Loki woke up with a bright smile on his face as he sipped on tea casually and got ready to reach King's Cross Station. Creature, let's go. Loki shouted only for the house elf to pop in front of him using apparition and gracefully holding Loki's hand to apparate to King's Cross Station. Goodbye Master Loki, Creature said with a polite bow and vanished with a soft pop. Looking at the red train engine spewing a tone of white smoke from the top of its chimney, now which cabin would be good? Loki mumbled under his breath. Stepping into the train and searching for an empty compartment, Loki eventually found the one right next to the prefect's compartment like always and entered it. He tucked away his trunk on the top of the storage area using a flick of his wand and then once everything was fine, collapsed into his seat to continue practicing occlumency. Unlike always, Loki found no one coming to his compartment this time as he continued to immerse himself in the world of the book he was reading. So now all I need to do to get started and protect my mind with occlumency is to conjure up some runes while my mind is empty. But which runes do I conjure up? And what effects do the different runes have? Loki wondered as he flipped the pages of the book to read further. There are several runes one can imagine inside their mind to protect their secrets. Elemental runes powered by spirituality can express a torrent of natural calamities to fight against the legilimens. One can also use several other means like self-created or standard charms in the form of runes to attack their legilimens like a trap so that they can know specifically which part of their mind was targeted. I see. Reading further Loki realized the runes could be stacked upon each other to form various runic arrays to create multiple effects and defend against the attacker. In the end, he learned about how using the right runes can help him fight back against any mind modifications charms that an enemy might use. And although not directly, by continuous practice of complicated runic arrays inside the mind, one can also strengthen their will to counter the Imperious Curse. But what exactly is stopping someone from blocking the Imperious Curse? Why exactly can't it be blocked or defended against using magic like the Protega charm? How do these unforgivable curses work anyway? Loki pondered, but unfortunately, since he was reading a book about occlumency, there wasn't much about the curses mentioned in it. Knock knock. Loki slid open the door to find the cart lady waiting outside. What would you like, dear? Chocolate frogs. Got any? Loki asked casually. Yes, in fact, I have a few left. How many do you need? 3 or 4 will be good. Loki nodded. All right. As the lady collected the right amount, 4, from her cart, she casually conversed with Loki. Stay safe, dear. I've heard from students gossiping on the train that Sirius Black is coming to Hogwarts. To Hogwarts? For what? Loki asked, a little surprised. I don't know, but if I were to make a guess, it might be because of Harry Potter. Doesn't he get involved with everything each year? The old lady chided as she held out the frogs for Loki, who held out the corresponding payment. There was a glimmer in the lady's eyes as she saw the money, and she was about to pocket it when the train suddenly grew cold. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Loki wondered and looked at the window to see if there was anything outside that was turning the temperature like this. Looking outside, Loki first spotted the dense clouds that had gathered up above, hiding the sun, and then recognized the several black cloaked figures floating about as frost began to gather on the windows. Ah! The cart lady screamed shortly and shouted, Dementors! Who let the Dementors board the train? As the situation worsened in a matter of seconds, with temperatures dropping dangerously low, causing fog to appear out of Loki's mouth and nose each time he breathed, Loki heard the door of the compartment next to him slide open as prefects stepped out. Their faces were grim and Loki could tell they were tense. Student, please return to your compartment and lock the door. A prefect spoke to Loki while softly pushing him back into his compartment. Loki did as he was told and locked the door, huddling himself in the middle, away from both the window and the door. It feels depressing, Loki thought as a sense of dread invaded his heart like a growing web of cracks. Time ticked by, and as the train grew colder, Loki found himself being able to listen to a scraping noise from outside his compartment. The noise stopped after a few seconds, and just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sense of dread washed over him. The door rattled with heavy shaking and Loki found himself feeling vulnerable. Where are the prefects? And why aren't they doing anything? Loki kept his gaze frozen on the door, clutching his wand tightly while priming his spirituality to be ready for anything. The lock on the door snapped open and the rattling immediately stopped. The door began to slide open as Loki found himself face to face with a floating mass dressed in torn pitch black robes while a hood covered the creature's face in shadows and darkness. The lights outside had flickered, plunging the environment of the compartment into darkness as Loki found himself having trouble paying attention to the Dementor's body, which kept blending into the darkness. It stretched its bony hands towards Loki, causing his stomach to twist and turn into knots. Loki felt as if the world was ending. It felt as if there'd be nothing to do anymore. He felt scared and also alone. He felt as if there was no point in living anymore. But just as the Dementor moved, Loki snapped his wand in its direction and shouted, Velox Acus. A bolt of invisible wind, lighting an ice needle, pierced through the air and reached the Dementor in an instant. The Dementor attempted to dodge, but there wasn't enough time. The sharp wind needle pierced into the Dementor's robes, sending a flurry of wind that pulled away its hood. But it didn't end there. The skull inside the hood burst open and the Dementor was thrown backwards into the wall of the train as Loki jumped at the occasion to rush through the train to find someone who could help him. Damn, I should have learnt the Patronus charm. Loki complained, since he could do nothing except run. As Loki ran past the Dementor, he noticed something peculiar. One of its forearms had a single bone instead of the regular 2. Loki's brain immediately turned gears to realize the coincidence as he connected it with his own wand, sending shivers down his spine and causing him to freeze for a moment. But Loki didn't stand on the occasion and immediately escaped, trying to find either a prefect or a professor. An unholy scratch resounded from behind him, but Loki didn't look back and continued ahead through the dark and cold swaying corridors. Holy Merlin of God! Rushing through the train, Loki found himself pushing through empty corridors, but the feeling of dread in his heart never left. In fact, it got only deeper. Why's that thing chasing me so persistently? Loki screamed inside his head as he looked back for a second only to find the Dementor on his tails. Its robe was back on, and its arms were outstretched like a zombie's. Although its hands were made out of bones and preluded to not having much grip strength, Loki still felt uncomfortable. He instinctually knew it'd be bad to even be grazed by those arms. To escape from its clutches, Loki used his skill in creating illusions to create a copy of himself as he made it rush in the opposite way while remaining invisible himself, but the Dementor seemed to see not through sight or even sound which he could mimic using his illusions but the soul. It easily dismissed the illusion, forcing Loki to run away. That was when Loki tried to talk to it, trying to confuse it by stuffing thoughts into its head. Your prey escaped by jumping out the train. I'm just a normal person. He tried to swindle it by placing stray thoughts into its body of heart and mind. The Dementor was confused for a second, but immediately afterwards, as if ignoring Loki's words, continued to chase him through the train. All of a sudden, Loki tripped as he was crossing from one compartment to another. The train swayed and the carts had misaligned, leading to a small protrusion that Loki had not anticipated. There was pain, but it was only momentary. Instead, what gripped Loki was a sense of despair that began to spread upwards from his legs now touched by the shadowy creature. It floated low and began moving towards Loki's face, drenching him in an extreme sense of despair. Loki tried to move, to wriggle out of the despair-inducing touch. He tried to command his legs to kick away the weightless creature that was hovering in front of him. Loki did his best, but even his best was not enough. The legs that Loki was using to run away now felt like they were filled with lead. His arms which held the wand felt like they had been bound using a straitjacket. Everything felt like it had frozen as temperatures close to the Dementor plummeted below zero. As the Dementor glided closer to his face, Loki felt himself falling freely without any stoppers into an unending pit of despair, as if he had been abandoned by the world itself, as if everything he had ever done was worthless. But just as Loki had given up hope and just as he was going to allow the Dementor to kiss him, somewhere far away, Loki heard a bold voice that was barely above a whisper. Expecto Patronum. A sense of warmth began to emerge in the dark cold loneliness that Loki was facing all alone as he lay there on the cold surface of the train compartment joint. The Dementor screeched like a banshee as if attempting to claw its own throat out and turned away from Loki and flew out the open window nearby. The feeling of wind rustling past him through the gaps emerged and Loki felt a different sense of biting cold through his robes, but he still didn't move. Even this cold felt better than the presence of the Dementor. Lying on the ground like a frozen block of ice, Loki found a ragged man walking into his view. He seemed to be saying something, trying to assess Loki, but Loki's mind had blocked out any sounds from getting to him. The man appeared to have panicked as he looked around trying to find someone to help, but there didn't seem to be much he could do. And then, as if deciding something, the man took a step back and pointed his wand at Loki. Is he going to kill me? As suddenly as the man had pointed his wand at Loki, a sudden bright flash of red light occupied Loki's sight. And as the light started to fade to black, Loki felt his body finally loosen up. He felt his thoughts began to flow, and his fingers and toes wiggle and move. Gasp! Taking a sharp breath in, Loki rose from his position on the floor of the train car. Loki's eyes looked around frantically until they heard a rusty but polite and old voice speak to him. It's gone. Loki's eyes immediately locked on the man who'd spoken and recognized him as the man who had just helped him, but seeing his gaze still linger upon him, the man introduced himself. Professor Lupin, nice to meet you. What happened? Loki asked, confusion marring his face as a hint of fear emerged from the hidden depths within. He felt uncharacteristically terrible. That was a Dementor. It was about to perform the Dementor's kiss, halfway there and sucking your soul too. It was lucky that I managed to catch you when I did. Lupin said with a soft smile, holding out a bar of chocolate. Have this, it'll help with the jitters. Loki looked at the bar of chocolate for a little bit but then took it with a polite, thanks, and bit into it. It was dark chocolate, it was bitter, but Loki continued to munch on it as he felt a sense of warmth emerge from within. It does help. Loki nodded. Good, then if you'll excuse me, I need to go check on the others on the train. There might be others that might be suffering like you are. Although I doubt it, I just want to make sure. Lupin asked his permission to leave, and Loki nodded. You'll be all right, don't worry, Lupin said with a smile and patted Loki's shoulders as he left Loki there and rushed deeper into the train compartments. Eventually, Loki stood up with the support of the train walls. What just happened? Why are there Dementors on the train? And why did that Dementor try to perform the kiss on me? But Loki then remembered a detail he'd noticed earlier during the battle. Is that the Dementor my wand was made out of? Loki wondered as he pulled out his wand and thought back to the missing bone in the Dementor's forearm. Was it mad at me because of this? Loki thought with a self-pitying smile as he clenched the wand that had bonded to him in his hands. Sigh, that felt terrible. I don't want to experience such a thing ever again. Damn, I felt quite helpless. I knew I'd have to face something crazy this year too. I hadn't expected it to be this soon though. Things usually only happened at the end of the year until last year. Professor Lupin eventually came back and met with Loki, escorting him back to his compartment on the train. As they were walking, Loki gathered up the courage to ask Lupin a question. Professor, why are there Dementors on the train? Ah, it's not like it's a secret. They're here because of Black. You mean Sirius? He was on the train. I am serious. Quote. A strange awkward silence took over the compartment after the weak joke, and Lupin decided to ignore it as he continued talking as if nothing had happened. He was probably not on the train, but the Dementors wanted to check anyway. Didn't think they'd attack a student though. I'm sure Headmaster Dumbledore is going to be furious about it. I see. Good, then since the station will be arriving soon, I'll be leaving to go back to my compartment. Make sure you stay here for now. I'll escort you to Madame Pomfrey when we're at Hogwarts. Is there something wrong with me? Loki asked with a puzzled expression since he felt fine. Probably not, since I think I used the right spell, but let's check just to make sure. All right, Lupin said, and Loki nodded in understanding. Thank you, Professor, Loki finally said just when Lupin was about to leave. Don't worry about it. Sigh, at least this professor is good. Has the curse on the Defense Against Dark Arts position been removed? It'd be a shame to lose him too. Loki wondered as he stared at the passing scenery outside the train. Waiting in the train even after it had stopped, Loki wondered if Lupin had forgotten to escort him to Hospital Wing. Surely he hasn't forgotten Rig. Knock knock. Loki got up and opened the door, finding Professor Lupin on the other side. Hello, student. I hope you didn't wait long. Ah, sorry for being rude, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? My name's Loki, I'm currently starting my 3rd year. Loki said politely. Haha, don't worry, you weren't in the right state of mind earlier, Lupin said calmly with a smile. Loki nodded thankfully and began to follow Lupin out of the train. A comfortable silence lingered between them as Loki followed in his footsteps. As soon as they sat in the last carriage that was waiting for them, Lupin asked Loki a question. I've heard you guys haven't had any decent Defense Against Dark Arts professors for the last few years, is that true? Yes, unfortunately, one pretended to be weak and the other was a fraud, Loki stated bluntly. But I'm glad to have you, at least you know what you're doing. Oh, how do you know that I know what I'm doing? Lupin asked with a flushed face. Oh please. If either of the 2 professors from earlier were present during the time when the Dementor was on me, I wouldn't be here right now. Haha, although it isn't in my taste to compare or talk behind other people's backs, thank you for giving me a compliment. Worry not, Professor, you've gained a fan, Loki said with a bright smile on his face as if he wasn't in a life or death situation moments prior. By the way, what were those spells you used to drive away the Dementor and to save me? That was the Patronus spell, Mr. Loki. It was a manifestation of your spirit messenger, formed with an amalgamation of your happiest memories based on your history with them. And the one you used after that. It was a variation of the spell, Renervate. I see. Yo. No. Mr. Loki, although I might know the spells, I don't think I can teach a third-year student the spells. But I'm talented, Loki said, trying to convince Lupin. Huh, it's funny you say that. If that's the case, you should try and learn them from the books in the library. I can point you in the right direction with the books if you want. Loki's eyes brightened and he nodded. That's enough. I'm sure I can grasp it by the end of the year. You sure are excited. Don't worry, I'll get you the books in your first class with me. Thank you, Professor, Loki said, doing an exaggerated bow while sitting. Nay. The Thestrals pulling the carriage stopped, indicating they'd reached. It seems we've reached, Mr. Loki. Let's go to the hospital wing. Lupin walked ahead while Loki followed behind him. There were a few students in the castle talking to each other at the gates, celebrating their reunion after a long holiday, but none interrupted Lupin and Loki on their way to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, Lupin said as he pushed open the door softly. Lupin, do you nay? I'm not here for me, madam, I'm here for him. Lupin interrupted and pushed Loki forward. Loki, Madame Pomfrey asked with wrinkled brows. What happened to you? You know him. That makes it easier then. Lupin said and proceeded to explain. He was almost given a Dementor's kiss. They attacked him while he was on the train. Madame Pomfrey's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Dementors. On the train. What was Dumbledore thinking? Last year it was Salazar's stupid experimental pet. And this year it's Dementors. Although Madame Pomfrey was furious, she was diligently waving her wand around Loki, casting spells and performing her diagnosis on Loki. You did good to catch him when you did, Lupin. Madame Pomfrey said, his soul has suffered tears, although small. I will need him to rest here until tomorrow. I see. Lupin nodded. I shall leave the rest in your capable hands, Madame Pomfrey. Thank you. Please inform Albus about this. I shall, madam, you don't have to worry. Lupin said and left the hospital wing after patting Loki lightly on his shoulder. Why did you go around romancing with a Dementor, Loki? Is your head all right? Madame Pomfrey scolded Loki like an overbearing mother. Haha, I swear it wasn't because of me this time. It has to be because of you. How do you keep getting into so much trouble? I still remember in your first year you dragged me to that scene where everyone was leaking blood like fountains. But that wasn't because of me. That was because of you know who. And this. Why did the Dementor come after you? Was it because of you know who again? Madame Pomfrey asked and stared right into Loki's eyes. Loki wanted to lie and say, yes it was. But he eventually gave up under the pressuring gaze and pulled out his wand. My wand is made from the bone of a Dementor. Unluckily, the Dementor also happens to still be alive and kicking, well, not like they can die anyway, so yeah. Madame Pomfrey looked at the wand and her eyes narrowed for a fraction of a second, almost as if she flinched before letting out a light sigh as she turned around and walked towards her cupboard to pull a shimmering blue potion pot. Here, drink this, it will help you recover faster. Thanks. Loki said and pulled out the stopper on the flask and gulped the simmering blue liquid that was inside it. It tasted extremely disgusting, but immediately Loki felt a surge of warmth blanket his body as he felt better than ever. I didn't know I could feel this much better than before. Now go lie down on that bed over there. Quietly. I don't want you to disturb me. Madame Pomfrey shouted as she walked towards her potion-making room that was attached to the hospital itself. Loki looked at Madame Pomfrey with an earnest gaze and didn't say anything. His meaning was clear, he wanted to join her. Sigh. Fine. Follow me. I have lots of potions to make, a helping hand won't be that bad. Thank you, ma'am, Loki said with a smile and followed Madame Pomfrey with a skip in his step as he walked with her to the potions room where he worked with her until deep in the night to create the same potion he was given but for the rest of the children in the castle. By the way, Madame Pomfrey, what was that about Salazar Slytherin's pet? Do you know where I can find it? I'd love to make friends with it. Loki said softly as he wondered if she knew about the basilisk. Madame Pomfrey only waved her hand and said calmly, don't worry about it, it doesn't feel good to pet anyway. And it probably won't like being pet. The damn thing hates people other than the man himself. Oh, Loki was a bit surprised, and how do you know that? I know a lot of things. Students gossip while they are here all the time. Loki nodded and continued working on the potions. Waking up, Loki looked at the unfamiliar ceiling as he wondered where he was. It wasn't long after that he'd figured out his location. Ah, now I remember, I was making potions with Madame Pomfrey. The potions were important because now that Dementors were guarding every entrance and exit in the castle, mistakes were bound to happen and students were bound to become depressed. Throughout the night, Loki had heard Madame Pomfrey curse at Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic for allowing and forcing Dementors into the school. And given how much Madame Pomfrey was cursing, Loki almost felt compelled to give her a flask of the potion they were creating to calm her mind too. Getting up from his bed, Loki found no one else in the room and relaxed for a moment before he found Hermione entering the hospital wing and looking around for a bit before resting her eyes on him. Loki. Haha, what happened? Were you worried about me? Loki asked with a smile. Yes. You never attended the feast and even Daphne didn't know where you were. She said you never came to the common room last night. What happened to you? Nothing serious, a Dementor was on me, sucking away my soul, not in a romantic way even though it was a kiss, but don't worry, Professor Lupin saved me in time. Professor Lupin? Hermione asked with wide eyes. You know him? Loki asked with confusion since Hermione was a muggle and shouldn't have had the opportunity to meet him before. Yes. I saw him sitting in Harry's compartment on the train. I see. By the way, where were you on the train? I thought you'd come and find me. Ah. I was sitting with Tracy, Daphne and Astoria. Since we already had a compartment, I didn't come to find you. What happened? Did you miss me? Hermione similarly teased. As if. It was extremely peaceful since you weren't there. I was even able to complete reading an entire book. Ah, poor Loki, you don't have any friends so you had to spend your time reading a book. As if. I bet you were reading a book too while surrounded by your friends. Loki said with a smirk. Poor Myone. Arg, whatever. Hermione said, rolling her eyes as she looked at Loki and handed him something. Here. Daphne gave me your timetable in case I came across you in the hospital wing. She did? Loki asked, surprised. How did she know I'd be in the hospital wing? I dunno, she told me she divined it, but I think she's just hiding something. Loki's eyes sharpened slightly as he heard what Hermione said, but he kept his poker face and took the timetable from her hand. Although I expected Daphne to be a Beander of the Wheel of Fortune pathway, it is still a little surprising to hear her actually be one. Loki looked over the classes he had and yelped in surprise. Myone. I'm late, aren't I? Loki asked and found Hermione smirking at him. You are. But you are also lucky. I told Professor McGonagall I'd bring you if you were fine. She also seemed to know that you were in the hospital wing. Sigh, I see. That's good. I guess, Professor Lupin told the staff about my situation. But damn it, why didn't Madame Pomfrey wake me up? As soon as Loki said those words he saw Hermione's eyes widen as she rapidly shook her head and pointed behind Loki with her eyes. Damn it, she's behind me, isn't she? Loki cursed mentally and slowly turned backwards. Hello there, Madame Pomfrey. Good to see you. It is a bright and fresh morning. I wonder if you're doing all right. Do you need any more help? Loki spoke politely even though he felt a shiver run up his spine. Madame Pomfrey was silent for a moment before throwing a wooden spatula at Loki as she shouted, "Get out!" Loki ducked under her assault, grabbed Hermione's hand and dipped out of the hospital wing with her. Giggling along with Hermione, Loki ran along with her toward the Transfiguration classroom as they spoke and laughed with each other along the way. Loki, I'll be going to the washroom, don't wait for me, Hermione said as she split off from Loki and went onto a different set of stairs that were moving upwards instead of downwards to where the Transfiguration classroom was. See you in a bit. Just as Loki stepped into the class, however, he felt slightly shocked because Hermione was in the classroom. Huh, how did Myone go ahead of me? Didn't she go to the washroom? Maybe she changed her mind. But still, how did she end up coming to class before me? Is there a shortcut that I don't know about? I'll ask Myone about it later or just check the Marauder's map. Are you going to keep standing there, Mr. Loki? Professor McGonagall's stern voice entered Loki's ears, snapping him out of his thoughts as he blushed a little, feeling embarrassed, and walked with a fixed stride towards an empty seat behind Hermione. McGonagall started class again, but Loki wrote down his question on a small piece of paper before tossing it on Hermione's table. "How did you get here faster than me?" Loki couldn't see Hermione's reaction to his question, but he did feel that she was confused when he stared at her body of heart and mind as a flurry of thoughts appeared in them before it immediately stabilized. Soon Hermione passed back a note to Loki while hiding it from McGonagall. "I'll tell you later," Hermione wrote back on the note. Loki furrowed his brows but didn't bother Hermione anymore and continued to pay attention to the class since Professor McGonagall was explaining to everyone about transfiguration animation so that their transfigurations could appear lifelike. Loki occasionally looked at Hermione during class and felt that something was different about her than when he'd last seen her, but since the feeling was only vague and didn't affect him much, he tossed it to the back of his mind. Although he also noticed the extremely precious item around her neck, he ignored it too, thinking it was some Beander item that some professor gifted her to keep her safe since she was a good student and a few people might get jealous over silly things. The class soon finished and everyone got up from their desks, but Hermione was gone before Loki could catch her. Except when Loki stepped out of class. "Hey Loki," he found Hermione waiting for him outside the class. "How did you come to the transfiguration class before me?" Loki asked with raised eyebrows. "Found a shortcut. But forget about that, I was wondering if you had a few ink pots on you. I forgot to bring mine," Hermione calmly asked, brushing the matter aside like it didn't matter, and Loki found himself entangled in a conversation with her once again, though he did think she had an entire ink pot in the transfiguration class, though maybe it leaked or she ruined it by mixing water into it. How strange. Stepping into the Slytherin common room as soon as the classes ended, Loki found himself surrounded by several third-year Slytherin students. Well, not exactly several, but just Draco and his gang of bootlickers. "How are you feeling, Loki? Pissed your pants yet? Need someone helping you to enter and exit the castle Zabini asked with a smirk as he looked at Loki with a degrading gaze. Loki tried to push himself through, but he was blocked by Zabini moving to stand across from him. "Leave me alone, Draco," Loki said, looking into Draco's eyes coldly, enough to send shivers down his spine. Draco almost took a step back, but seeing how his friends surrounded him, a little bit of courage seeped into his mind. "What are you going to do otherwise? Lie down and crawl to a professor," Draco taunted, causing all his friends to laugh. The common room had gotten silent and everyone looked in Loki's direction. Loki's eyebrows rose and he looked at Draco with surprise. Catching Loki's silence as a show of weakness, Draco stepped forward and stabbed his finger into Loki's chest. "Huh? What are you gonna do, Loki? Shiver in your boots." Loki remained silent as his eyes scanned through the entire group. Bang! Before anyone could react, a loud noise caught everyone off guard. The crowd around him parted as everyone instantly took a step back, allowing others in the common room to peer through the gaps and see what was going on. "Ah!" Draco screamed in pain as Loki held his shoulder behind his back and continued to apply pressure on it. "What were you saying, Draco? Could you repeat it, please? My father will hear about this," Draco shouted angrily as he continued to try to peel his hands out of Loki's grasp. In the meantime, all those that surrounded Loki had already pulled out their wands, priming their spirituality to cast spells at him. Everyone thought Loki would leave Draco, afraid of the wands that were pointing at him, but instead, he doubled down and pushed Draco down using his shoulder, causing him to kiss the floor. "Tell them to leave me alone." A tense silence hung in the air as the faces of everyone around Loki turned into frowns, their expressions hinged on Draco's next response. "Leave him alone," Draco said while gritting his teeth, trying to bear the ever-increasing pain. Tisk! Several of Draco's friends clicked their tongues and slowly lowered their wands and parted, allowing Loki to step out of the small encirclement, leaving behind simple words, "Why don't you run to your father then, like the baby you are?" Under the piercing gaze of everyone in the common room, Loki made sure to walk with firm steps, trying not to falter or show any weaknesses which could be exploited. Swip. The rustling of clothes and the sound of pulling out of wands from their holsters rang behind Loki, causing him to realize what was going to happen. Pestis. The shout he heard only confirmed his suspicions. A sneak attack. Can't say I didn't expect as much from a coward. Before anyone could retrain their aims, Loki ducked and rolled under the spell that shot toward him. The spell harmlessly passed over Loki's head into a girl's unfortunate encounter, landed right on a girl who was sitting and staring at the confrontation with her friends as an audience. Ah! The girl stood up as if her muscles were shocked, and then her eyes rolled back as an ear-shattering scream escaped her vocal cords. Loki didn't stand back up, he used the temporary distraction to hide himself. He used his illusions to create a pseudo-disillusionment charm over himself and sneaked out of harm's way, rolling into the aisle that took him to the dorm rooms. Before the girl's screams ended, all the students pulled out their wands and pointed them at Malfoy and his groupies. Standing in the aisle leading to the dorm rooms, Loki noticed just how tense the situation had become. Draco's group pointed their wands at the students in the common room, while the students did the same to him and his group. It was clear at a glance who would win given the obvious difference in numbers. And so, Draco spoke up, "My father will hear about this if any of you dare to cast spells on us." Unfortunately, that only made the scowls on the faces of the students deepen. That was when a girl in Draco's group spoke up due to the fear of being targeted. "It wasn't our fault Loki moved. We didn't want to harm her. It only happened because of Loki. Not our fault." That seemed to have worked as it diffused the situation a little since few students put down their wands. Seeing the situation calming down, Loki clicked his tongue most inaudibly and walked over to his room. Should I have become the spark that ignited the situation? Loki wondered, but then he remembered how the girl had screamed and he put a pause to his thoughts. No, they'd probably just blame everything on me and it'd get difficult for me to walk into the dorms again. Returning to his room, Loki closed the door and made sure it was fully locked before walking over to the attached bathroom and performing the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to go over into the Saphira castle. As soon as he did, Loki conjured up a chair and sat on it. Damn, that felt cringeworthy. Loki said sitting on the bed. What is Draco? Some cringy edgelord protagonist. With how much he sticks around Harry and his friends, I'm starting to feel he is the real hidden antagonist all along. Loki then began to wonder about what had just happened in the common room. Why did I feel so angry back then? I felt like I wanted to let loose. Did someone use charm on me to make me lose control over my emotions? And Draco, why did he suddenly want to attack me? I mean, yes, I was worried that Malfoy was trying to pull something off on me, but I didn't think he'd have done anything in front of everyone in the common room. Perhaps Adam wanted for something to happen to me. Was he in the common room? Along with all of us. Damn, this means I need to get my occlumency to the next level where the runes become a part of my subconscious mind and protect me from mental manipulation spells. Loki's fist clenched and unclenched several times as he tried to figure out if there was anything wrong with him before a strange thought passed his mind and he froze. Why was my first thought not to perform a divination? In the end, Loki chose to trust his instincts and only perform a divination once he knew more about the situation. Waking up the next morning, Loki found himself feeling a little lazy. Damn, it's so comfortable inside the blanket, do I really need to go to classes? But then remembering Professor Snape's arrogant look, Loki forced himself off his bed as he dragged himself to the washroom to get ready. Sitting at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall for breakfast, Loki noticed something strange in the air around the tables. All the students appeared a little tired, most were yawning and some were even outright dozing away at the tables. But since no one was making a fuss about it, Loki chose to remain quiet and pretend like he was feeling lazy and sleepy too. Not that he had to do much since he really was feeling like that. The potions class was fun for Loki since he spent time trying out various experiments during class to improve on Snape's recipes, but he mostly failed. Even then he learned a lot from his failures. Snape could see what Loki was doing, and since he knew of Loki's exact skill in potion making, he let him do as he pleased. Also, since the students were feeling lazy, most of them started making mistakes which Snape had to keep correcting continuously. After the potions classes finished, Loki finally found time to pull out the Marauder's map to search for the secret pathway that Hermione had mentioned yesterday. So it should be on the second floor. A pathway that connects the second floor to the first floor where the Transfiguration classroom is. Loki searched for a bit, moving the map around and looking at it in different ways, but he found nothing. Did she lie to me? But why would she lie about how she got to the class? Maybe it's some new pathway that she figured out and it's not on the map. Loki closed the map with mischief managed, and continued to go to his next classes. In the Transfiguration class, since he hadn't read anything new from the course textbook just yet since he spent his time studying under Randolph over the summer, he found himself lagging behind a little more than he would have expected, but he was still faster than the rest of the class. Seeing Loki's talent in making his transfigurations animated, given Loki was basically applying the skills he used to make his illusions super realistic, McGonagall gave him a special task to improve his skills further. Mr. Loki, that is a fantastic cat. 10 points to Slytherin, McGonagall said as she passed by Loki's table. His cat was black like the night and was sitting like a loaf while swinging its tail hypnotically as it eyed the rest of the students. Thank you, Professor, Loki said humbly. I would like you to animate a puppet play for us by the end of the week. If you can pull it off, I pledge to add 30 points for Slytherin. Several students' eyes widened, including Loki's, as he heard McGonagall's words, and with a smile on his face Loki agreed. I promise to have something ready by the end of the week, Professor. Good. I shall look forward to it. Hermione looked at Loki in disbelief as Loki smirked at her and showed her a thumbs down, igniting a competitive fire within her with intensity that she didn't know existed. And by the end of class, Hermione was assigned to work with Loki on the same play with him. Walking out of the class, Loki nodded at Hermione as he spoke while they walked side by side for a little bit. I'll leave it up to you to select the story of our play. And when he got a swift, excited nod from her, he walked away since they had different classes to attend. Later in the evening, when Loki and Hermione met up in classroom 2-21 along with Daphne, they began to debate about their upcoming play in a heated fashion. What do you think? Should we go with a story from the Tales of the Beetle and the Bard? No, they're too popular and most of them are cruel, not suitable for a class show. How about we choose a story from the Muggle side of the world? Hermione thought hard and asked, Snow White. Loki's face scrunched up a little and he said no, too fantastical. And people will think the dwarfs are goblins and boo us out of the stage. If they like it, it might make Professor Flitwick feel out of place and bad if he learns about it. Then, how about Cinderella? That'll be a good test of our transfiguration skills too. It'll be hard to do all that dialogue, but let's keep it on hold for now. They continued arguing about it until the day ended, yet they couldn't stand together on a single story. Meanwhile, Daphne continued to fix up the newspaper and finished her job for the day, before casting one last glance at Hermione and Loki before rolling her eyes and leaving, since they were so engaged with each other that they were almost shouting. Yet nothing worked in the end. Loki returned to his room and began to brainstorm about a suitable story by thinking about everything he'd seen in his previous life, except everything was too grand for them to be able to easily pull off while simply using transfiguration. Damn it, there are only 4 days remaining. Where will I get a suitable story from? The next day, when Hermione, after classes, pulled Loki to help her search for a good story in the library, Loki refused. I need a little bit of time my own, Loki said, shaking his head. What will you do with your extra time? I'm going to the library, why don't you come help me out? Hermione asked with a frustrated expression. I have an idea I want to try out and I need a little bit of time for that. I promise if it doesn't work out, I'll help you out from tomorrow. Hermione looked at Loki with a frown on her face, but seeing his firm eyes broke out into a tired sigh before speaking with a patient tone. All right, I'll be waiting. Loki smiled. Thanks, my own. I knew you'd understand me. HMPF. Don't think about escaping and leaving me to do everything alright. I'll make sure to drag you around if you don't join me tomorrow. Haha. Alright. With that, Loki left Hermione after giving the angry girl a few uninvited headpats that annoyed her as she swiped them away much like a cat, and moved to his room where he shut himself up for the rest of the day with no one knowing what he was doing inside. As the sun rose and the watch Snape had gifted Loki at the end of the year changed color from a shimmering black to a golden red to depict the morning sky, he looked at the rolls of parchment in his hand and said with a satisfied smile, "Finally. I have it. A perfect play. What do you think about it?" Loki asked Hermione with bright eyes as he looked at her with a little expectation. Did you really write this?" Hermione asked with a quiver in her voice. "Why? It's not nice." Loki asked with some disappointment. No, I just can't believe it. It's perfect for us," Hermione said with an excited and surprised expression as she looked at him. "You sure?" Loki asked, becoming equally excited. "Yeah, it has only 2 main characters and almost no dialogue. It'll be easy to perform while also having depth to it due to the story." "Wanna get started then?" "Sure." Leaving Daphne, who was once again busy working on the newspaper by herself, Loki and Hermione began to work behind closed curtains, trying to figure out everything before the last day of the week. "Let's first start with storyboarding," Hermione said with a pause as she picked a charcoal pencil and began to sketch out a few scenes in the rough they could use as a reference for their transfigurations. "How about something like this? Would this suit the main character?" Loki asked, transfiguring a spoon into a 3-piece suit with a gray overcoat, an orange shirt, and a purple pant. "Looks good, doesn't it?" Loki asked with a proud smile. Hermione's eyebrows twitched as she stared at the disastrous clothes that Loki had transfigured and looked at him for a little while to figure out if he was being serious or not. "Loki, why don't you handle the animation of the characters, leave the clothes to me." "Oh, you want to handle the clothes? Fine, you can do it. I'll work on animating their bodies like you said." Taking Hermione's sketches and his imagination as a reference, Loki began to transfigure small 7-inch figurines that they'd be using as the main actors of their play. Once he was done with the figurines, Loki began to practice animating them according to the movements described in the short play he'd written. Surprisingly, Loki didn't find it difficult to create scenes that were heavy with action. Instead, he found the rather mundane things that everyone did unconsciously to become difficult. Things like walking, talking, and subtle signs and expressions became a little difficult to animate since they felt uncanny. No matter how Loki tried to frame the movements, they looked weird and felt unnatural. Would using animation principles work? I mean, after all, this is an animation too, in a way, right? Loki started with a basic implementation of the squash and stretch, working diligently to lean into the animated feeling of the play, and soon found his rhythm. Hermione joined in soon after with her series of clothes and dresses that complemented perfectly with each other. The dresses were an equally important part of the play since there were a few dances in the play, and the colors and flow of the dresses played an important role in framing the main characters. Eventually, Loki fell into a trance with Hermione, and the two worked together to learn and coordinate the movements of their characters, learning from their and each other's mistakes on the way to produce fluid and stunning animations. They worked for 2 straight days, each day after classes, well into the night, while holding back their work on the newspaper to finish learning exactly how the play they had prepared would go. "Is that all we can do, Loki?" Hermione said, wiping off the sweat on her forehead that had accumulated over the last 15 minutes during their final rehearsal of the play. "Yes, that's probably it. I reckon we've gotten amazing at it, probably better than anyone else in school." Loki said, similarly tired, dark circles outlining his eyes. He'd spent a lot more hours than Hermione working on his animations to send the play to the next level by introducing various animated framing elements into the scenes. And Hermione seemed to have noticed this. "Now go sleep. You need it so that you don't make any mistakes tomorrow. I can't believe how you're able to split your focus to manage so many things at once." Ha. Loki laughed without energy, waved his hand and said, "Good night, to Hermione before leaving classroom 2-21 to go to his dorm room and collapsing into the bed. Big brother will show you a surprise in a few days, Elaine. Be ready for it. Loki spoke into the two-way mirror. I will be ready, Big Bewather. Good. And just like that, for the first time, Loki fell asleep before Elaine, who just patiently watched him sleep and along with the rhythm of his breathing fell asleep herself while holding a stuffed toy that looked like him. Waking up the next morning with a long yawn, Loki became excited as he remembered what day it was today. I hope everything pans out well in the end. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. No, nothing will go wrong. I'm sure of it. In the Great Hall, Loki noticed the same thing again. It seems like everyone is very tired nowadays. Is it because of the cold caused by the presence of so many Dementors all around the school? Well, I'm sure the professors would have warned us if there was anything particularly wrong. Loki mumbled and continued to eat his breakfast. Prepared for your presentation, Loki? Tracy asked with a smile while Astoria looked at Loki with a frown. Why the long day, Story? Loki asked casually with the nickname he'd given Astoria. HMPF. I wanted to see the play, but I have classes during the time of your class. Don't worry, I'll try to get my own to agree to do a private show, just for you, Loki said with a smile since he'd learnt about Astoria's blood malediction a few days prior from Madame Pomfrey while helping her brew potions. It had made him sympathetic towards her. So although he couldn't find a cure for her, he wanted to make sure he could keep her smiling in other ways. Although she doesn't particularly look sick, I guess it's just something that pains her and she's good at ignoring it. But Daphne took that thing in the first year. Perhaps it still couldn't cure her. I dunno. Really? Astoria asked, immediately excited like a dog hearing the word player outside. Yeah sure, I will convince her somehow, don't worry about it. You're the best friend I have, Loki. Astoria said with excitement, causing Daphne to send Loki a scheming glare. Fine, calm down now, or your sister will eat me alive. Loki waited for Hermione outside the Transfiguration classroom while all the other students excitedly walked in, sparing him an excited glance. Where is she? I was talking to her after charms and then she vanished after we took a turn. Did something happen to her? Loki nervously tapped his feet on the ground while the rest of the class patiently waited and settled into the benches as Professor McGonagall transfigured a stage for Loki and Hermione. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, it's getting a little late. Hermione should be arriving soon, Loki said walking up to her. Don't worry, Mr. Loki, I'm sure Miss Granger will be here soon, McGonagall said with a smile. I understand. And just like she'd spoken, Hermione arrived in the next few minutes sporting a happy smile on her face. What happened? Where were you? I was worried, Loki said with a frown on his face, but Hermione simply smiled. Sorry, I got caught up in the washroom. Let's do this, I have a feeling we're going to perform extremely well. How are you so confident all of a sudden? You were a nervous wreck last night. Loki spoke, wondering if he was remembering wrong. Maybe she's the type of person who gets more confident the closer they are to the deadline. She doesn't seem that way though. I told you, didn't I? A little birdie told me we'd do great. Are you alright? You know that birds don't talk, don't you? Loki spoke, sending a worried gaze Hermione's way, but she just deadpanned and shook her head. I'm sure we'll be alright. Now let's do it. Fine. Taking a break from speaking to each other, Loki and Hermione looked towards Professor McGonagall to get her permission, and when they saw her nod, they moved to the small stage she'd set up for them to perform the play. Hey, it's been a wild ride for us to decide and practice the show we're going to be showing you today, so we hope it's going to be as enjoyable for you as it has been to construct for us. Loki started. And so, I hope you enjoy with us, the Auror who dreamed to dance. The lights in the room dimmed until the room became shrouded in darkness, courtesy of Professor McGonagall. With a soft flicker and the artificial sound of a halogen light turning off and on, Loki added a spotlight using the spell he'd discovered in his first year, but he'd modified it a little to set up the light to hover in the air since he needed his wand for other things. The stage was currently empty, but soon walking into the spotlight came to view two well-dressed people, a wizard and a witch. While to most people the recognition stopped there, some eagle-eyed students realized that the characters were wearing Auror uniforms. The scene around them was transformed into a subway, and the dim flickering lights Loki added to the scene set up a grim mood. Students marveled at the detail that Hermione and Loki had created in front of them, and even McGonagall had a soft smile. "What do you think? You don't need to do this," the girl pleaded, her tone somber, like a last bargain. "What do you mean?" the man snapped back. "It doesn't matter what I think, Louisa. Someone has to do it. I have to do it. Someone will, Jacob. But it doesn't have to be you." The girl pleaded, but it was clear to anyone who looked at Jacob's expression, he wouldn't budge. "Sigh, I knew it'd be like this. I thought I could talk you out of it, but I can't." The girl finally gave up. "It's not your mistake, Louisa. It's the fault of the times we live in." Jacob calmly wiped the tears off Louisa's face. "When I was a girl," Louisa mumbled, causing Jacob along with the audience to lean in a little closer to understand what she was saying. "When I was a little girl, I used to dream of being a dancer," she said. Everyone in the audience, including Jacob, was puzzled by her sudden revelation. "A dancer?" Jacob asked for everyone. "Yes. I used to feel free whenever I danced, and so I wanted to be a dancer, to be free from all the things around me, to become free." "I see." Jacob nodded, wondering where this was going. "Promise me," Louisa suddenly said with vigor as she looked right into Jacob's pale eyes. "Promise me, you will take me to a dance when you return." Jacob looked into her eyes, smiled and spoke in a soft tone, "I promise." He nodded and intertwined his fingers with Louisa's. Searching his eyes for any hints of fear or lies, Louisa maintained eye contact with Jacob for a while before her face broke into a smile and she said, "Good. Go and help the others evacuate. I will be right behind you," Jacob promised and pushed Louisa away from him. Louisa looked at Jacob for a little longer and then turned away and ran into the darkness, exiting the stage. The spotlight on the stage turned off, and everything went dark for a second before a dim light blue glow spread all throughout the stage, lighting up a single vague figure floating around it. A man cloaked in black robes that were fluttering in the wind looked around holding a wand. "Is that you know who?" a student faintly whispered, but it rang through everyone's minds due to the silence. Audible gasps rang through the classroom, and even McGonagall tightened the grip on her wand, wondering what the two of her best students were doing. A mentally deranged laughter spread through the silence of the audience, sending a chill up their spines. "I've become the greatest Dark Lord. No one can stop me now." The figure floated about what appeared to be ruins of a battlefield with several other people strewn about unconscious or dead on the floor. But before the man could revel in his victory for longer, a bold and familiar voice rang throughout the battlefield. "Stop right there, Sullivan. I've come to reap your life." The floating man stopped midair as he looked around until he spotted the man speaking to him. "Ah, it's you, Jacob. Yes, I've missed you very dearly, brother." Gasps rang throughout the room with people shocked at the revelation. "How have you been, oh brother of mine?" the Dark Lord asked calmly. "I've never been better. But you seem to be in pain, Sullivan," Jacob said with a similar patience. "Pain? Huh. I haven't known any pain since I've come this far, brother. If only you'd see things my way. If you did, you'd know things like pain are but a burden, an imperfection, a mistake in creation. And look where it has got you. No one stands by your side anymore. People, tell me, brother, do people bow down to you each time they see you? I don't need people bowing down to me, brother, especially not in fear. While you have millions who can do such a thing for you, you don't have a single person who can stand by your side. Stand by my side. Such a thing is a high privilege, yes. I do feel lonely sometimes. But such is life. Such is the price you have to pay to reach the top. You who haven't seen what it is like from up here cannot even begin to understand this privilege that is far greater. You're drunk. Drunk on your power. You haven't reached the top, brother. All you've done is sacrifice everyone that was above you to claim that you're on top. Pathetic. You wouldn't understand the pain I've gone through to reach here. You're a measly Auror. What could you know about this? What could you know about what I've been through? I might not know about a lot, brother, but I do know quite a bit about pain. Do you remember the day Mom and Dad died in that accident? I've worked my life away to give you all that you need. Ah, yes, I remember them. Terrible people they were, their magic had stagnated and they couldn't progress, so I killed them. What? Yes, I still remember it, as fresh as it were yesterday. I remember setting up that trap in Mom's potion-making room. It must have exploded in their faces since they weren't careful enough. Sullivan. You bastard. A flash of red emitted from Jacob's wand as it swam through the air and moved at blinding speed toward the man floating in the air. But the man was strong. He swiped his wand through the air and caused the spell to deflect away from him. You'll have to do more than that to kill me, brother. I'm no longer your brother. I am dead to you. Oh, very soon you will be. Like the rest that were lined for their graves before you. This time it was the man floating in the air was the one who initiated an attack, and it was a blunt one, Avada Kedavra. A thick beam of green light shot through the air and moved towards Jacob. Quick on his feet, Jacob swiped his wand upwards and caused a portion of the floor to rise up like a barrier and block the thick beam of light. But given that the killing curse cast by Sullivan was strong, it effortlessly pierced through the stone barrier and exploded the barrier, except Jacob had used that short delay he bought to dive away from the spell's reach. Good. This wouldn't be fun if you couldn't even do this much. Avada Kedavra. Jacob dove behind a new set of rocks and with a swift wave of his wand shouted a charm, Magnus Avis. Instantly out of nowhere, 7 giant pterodactyls appeared in the air and dove sharply at Sullivan while aiming to bite his head off with their sharp beaks. HMPF. Arrogant. As if mere birds could ever hurt me. Sullivan turned his focus to the birds and waved his wand wordlessly, causing a set of equally large snakes to appear from the ground and chomp on those pterodactyls, snapping their necks in half and eating them up in one big gulp. Now, it's time for you to die, brother. Aiming his wand right at Jacob's chest, Sullivan spoke once again in a cold manner. Avada Kedavra. A thick pulse of green light traveled through the air and struck Jacob's chest, sending him flying back as he crashed into the boulders afar. Everyone froze in shock. Shouldn't the hero win? Why is the villain winning? Everyone grew confused, and so did Sullivan. He arrogantly floated towards Jacob's unmoving and cold body as he searched for him in the rubble created. Sullivan effortlessly shifted tons of rocks and finally found Jacob's body. I guess that is all you had to offer to me, brother. There seemed to be an unhinged madness to his tone that sent all the students in the classroom shivering with fear. But suddenly, like everyone in the audience, Sullivan became stunned when the body crumbled into dust. He immediately turned around and looked behind him, only to realize he had been caught. This is the end of the road for you, brother. Jacob whispered like the devil as he placed his wand on Sullivan's neck. What are you going to do? Kill you only, brother. Don't you have some sympathy for me? Jacob snarled as those words came out of Sullivan's mouth, and Sullivan dropped the act, yet a smirk became prominent on his face. Do you really want to do this, brother? Sullivan asked insidiously as he waved his wand and caused a piece of the rubble to fly up and float in the air. Jacob's eyes reluctantly left Sullivan, but his eyes instantly widened as he saw what was underneath the rock. Louisa. Louisa remained under the rock, unconscious, as Jacob's heart throbbed with pain as he looked at the condition she was in. Anything happens to me and the boulder above her will crush her, and then she'll die. You won't. Jacob snarled, his eyes turning red with anger. You told me that I didn't have any people beside me in the beginning, didn't you, brother? Now don't you see? She's but a burden for you, someone who can be used to tie you down. You aren't free. Sullivan smirked. Jacob hesitated and closed his eyes. Just as he was about to lower his wand, Sullivan and Jacob both heard a groan. Louisa had woken up. She looked around for a bit and then her eyes focused on Jacob holding his wand on Sullivan's neck. Jacob, she screamed. Don't listen to him. Don't worry. I will protect myself. Defeat him. Ha! Protect yourself. With what? You don't even have your wand anymore. Sullivan spoke in derision. Jacob looked at Louisa, who was only a hand's distance away from him. yet in this moment she seemed so far away. Sullivan felt Jacob's wand twitch a little and then loosen from his neck. Yes, that's right, lower your wand. Jacob closed his eyes, and when he opened them under Sullivan's continuous taunting, they seemed to tremble with fear. Do I? Sullivan started, but Jacob shouted, Bombarda Maxima. A huge explosion rang throughout the classroom and the entire stage was covered in a cloud of dust. All students, even McGonagall, were enthralled by the play as they leaned in, hoping for the dust to clear faster so they could see the result of the explosion. The spotlight went off and only the sounds of small rocks tumbling down were heard for a moment, bringing everyone to the edge of their seats. Who won? The dust was slowly settling and everyone heard faint groans coming from inside it. Then they heard a swish from within the fog and found it to rapidly clear. It seemed as if there was still someone alive inside the fog. The dust began to clear and everyone looked at the happy scene inside it. Louisa! Jacob shouted, forcing Louisa to look in his direction. She pushed herself off the ground and ran towards Jacob in a hurry. Jacob! Louisa had a happy smile on her face as she shouted his name. Clearly, she was happy he was alive. But something was weird. Why wasn't Jacob getting up from the floor? Why wasn't he moving? Was he just tired? The dust cleared further and everyone saw what Louisa saw. Her movements faltered at first, but then they immediately sped up in panic. Jacob had become trapped under the very same boulder that was above Louisa a few seconds earlier. His legs were squished into a meat paste by the boulder and Louisa ran up to him with tears in her eyes. Everyone realized in that moment what had happened. After using Bombarda Maxima, Jacob had probably pushed Louisa out of the way and become trapped under it himself. Jacob, let me help you out. Don't move. Your legs can still be salvaged. Louisa said, reminding everyone just how powerful the medical expertise of wizards was. Jacob just gave her a self-pitying stare and then spoke in a soft mumble. It isn't pos. What? Louisa asked, leaning closer to him to listen to what he was saying. It won't be possible to heal my legs anymore, Louisa, Jacob said with a sad sigh. But why? Louisa grew confused and worried, checking if Jacob had sustained a more serious life-threatening injury. At the last moment, when I used the Bombarda Maxima curse on him, he used the Fiendfire spell on me. I had to allow my legs to be crushed by the rock to stop the spell from consuming my body. Jacob hadn't said anything further, but Louisa and everyone in the audience knew what that meant. Modern medi-witches couldn't cure injuries from Fiendfire. No way. Louisa collapsed onto her knees with her mouth opening and closing like a goldfish the entire time. I'm sorry, Louisa, I don't think I can hold you to our promise for a dance, Jacob said with a soft sigh, causing Louisa to break into tears and begin to cry and wail in Jacob's arms as he did his best to comfort her. The spotlight turned off again and everyone became slightly depressed, wondering if the play had ended here. No way, right? This is not the end, right? Several students thought at the same time. The spotlight turned on again and this time it showed Jacob sitting in a wheelchair with Louisa pushing him through a garden as they slowly made their way through. Both Louisa and Jacob had a bright smile on their faces and not once did either complain about their roles. They walked through the park where several children were playing and even ended up on a cliff from where they watched the sunset for a bit. While returning, however, they spotted a silly little girl dancing under the stars while singing to herself. She looked pretty, like the moon dancing under the stars, as she moved gracefully and elegantly through the field of flowers around her. Her moves were random and didn't have much choreography, yet the girl looked beautifully free while she danced. She appeared to be gliding through the field like a fairy, moving from one flower to the other, waiting to collect its nectar. Everyone, including Jacob, heard Louisa stifle her sobs at that moment as she forcefully turned around from the girl, breaking the audience's immersion in her performance while dragging Jacob back to their house. That night, Louisa cried for a long while in bed and eventually fell asleep sometime during the morning. It was only after she fell asleep that Jacob woke up and sat up in the bed with difficulty. Sullivan's last words echoed in his mind, burden. Aren't I a burden to her right now? Jacob thought. Then looking at her for a long while, Jacob seemed to have decided something as a sharp glimmer showed in his eyes. From that night every day, Louisa walked with Jacob to the cliff and watched the sunset with him, but she always changed their path while returning so that they wouldn't come across the girl dancing ever again. Everyone including the audience could see the thought was slowly eating Louisa up. Whenever she talked with Jacob they saw how her eyes contained guilt as if she was the one responsible for his burdens. Not even him telling her that he was alright and didn't mind being unable to walk much since he got to spend more time with her changed her mind. She appeared to be slowly spiraling. But every day after Louisa fell asleep, Jacob would sneakily use his wand to push himself out of bed and move out of the room to do something no one could see just yet. What is he doing? The students wondered. Is he also feeling sad like Louisa? Perhaps he might be going out to vent out his frustrations. Everyone concluded something similar. They all thought the sadness was getting to Jacob too, and they were worried he would do something drastic or make an irrational decision. Some of the audience members were even going as far as to curse both Hermione and Loki in their minds for making such a terrible play. Everyone was unhappy. Finally, one fine day when Louisa and Jacob went to the cliff to watch the sunset, Jacob said something that startled everyone. "Louisa, why don't we go the way the little girl danced last time?" Louisa trembled, her lips quivered and goosebumps appeared on her arms. Her head spiraled into despair as she began to hyperventilate, but Jacob's calm and steady voice brought her out of her thoughts. He simply said, "Let's go." Hearing Jacob's tone, Louisa started to sob silently. The pain that had accumulated over time, the pain that seemed to be eating her alive appeared in the form of tears that silently traveled across her innocent cheeks. Even the audience had become tense. Why did Jacob ask Louisa to take him to that spot? What is he thinking? While others feared for Jacob's decision. Was he going to do something terrible? Was he going to give up? A feisty redhead blamed Loki since he was a Slytherin and was ready to bet that he was the one that ruined the story since a Gryffindor could never do such a thing and would never make such a terrible ending. Professor McGonagall even started to have second thoughts about the play. Should I stop it? Although hidden in the cover of darkness, Professor McGonagall could still spot the two enthusiastic students behind the stage she'd so generously set up. And seeing them, she found them to have soft smiles on their faces. Why are they smiling? In this tense atmosphere where I can't guarantee they'll leave the class alive, why are they still smiling? McGonagall slowly became frustrated and soon after a bit of contemplation began to let go of her frustrations and trust in the creators of the play. She decided to trust her students like a good professor should. Every crunch of the sticks and every roll of the wheels over the gravel felt impactful to the students. Jacob and Louisa soon arrived at the spot under the moonlight where the girl was dancing step by step. Is the girl still dancing there? Students wondered. The foliage slowly cleared up and everyone saw her. The little girl was still dancing in the moonlight. There were faint gasps throughout the room. Everyone watched Louisa bite her lips to the point that they began to bleed. The girl's dancing was marvelous, filled with swings and turns that caused her dress to fly, making circles around the ground as her hair shimmered. Everything seemed perfect. Everything seemed as if the girl was free. Everything seemed to be a perfect contrast to Jacob, who was bound to the wheelchair. The girl's show soon ended and Louisa had cried enough to the point where all her tears had emptied out. And with Jacob not doing anything throughout the girl's dance, everyone felt a little relieved. Perhaps he just wanted to watch the girl dance. But what of Louisa? Is he not worried about her degrading mental health? As the girl's performance ended, Jacob began to clap loudly. The girl instantly became embarrassed at her audience and quickly under everyone's gaze ran away through the forest to go back home. A few chuckles escaped the audience because of her actions. Everyone then saw Louisa slowly put her hand back on Jacob's wheelchair as she began to turn him around so that they could go back. The entire performance had been nothing short of torture for her. It felt like pins were pricking her chest and head, yet she bore it all since she felt like she deserved it, since in her mind she felt it was because of her that Jacob lost his freedom to move, freedom to feel free. But once again, under the barrage of self-degrading thoughts she was facing, Jacob's calm voice resounded. Louisa, cough cough, I mean, would you Huh, what did you say, Jacob? Louisa asked, quickly wiping away all the tears on her face before Jacob could turn around and look at her. I mean, I was wondering, if you'd want to, pick up on that offer you made me when I went up to defeat Sullivan. Huh, Louisa, like the rest of the audience, was suddenly dumbfounded. Come again? Louisa asked with a puzzled, pained expression on her face. What did you say? But Jacob continued in the same jovial tone he was using earlier. I mean, I was wondering if I could have you for a dance. Is that not all right? Simultaneously, like the rest of the crowd, everyone thought Jacob had finally lost it. Louisa's lips quivered, but she remained steadfast and said, all right. I'll push the wheelchair and you move. Is that all right? No, not like that, Jacob said, and under everyone's stunned gazes, he waved his wand and formed legs from himself by transfiguring the dirt on the ground. Help me up, Jacob said. Louisa's eyes widened a little, but she didn't discourage Jacob's attempt at looking normal and did her best to help him up so that he could stand up on his own. How are you going to dance in those, Jacob? You'll fall down. I understand you want to walk again, but… Shish. Jacob just placed his finger on Louisa's lips and shut her up. Then he slowly wiped away the blood leaking from her lips and the tears that still remained on her face. Calm down and watch. Don't you want to dance with me? Louisa's eyes widened, and although she didn't understand what was going on, a warm feeling of hope had sprouted in her heart, and so she slowly nodded her head. Then let go, Jacob said, pulling his arms out of her grasp. But, trust me, and let go, Jacob said again, and taking a deep breath after closing her eyes, Louisa finally let go. Everyone instantly expected Jacob to collapse to the ground. After all, transfigured legs weren't meant to move, they were frozen and appeared stationary. At least that was what most people thought. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened instead as she mumbled something in the midst of all the silence. Animated transfiguration. It wasn't very tough to make something animated using transfiguration. After all, it was just a third-year course syllabus, and most graduated students could perform basic animated transfiguration. But it was still extremely hard to perfectly, or even with some flaws, mimic human body parts using transfiguration. The problem was such prosthetics would vanish after a little bit of time when the caster's spirituality depleted. This was also why it wasn't used by many witches, since it was but a temporary solution. Even then, one would need a lot of concentration and focus to be able to pull it off. It was ridiculously hard. But as McGonagall's words traveled through the audience's ears, they all remembered the several times they had seen Jacob levitate himself out of bed in the dead of the night while Louisa slept to do something elsewhere. Ah, he was practicing for this. May I have the opportunity to take you for a dance? Jacob asked with a soft bow as he looked up at Louisa. Louisa's eyes watered immediately and her brows trembled along with her whole body, but she wasn't one to see an opportunity in front of her and not take it, so she placed her trembling hands in Jacob's grasp and said, "You may. Then let's dress appropriately." With the wave of his wand, Jacob transformed their clothes into one suitable for a ball dance, with Jacob wearing a full tuxedo and Louisa wearing a deep blue gown that was littered with what appeared to be stars. Jewelry appeared around her neck and on her ears as Jacob placed his wand back into his holster and stood up from his courteous bow to meet her eyes. Let's begin. Curtains fell on the stage and the lights immediately turned on, but everyone remained stunned and silent, their thoughts going back to the final beautiful scene with Jacob and Louise standing in the middle of a flowery field against the backdrop of the moon. Everyone was lost in a trance until they all heard a soft clap. It came from Professor McGonagall, who was smiling excitedly and happily. Soon the whole classroom burst into a round of applause that Loki and Hermione took with a polite bow. They were both tired, which was apparent from the sweat gathered on their brows, but they didn't let it show and kept a professional smile on their faces as if this was nothing for them. That was absolutely fantastic, Miss Granger and Mr. Loki. For your dedication to the craft, I award both houses 50 points. Well done, Professor McGonagall said with a smile after all the claps from the remaining students died down. Everyone's eyes widened due to Professor McGonagall's words, but no one felt it was unfair to the two participants of the play. Everyone felt it was worth it. The students who had estimated to only waste the time of their class today by watching a third-rate play came out with an absolute masterpiece that was built with a lot of love and dedication. Not even Draco's gang opened their mouths to complain or mock Loki and Hermione in any way, not that anyone in the class would have let them get away from it even if they tried. The plot was encouraging and well-meaning. The main character was a transfiguration expert, which I loved, and the ending connected to transfiguration animations. The topic the class is currently working on was masterful, McGonagall said in a chirpy tone. Thank you for your praise, Professor, Loki said and bowed along with Hermione. Oh dear, I'm sure the whole school will be talking about you two for years to come. What you have done in this class is not something just anyone can do. You should be proud of what you've achieved. Loki and Hermione nodded with a beautiful smile and moved to go to their seats. They shared a quick nod that conveyed to each other just how happy they were in their decision to talk about the play after class. As they approached their seats, several people whispered commendations to them, and when they finally sat, the class threatened to break into hushed whispers with everyone eager to discuss the play. But a simple soft cough from Professor McGonagall brought all the attention back to her. No one wanted to upset the big cat after all. Now, like Miss Granger and Mr. Loki have achieved the heights of animation through transfiguration, all of you must also strive to achieve such accolades. The class felt a little depressed seeing the class starting, but Professor McGonagall noticed the depressing mood and tried her best to raise everyone's mood. Mastering transfiguration can not only be useful in class, but it will help you in your daily life too. You can create anything you could ever physically need using transfiguration. The class nodded their heads in sync since they already knew about it, and McGonagall asked a question to keep them engaged. Can anyone tell me about an example of Jacob using transfiguration to help himself in his daily life? And for the first time in McGonagall's teaching career, nearly all the class lifted their hands to answer. Miss Lavender, could you tell us? Lavender stood up with an excited look on her face and spoke quickly. He used transfiguration not only to recreate his legs, but he also used it to create jewelry and clothes for himself and Louisa at the end. You were right. 5 points to Gryffindor. McGonagall nodded and Lavender sat down, happy at having earned 5 points for the first time in her life, as the professor continued. For example, I don't think many of you have noticed, but there is a reason why my robes always maintain their shine. It is because, like Jacob at the end, I transfigure my robes to help me keep them looking fresh and new. The students' eyes widened slightly and many began to assess McGonagall's emerald green robes that shimmered in the light. Seeing the students' interest grow, McGonagall struck while the iron was hot. But transfiguration is not just a branch of magic that can be used for convenience, it can also be used to save yourselves in opportune moments like Jacob did in the play. Can anyone tell me about his applications of transfigurations in combat? The hands of nearly all students shot up once again. Yes, Miss Davis, if you would, McGonagall said with a smile, seeing someone as lazy as Tracy be excited about answering a question in class. Tracy stood up and spoke passionately. First, Jacob used transfiguration to save himself from the killing curse that Sullivan used by transfiguring the ground as a shield. She paused until she saw McGonagall nodding to affirm her answer and then continued. The second was when he conjured up large birds that attacked Sullivan using the Magnus Avis charm, and the third and the final time was when he used a transfigured clone of himself as a distraction to take the killing curse from Sullivan for him. Well done, Miss Davis. 5 points to Slytherin, McGonagall said and carried on with the class. It is as she said, a master at transfiguration can protect themselves from several threats, even those as serious as the killing curse. God forbid you come across it in your lives. All the students' eyes by this point were already shining as they all suddenly found their previously tough and boring transfiguration class become much more interesting and fun. Looking at how eagerly the students were looking at her, McGonagall smiled and thought about slightly changing her teaching methods for the upcoming classes. If all of you in this class learn how to animate your transfigurations before the next 2 classes end, I will oversee a duel between all of you in class that will exclusively use transfiguration. The students all opened their mouths loosely, even Hermione and Loki looked at McGonagall like she'd grown a new head. Everyone was surprised at her words and almost burst out screaming in joy since after Lockhart's last attempt at practical teaching last year, everyone had been wanting something similar but better. But McGonagall's presence in front of them all reminded them that she was not someone who'd take disturbance during class lightly, and so they remained tight-lipped for the fear of having their new goal taken away from them before they even began flying towards it. Soon it was the end of class and everyone began to leave the class, but Hermione and Loki stayed back when they heard McGonagall say, "Mr. Loki, Miss Granger, if the two of you could stay back please." Everyone, understanding McGonagall had something to talk to them, gave them some space and emptied the room faster. "Well, I wanted to talk to her too anyway, so this is fine I guess. Really I should speak with Professor Snape since he's the head of my house, but I'm sure he knows I'm lazy enough to talk to whoever comes my way first. I'll stay back after she's done speaking to my own." Once everyone left the room, leaving the professor and her two new favorite students alone, Professor McGonagall spoke to the two with stars in her eyes. "I have to say this once again, that was wonderful, you two. I have a proposal for you, only if you'd like to hear me out." Loki and Hermione looked at each other, and after seeing neither of them could guess what was to come, they looked at Professor McGonagall and nodded. "I was wondering if you could possibly perform the play once again." "Once again? Is there a particular audience you have in mind, Professor?" Loki asked, a little confused. Yes, I do have an audience in mind, but that is not who you'll be performing for." Quote. Both Hermione and Loki were now confused. "I would love for the two of you to perform in front of the entire school sometime in the coming days during dinner at the Great Hall." Loki and Hermione's eyes widened at the idea. Seriously, Professor?" Loki asked, fumbling his words from the shock. "Yes. I think your play deserves to be critically acclaimed, and I'm sure more people deserve to see something as beautiful as what you've accomplished here." Loki and Hermione turned into goldfishes as they repeatedly opened and closed their mouths, but excitement soon took over as they happily nodded and almost jumped in excitement. "Thank you, Professor. It'd be an honor for us to be able to do something like this for the school." "Good. I will talk to the other professors and Headmaster Dumbledore to help you find the right time." A rare thin smile showed up on McGonagall's face. Hermione and Loki thanked her once again before they turned to leave the classroom. It was only when they were at the door that Loki remembered he had to talk about something with Professor McGonagall. But given how excited everyone currently was, he decided not to talk about his problem right now. "Didn't I tell you we'd be fine earlier?" Hermione said as she walked alongside Loki with a skip in her step. Yeah, as if you could know beforehand anyway. What if we made a mistake? What if we failed to perform? Arg. Stop worrying now. We're done with it already, let it go." Hermione pleaded with a smile as she punched Loki's shoulder lightly. Fine. But we still need to practice for our performance in front of the school." "Yeah, I still can't believe that Professor McGonagall gave us such an opportunity." Eventually coming to the split in the corridor where they had to part because they had different classes, Loki looked at Hermione and with a smile said, "You did fantastic in there, my own," before walking into the right corridor. "You too," Hermione called back from behind before she vanished into her own corridor. Loki had herbology with Ravenclaw for 2 hours before it was lunch, where all he could see was people gossiping about their play by pointing at him and Hermione. Loki was surprised that not a lot of people came to talk to him about it, since many at the Gryffindor table spoke to Hermione about it. But Hermione surprised Loki by quickly finishing her meal and rushing to her classes. She's annoyed by all the people talking about it. "Well, I should go to my classes too before the students decide they can break the ice and talk to a Slytherin about it." Several people at the Slytherin table were already threatening to talk to Loki, but were held back by Dacro's malicious glare and frown pointed in Loki's direction. No one wanted to face the wrath, or more appropriately deal with the tantrum that would come from angering Draco Malfoy. Eventually, Loki got up and left for his first elective class of the year, Ancient Runes, taught by Professor Bathsheba Babbling. Entering the classroom, Loki found himself sitting behind Daphne, who appeared to be a little excited for the class. The play was good. Daphne said in a neutral tone, causing Loki to pause in his actions and smile before he replied, "Yeah, I liked it too." But as Daphne was about to say something more to him, a bushy-haired girl appeared at the door of the classroom wearing a smile, and as soon as she met Loki's eyes her smile grew a little stiff. "Over here," Loki mouthed, patting the free seat beside himself, which Hermione reluctantly listened to and arrived at. "So you decided to come to this class instead of divination. Nice choice," Loki said with a smile, causing Hermione's face to flush a little as she awkwardly nodded. But Professor Babbling then entered the classroom and the class quietened. But Loki quietened not because of her aura, which closely resembled Professor Snape's, but because his instincts immediately picked up on the several high-priced items that were strewn about all over her body. "Hello, students. I am Professor Bathsheba Babbling, your ancient runes teacher for the foreseeable future. I will teach you the art of enchanting using ancient runes to create things that you would have never thought possible before. My goal from this class is to give you a strong foundation that will help you build your own ideas on top. And for this, I will hold you to a very high standard, since magical experimentation is extremely dangerous yet very rewarding. Ancient runes are the one part of magic that you can safely experiment with, and so I shall do my best to teach you its rules. By the end of class, you will have your very own flying broom that you would have enchanted using the process of inscribing runes onto broom handles. Of course, the brooms you will prepare will not be the best out there, but they should also not be the worst. I hope you pay attention in class, because while rewarding, the process of learning about ancient runes is also going to be a test of your concentration and focus. Even simple and small mistakes can often lead to disastrous results that might lead to serious injuries that will require you to spend a night in the hospital wing regrowing your appendages. So I hope you will do your best and pay attention." With that short introduction to ancient runes, the class began in earnest as Professor Babbling taught students about the simplest of runes that they could easily recognize, the circular rune. "We will begin with our very first project. By the end of today's class, you must make your very own torchlight. For bonus points to your respective house, I want you to figure out how you will change the colors of the light." Chalk pieces immediately began to scribble on the blackboard, drawing the required runes, and the required steps, while with a wave of her wand Professor Babbling sent several thin metal plates towards all the students, who became excited to try their hands at runic magic. "A torchlight. Maybe I can make it a disco ball. Or what if I make it a shadow caster instead? Hee, what if I use it to steal the glow of other students' torches? Wouldn't that leave them puzzled about what's wrong with their runes?" Daphne suddenly felt like something was wrong with her luck today. "Why do I feel like someone's out to get me?" The class began to follow the instructions on board, and as everyone had their heads low, using their wands to engrave the runes onto the metal sheet that was given to them. Professor Babbling made rounds around the students to see if they were making any mistakes and following what was written on the board. After a few minutes of correcting students' bad habits, Professor Babbling moved to Loki's seat. "Have you worked with runes before, Mr. Loki?" Professor Babbling asked politely with a smile. "Yes, Professor, I have," Loki said while nodding eagerly. "Oh, how so? Did you learn on your own?" Professor Babbling asked with a smile. "Yes, Professor. I learned it on our own to make the game in Hogwarts Honest Mill," Loki answered for everyone to hear. Professor Babbling's eyes widened at the answer, and she said in a calm tone, "Ah, yes, I had forgotten about that. A nifty little thing those cards are, a wonderful application of movement runes to make pictures act on their own. Do you do most of the work engraving runes onto those newspapers yourself? I doubt you don't have a machine for them. It'd be very inefficient to do them by hand, I suspect. But still, your runic mastery, it isn't just superficial, a runic array to steal other people's lights. And you're targeting Miss Greengrass and Miss Granger." "Ah." Loki suddenly felt slightly embarrassed, but he covered it up and spoke up. "You are not wrong, Professor. We do have an engraving machine, and I've studied about the creation of runes and making enchanted items from Randolph Spudmore over the summer." Immediately the teacher's eyebrows shot up. Then Professor Babbling picked up Loki's plate and looked at it carefully. After which she poured in a little bit of her spirituality. Multiple balls of colorful lights popped up from the metallic plate, causing a small ruckus in the room, leaving both Hermione and Daphne shocked. 5 points for Slytherin, Mr. Loki. And that is quite the experience to have. I don't know how you got an apprenticeship under him, but that is some nice experience. Thank you, Professor. Loki humbly responded. Given that you've trained under Randolph, I doubt these classes will be of any benefit to you. How come you chose this class then? I was surprised about the apprenticeship after school ended last year by one of our newspaper sponsors, so I didn't know I'd be doing an apprenticeship until after I chose my classes for the 3rd year. I'm sorry. No worries. I can just give you work for higher years. Tell me, how much have you covered under him? Do you know about rune arrays? Yes, Professor. But I haven't delved into them too much, and I know very specific arrays, so my knowledge about them is very incomplete. By very specific arrays you mean arrays relating to flying brooms. Loki's eyes widened for a second, but he composed himself quickly. Of course, you'd know about the firebolt. I suspect he asked you for advice. Haha, I won't say he did not, but let's leave that for some other time. For now, I want to assign you a new task. Wait a moment. Professor Babbling then wordlessly flicked her wand, and a cupboard at the end of the classroom shot open. From it shot out a hardcover textbook that flew straight into her hand. Babbling then dropped the textbook on Loki's table and opened it to a new section, Fast Wards and Their Elements. Is this what I need to learn about? Loki asked with apprehension, since the topic appeared to be a little complicated given the first page itself had 3 formulae. Yes, Mr. Loki. Try it out, I'm sure you'll like it. With those parting words, Professor Babbling continued her rounds around the class, leaving Loki, Hermione and Daphne to their own devices, but the two of them were glaring at him. Hermione pinched Loki's side while Daphne sent a pinching hex flying his way. Loki took them both with a little bit of whining while softly whispering, I'm sorry. Sorry. Won't do it again, I promise. Who's Randolph Spudmore? Hermione asked as soon as Professor Babbling was out of earshot, and although Daphne appeared uninterested, Loki could see her ears were perked up. There's a new broom on the market called the Firebolt, the fastest broom yet. He's its creator. Loki spoke with some embarrassment. What? How did you get an internship under him? Hermione asked, shocked, but she did make sure to keep her voice down. I was just lucky. Mr. Blimes, the owner of Zonko's Jokes shop, saw that my rune drawing skill was great, and so he brought me into a meeting they were having to introduce me to him. Wow, I can't help but feel a little jealous. Hermione pouted, causing Loki to laugh at how honest she was being. I'll try to see if he has a spot for 2 more if both of you want to Joe. No, Hermione and Daphne said at the same time. Oh, okay, I won't help you. Make sure you get it by your own strengths. Loki calmed them down after guessing why they'd reacted this way. With their short conversation done, everyone went back to doing their own thing, with Hermione and Daphne working on studying the textbook to create something similar to what Loki had made, while Loki studied more about wards and how they worked. The textbook had several corrections, side notes and observations written within its margins, reminding Loki of Snape's Half-Blood Prince textbook. Is this Professor Babbling's personal book? Loki wondered and slowly became absorbed in learning everything from the book in front of him, since it looked extremely valuable. Wards are a combination of runic arrays that are all aimed at performing a specific task for the caster. For example, wards can be used to cast an automatic slowing charm at the bottom of a Quidditch pitch so that participants who fall down will not get hurt. There are several ways in which one can set up wards. Some of the most common methods include engraving runes on a conductive surface, using a medium such as blood to draw the runes, and last but not the least, transfiguring spirituality into the required shapes to form runes. Each method has its own advantages and disadvantages and is suitable for different results. This chapter will go in depth into all 3 of the above-mentioned methods, but it is recommended that students have someone to supervise them. Loki continued to read until the end of class, when the bell rang without realizing he'd been reading for about 2 hours straight. He only stopped when Professor Babbling snatched away his book using an Accio charm. Go trot off to your other classes now. I don't want you finishing the entire book in a day, Mr. Loki. Loki smiled a little and bowed his head towards the professor before leaving to go to his next class. After classes finished and his work in classroom 2-21 with the newspaper was done, Loki finally got the opportunity to relax in his room for a while. It was only when the time on his stopwatch struck 8 that Loki walked out of his room and towards a specific room in the dungeons, the potions classroom. Reaching the door, Loki stayed outside for a while as he thought of all the various ways the conversation would go from how he was planning it to happen. Won't Professor Snape feel bad about it though? Since he wanted to make me a Beander of the apothecary pathway. Although this was why I wanted to talk to Professor McGonagall about all this, I'm sure he won't mind too much. After all, isn't it all mostly the same thing? A package of powers and madness. After thinking about what he was going to do for a few more minutes and then taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, Loki put on his best smile and straightened his posture before knocking on the door. Knock knock. The door flew open as if pulled by the wind, and even before Loki stepped into the room, he heard Snape's voice complain. Are you done peacocking in front of my door, Mr. Loki? I have no interest in helping you start a new business. I'm sure you've earned enough already. Loki gulped. Okay. He's not in a very good mood. Loki's strained smile handled the news, even though not as effectively as he'd have liked, he managed somehow without frowning at his misfortune. Why would you say that, Professor? Aren't I your favorite student? And I'm here for you. I'm here to thank you for the pocket watch you gave me last Christmas. I don't need a peacock in my office, Snape said in a sing-song manner as he carefully stirred a bubbling cauldron. Come on, Professor Snape, I'm not that bad. You should see Malfoy, he spreads his fanboys and girls and keeps showing off his power to everyone. That is something really annoying. Me, I'm just a chick when compared to him. Let me remind you, Mr. Loki, that chicks do not carry platinum memberships. And especially never flaunt it in front of everyone by wearing the clip on their Hogwarts robes. Ah, now I get what has been annoying Draco all this time. It's my tie clip that I got for being a platinum member. I can see how he took that as a sign of provocation. Poor Malfoys. Should I change it a little? Should I place it in a more obvious spot? Mr. Loki. Have you become so good at puppeteering that you need one to talk to me? Ah, yes, I mean no. No, Professor Snape, I was just here to tell me why you're really here. Loki fell silent for a minute. Snape didn't disturb him since his potion was at a critical stage and he needed to concentrate on what he was doing. I became a Beyonder of the Mystery Prior Pathway. Loki blurted out words in rapid succession. Snape's head snapped so fast that Loki thought he had gotten whiplash from turning so fast. What did you say, Loki? Snape asked with narrowed eyes. That, you heard it the first time, Professor. Loki asked while pretending to feel even more nervous after having said it the first time. But Snape just stared at him like he owed him his salary. Well, I said I became a Beander of the Mystery Prior Pathway. Loki said, slowly this time, speaking each word clearly and smoothly. Snape's eyes narrowed further, so much so that Loki wondered if he could even see anything through them anymore. Suddenly Loki felt a chill pass over him. Is he using spirit vision on me to confirm by checking my astral body? I doubt he can do that though. Even a seer could only do that much later down the line. Loki stood there under Snape's scrutinizing gaze waiting for him to speak when finally Snape closed his eyes for a moment and Loki felt normal. So, Snape looked at his potion which was now ruined because of his lack of attention and then looked at Loki and scowled. With a flick of his wand, Snape was about to toss the potion away but Loki interrupted and dropped into it a little bit of rat blood. The potion isn't wasted, all you have to do is drop the rat's blood to reveal its true color. Now you can use it to heal any diseases by simply helping the body to become friends with the enemy cells and then backstabbing them. Snape looked at the potion once again and its golden color like the chrysanthemum flower slowly turned baby pink like that of a snapdragon. Snape cleaned his hands with a towel before looking at Loki with a little bit of annoyance. Do you think I don't know that? That was not what I was trying to do. Loki's eyes turned listless at Snape's insistence, but before he could say anything Snape spoke calmly, "Meet me at Professor McGonagall's office in an hour." Loki nodded and quietly returned to his room, making sure that this time as he stepped through the common room he would show off his proud platinum tie clip even further. He even charmed it to look extra shiny, much to Draco's dismay. Entering his room, Loki spent the time thinking about various things he had to do and made himself a checklist. After he was done, he burnt away the paper before thinking about his meeting with Professor Snape. That went better than I expected. I wonder why he wants me to meet Professor McGonagall though. Some random rule of the school? No, Professor Snape's never been a rule book kinda guy. So is Professor McGonagall from the Mystery Prior pathway too. Perhaps he could detect that I was a Beander, just not which one, so he wants Professor McGonagall to confirm. No, probably not. He probably just wants Professor McGonagall to guide me since she's on the same pathway, I guess. Time soon passed and Loki finally appeared in front of the old cat lady's office. Knock knock. Come in. Loki heard a soft voice speak from the other side. As soon as Loki entered, he saw Professor Snape was already there and he seemed to be in the midst of a discussion with Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was looking at him from the top of her glasses with a slight head tilt, and Loki had that weird feeling of being watched again. Spirit vision. But Professor McGonagall's check was much quicker. She only looked at him for a few seconds before looking back at Snape and nodding. Is everything going to be all right?" Loki asked with slight confusion. "I have a question to ask Mr. Loki, if you don't mind," McGonagall stated rather than asking. It was clear from her tone that she would ask Loki the question anyway, and so he nodded. "Well, at least I prepared well. How did you become a Beander of the Mystery Prior pathway?" The question sent alarm bells ringing in Loki's head. There was something about the way it was worded that Loki felt he couldn't quite digest. It felt off. And when he thought about it, Loki came to a soft conclusion. What a strange question to ask. Can people not become a Mystery Prior in this world? Loki's brain fired up at full speed, thinking up all the solutions possible to the question he was asked. I can't lie to her because she can simply divine if I'm telling the truth. I didn't plan for this. I didn't think it would be a problem to simply be a Beander of the Mystery Prior pathway. But why exactly would it be a troubling thing to be a Mystery Prior? Single quote. Because someone controls the sequence. So even though there's no Church of Hermit or Moses ascetic order or Element Dawn, there's someone controlling the pathway. It wouldn't be any noble family since Professor McGonagall isn't affiliated with any of the nobles. Professor McGonagall herself controls the pathway. But if that's the case, then the only way one could become a Mystery Prior is by learning the potion ingredients from her. So it's not just that I'm suspected of lying, but also that if I'm speaking the truth there's a leak in her organization. How troublesome. Just then an idea sparked in Loki's mind. Using his acting skills to pretend that he was thinking a little, Loki said the following. I don't exactly know either. Both McGonagall and Snape looked at Loki with a frown. But just before they could accuse him of anything or suggest some Beander means to recover memories, he continued. All I remember is that I suddenly had the knowledge about the Mystery Prior pathway while reading a book I found. McGonagall frowned, but then she asked in a strict tone, can you remember something about the book? Not really, other than that I learnt about something called the Hidden Sage. I don't know anything else. I feel like I might have seen a pair of floating eyes, but I can't really tell, maybe that was a hallucination. Loki's well-planned words brought a tense silence to the office. Both Snape and McGonagall had a look of astonishment on their faces. Each looked like they had seen the second coming of Merlin in front of them. They looked at each other to check if what they heard was right and then trembled with little shock. Got 'em. Now even if the divination gives them negative results they can just blame it on the Hidden Sage not wanting them to want to know more about the situation. Good job me. Loki gave himself an imaginary high five while maintaining a confused look outwardly as he spoke to the professors. Did I do something I shouldn't have? I mean, I didn't exactly want to do what was suddenly stuffed in my mind too. I read about legilimency last year and thought that someone was messing with me. But then I tried the potion that was in front of me, and after following the instructions in my mind I realized I was now a Beander. Potion. You didn't make the potion? Snape asked quickly. No. It was in front of me. Like I blinked and the potion was in a small vial in front of me. All I remember is that it was a cool silky purple and green colored potion. I felt rather hot when I drank it, like my entire body was being changed or tuned to do something better. Snape looked at McGonagall and she just nodded, probably referring to Loki's description of the mystery prior potion. Can you perform divinations? Professor McGonagall asked softly, seemingly choosing to believe Loki's story about the matter, for now at least. Loki nodded. Do you want me to show you? He let down the topaz pendulum on his hand and asked, pendulum divination, dream divination, astrolabe divination, tarot card readings, I can do them all. Which one do you want me to show you? McGonagall put up a strained smile when she looked at the way Loki was acting like he was selling his wares to her and spoke calmly, pendulum divination would be alright. Can you turn around for a bit so that I can set up the task? Loki nodded and quickly turned around, then spoke, I closed my eyes too. You can set up your task for me now, Professor. There were a few soft tapping sounds and then Loki was asked to turn around. Can you discern which of these cups of tea is authentic? Loki nodded and quickly walked over. He held his topaz pendulum above the right porcelain cup that looked enchantingly real and used cogitation to close his eyes as he spoke a simple statement 7 times. I hope they don't realize I'm using the soul of a Beander trapped in a ring. This tea is real. Opening his eyes, Loki saw the pendulum spinning clockwise, so he glanced at McGonagall and Snape and saw them focused on his divination, which made him smile. Good. At least they can't detect me using the Ring of Harvest. Then Loki performed the same test with the second cup on the left. Opening his eyes, Loki saw the pendulum spin in an anti-clockwise manner. He looked at McGonagall and then with a smile announced his results. This tea is the one you've transfigured, Professor. I must say the teacup is rather excellent, the designs on it are exquisite. McGonagall gained an amused smile as she spoke. I must remind you, Mr. Loki, that divination is not all-powerful. While the tea indeed is a fake, the cup is real. Ah, Loki stuck out his tongue a little and nodded. I will keep that in mind. That was when Snape looked at Loki with a suspicious gaze again and asked a question. Why did you reveal this information to us? Was it another thing that you were compelled to do because of the sudden influx of knowledge in your head? Ah, yes, I mean no. Loki said quickly before explaining his reasoning while pretending to act his role. I told you guys about this because I wanted to set up a divination stall in room 2-21 to help other students find their way by solving their troubles using divination. McGonagall and Snape's brows furrowed once again as McGonagall asked, if I may ask, why? Well, this is why I said yes earlier. It's because the knowledge in my head tells me that I need to act according to the maxim, do as you wish but do no harm. If I do this, I can quickly digest the potion I've taken and move on to the next one in line. McGonagall's eyes widened before she narrowed her eyes and shared a side glance with Snape. They looked at Loki and she spoke calmly. I understand your trouble, Mr. Loki. We will get back to you at a later date about this. For now, if that is all you need to tell us, please go back to your dorm and rest. The matter you've brought up is a little complicated to deal with, so don't expect an answer very soon. Loki had expected this to take some time, and so he nodded obediently and left McGonagall's office to go back to his dorm and fall down in his bed. He was exhausted from thinking so much to create a perfect alibi and wanted to do nothing else but rest. I'm sure they'll accept my request. After all, it's the hidden sage that's backing me. I doubt any other professor can directly communicate with him. And their reactions were reason enough for me to confirm that he exists in this world too. How scary. I just almost dug a massive hole for myself and cooked myself in it. Let's see how this goes. I hope it goes well. At the end of the day, after dinner, when all was done, Loki leaned back into his bed and proceeded to close his eyes for a little bit. Ah, why am I feeling so tired nowadays? Has the quality of food products at Hogwarts gone so low? Is Adam skimming so much money that Hogwarts can no longer afford proper breakfast, lunch and dinner? Yawn. Loki forced himself off the bed and sat down on the only chair in his room after washing his face with some cold water to wake himself up. Then slipping into the Saphira castle, Loki summoned to himself a paper lying in his pile of items scattered everywhere in the castle and began to read a portion of what was written on it. I've been avoiding this for long enough. I should do my best to look into it. Every positive circle you make, while keeping in mind the trial you may take, will lead you to meet awake. On the magical floor, you can see the lake. On the paper was Slytherin's letter to him which he'd picked up from the Chamber of Secrets. What is this about? What does he want me to find? Does all this lead to a treasure or something? Will lead you to meet awake. Is he telling me that I've got to wake him up? Why is he sleeping in the first place? Poor quality food in Hogwarts. No, but the last line indicates that this place is somewhere inside the castle, somewhere from where I can see the Black Lake. Or can anything random where you can stand and view the lake be considered as a floor? This riddle's too vague. Loki thought with a sigh and then put down the paper in front of himself, ready to give solving it a real try. Alright, let's see. Every positive circle you make. Does this mean every positive circle I make with my wand? And I have to do it while keeping in mind the trial I have to take. But what's the trial? Do I just think about something vague like Slytherin's trial? Or perhaps keep this letter in mind? Or the Chamber of Secrets? The next line talks about waking him up, but could it be a metaphor for something? Like an object he enchanted that is lying dormant in the castle? Or his secret room? Probably not that, but maybe some other secret room. And the last line talks about the magical floor, from where I can see the lake. There could be several interpretations of this, but if we take the most literal meaning, I need to look for something special on the castle's 3rd, 5th and 7th floors, since those are the only floors that have rooms that give me a view of the Great Lake. Perhaps I need to find a window on one of the magical floors, and look at the Black Lake while turning my wand in the air in a clockwise direction as I think about the trial that Slytherin has set for me. Is that it? Loki thought with a puzzled expression. But with no way to try it out immediately, Loki put down the letter and exited the Saphira castle to catch up on some sleep his body desperately needed. Waking up the next day, Loki slipped into the Great Hall for breakfast. But as he left the hall he found a box of smokes lying on the ground. Cigarettes. Loki looked at the box with some confusion, but he picked up the box to toss it into the garbage bin in some random class when he could. Loki caught up with Hermione as they made their way to the arithmancy classroom. "Good morning, Loki," Hermione said as Loki appeared beside her. She looked to be fixing her hair, which was already a mess so early in the morning. Yeah, good morning to you too, Mino," Loki said, ignoring her fixing her hair since his eyes were locked onto her pocket. Loki had an intuitive feeling that there was something valuable inside Hermione's pocket. Is it the new chain she's wearing around her neck? No, I can feel there's already something around her neck. Is it another new chain? When did she start getting the feeling of carrying around so much gold? And why does the object in her pocket feel oddly familiar to me? Walking beside Hermione while the two continued talking about how they could improve their play when they performed in front of the entire school, Loki slowly slipped his hand into her pocket and deftly picked up what was inside using his fingers. Except he was a little surprised to find that it wasn't a chain like he was expecting but an ordinary cigarette box. Did Myone pick up a box that someone had tossed around too? Are there a lot of people tossing around cigarettes nowadays? Loki suddenly asked Hermione, cutting the conversation they were already having. Cigarettes. Why would anyone toss them in the corridors? Did you see them anywhere? Hermione asked with a frown on her face, her disgust for such behavior clear. You don't know about people tossing cigarettes? Loki asked, confused since he'd just picked up a cigarette box from her pocket. But Hermione shook her head, making Loki confused. Then does she smoke? No, Myone's not the type of person that'd do that. So Loki just pocketed both the boxes he had and stuffed them under his robes, thinking he'd toss them away when he'd get to the class. As soon as Loki reached class, however, he found he and Hermione were almost about to be late, so they rushed to the only empty seats in the class. Hermione took the front seat while Loki sat himself at the back. Professor Septima Vector, a woman wearing her hair in a tight bun like Professor McGonagall, was their teacher, and she taught arithmancy by giving the class an introduction about the course. Having learnt quite a bit of arithmancy himself while in Professor Flitwick's classes, Loki skipped listening to Professor Vector and cast a large illusion over himself to make it appear as if he was paying attention to her, while in reality he took out the 2 cigarette boxes he had taken and began examining them. Almost immediately, given his advanced vision and his ability to pay attention to details, Loki noticed something strange about the boxes. They are the exact same, down to the scratches, except this one has a little more, Loki said, pointing at the box that was in his right hand, the new box he pulled out of Hermione's robes. And it's got faint traces of my spirituality on it. What the hell? Did someone prank me? Are they trying to fool me by transfiguring something and making me think I've lost my mind? Professor McGonagall, is it some other weird test about me being a mystery prior? Loki frowned. He didn't like what was happening at all. Loki, stunned at the revelation, didn't realize when the arithmancy class ended. He only moved from his place when someone near him accidentally elbowed due to his illusion hovering slightly below his head. Sigh, I guess there's only one way to find out what's going on. Loki walked out of the class and searched for Hermione, but he couldn't find her anywhere near the crowd that had just left the arithmancy classroom. So he did the next best thing he could think of and pulled out the Marauder's map and located her using that instead. But he soon noticed a discrepancy. While there was a Hermione Granger in a classroom close to him, there was another Hermione Granger in the North Tower. How did she reach the North Tower so soon? Who is this new Hermione? And isn't that the divination classroom? Loki quickly disillusioned himself and followed the location of the Hermione closer to him, and when he walked into the classroom she was in, he found her finishing her homework and doing nothing else. Although puzzled, Loki quickly followed the other Hermione on the map who was in the North Tower and made sure he'd cross paths with her. Soon, Hermione came into view once again. She was with Harry and Ron, this time walking out on the steps that led to the divination classroom. How did she attend the divination class if she was in arithmancy just now? Loki wondered. Polyjuice potion. But wouldn't the map have revealed their real name? Or can it be fooled easily? Without letting Harry and Ron notice, Hermione walked away from them and went into an empty classroom where, after looking around herself to make sure there was no one else apart from her, she pulled out the chain that was around her neck, giving Loki a clear view of the hourglass casually hanging from its center. It had golden sand trapped inside it and was very small, about a centimeter or 2 in length, but looked professionally made and emitted a glowing aura that felt in tune with how much Loki's instincts valued the object at. It felt like it was priceless. What is that? Loki asked himself. And as he looked closely at Hermione, he suddenly felt something tickle the back of his mind. Why does she look so similar to Hermione when I first met her outside the Great Hall? Her hair's all a mess. Wasn't she setting her hair when I met her? Perhaps, a crazy idea sprouted in Loki's mind, an idea he wasn't sure was possible, but he was still tempted to believe. Acting purely on instinct, he slipped the cigarette box that he had picked up from the corridor outside the Great Hall into Hermione's pocket after sealing it in a wall of spirituality so that it wouldn't be noticed easily. What's going to happen now? Loki thought and waited patiently, wondering what Hermione was about to do next. But the next moment, as soon as Loki stepped back from Hermione, she spun the golden hourglass in the center of her chain, then, she vanished. Within the blink of an eye, Hermione vanished from the spot she was just standing on while Loki was just left standing there with his mouth hanging open. She vanished. Loki immediately pulled out the Marauder's map, and to his surprise, there was only a single Hermione on the map once again. Where did she go? What happened to her? Loki became confused as he started believing the absurd theory in his head a little more. No, I need to make sure that what I am thinking is actually happening. No way they let a student just use such a thing to attend classes randomly. Loki attended the rest of his classes during the day and began to keep an eye out on the Marauders map throughout all of them. At the end of the day, after dinner, Loki walked to the library and began to look through various enchantment item books to find out what the object he had seen on Hermione was. But unfortunately, not even the book titled 1001 Legendary Magical Items had one of those. However, Loki did learn that wizards had their own version of the lawn mower and toasters. Impatient to find out more, Loki sat down and wrote a simple letter to Randolph with a drawing enclosed to ask him whatever he knew about the object. Loki hoped he would know about it if it was a highly regulated item. But Randolph hadn't responded to him immediately and sent Rowley back empty-handed, so Loki assumed Randolph needed to figure out what the object was himself and needed a bit of time. Waiting for the response granted Loki a week, and so with nothing else to do, Loki spent his time doing two things: keeping an eye out on the Marauders map to see exactly what was happening with Hermione, and secondly figuring out all the possible solutions to the riddle Salazar Slytherin had left for him. Loki had also paid attention to Hermione herself, more than the girl realized, and Loki began to notice certain discrepancies in her which she hadn't noticed in herself. Hermione pretended to be very forgetful these days. Sometimes she'd pretend to know exactly what was going to happen, like a prophet, and other times she'd act oblivious to a conversation you had with her a few hours prior. It was a mess. But it was a mess that was confirming Loki's suspicion about what was going on, more and more. At the end of the week, during the evening, Loki saw a large gray horned owl flying down from the portal to the spirit world in the skies, landing right on the large tree he was sitting under beside the Great Lake. It dropped an envelope that it was carrying in its beak, allowing Loki to take and open it. "Loki, how nice of you to contact me. I've been a bit busy with the Firebolt's launch, and hence forgive me for writing a letter as short as this one to you. Everything is all right with me and Mr. Folly. We are doing fine, if not at our best, due to the stress of replicating the beautiful patterns you made for the Firebolt onto other brooms. I hadn't recognized the object you sent to me in the form of a drawing, but worry not, since Mr. Folly immediately did. He told me that those are what are known as time turners. They are strictly regulated by the Unspeakables, people who work in a department in the ministry that deals with beyonder matters and secrets, and are hard to come across naturally. Time turners are objects that can mess with time and, according to what Mr. Folly has heard, allow its wearer to travel through time. Though if you wanted my 2 nuts on the situation, I don't think that's possible. Take care of yourself, Loki, and hope you're having fun at Hogwarts. Let me know if you need any help. Hope to see you again next summer. With warm regards, Randolph Spudmore." Loki closed the letter and immediately burned it with a simple incendio charm and scattered the ashes into the wind so that no one else would ever learn of the letter without using beyonder means. All the while there was only one thought in his mind: time travel. All of a sudden, several things started to make sense. She's using time travel to attend classes. Did the professors give her this item so that she could attend all the classes she's taken? Loki muttered under his breath while sitting in the shade under the tree, thinking of all the various ways in which Hermione could have come across a time turner, but in the end, he could only think of a single reason. Given Hermione's personality, it was unlikely she stole such a precious item, and given how well regulated even information about the item seemed to be, it was unlikely that someone suspicious handed it to her for use. It is probably Professor McGonagall who gave Myone the time turner. And maybe the entire staff is aware of her using it. What a steal. Loki thought he was amazed that such an item would be handed over to a student simply for taking too many classes. Maybe they only give it to model students who they know won't abuse the item. But Hermione is friends with Harry and Ron, so I don't doubt Adam has a hand in all this. He's probably spinning up another adventure that involves them, time travel flavor this time. But given how the Aurora Order is involved in the school this year, I hope nothing goes wrong. As Loki thought about all of this, he felt his potion begin to digest inside his body. About 5% of the potion had been digested. That brought him up to about roughly 40%. Getting up from his spot by the Great Lake, Loki dusted his robes and pants and made his way towards the castle. On his way though, Loki found several seniors engaging in public display of affection. Tisk. Why can't they do it in a broom closet like they always do? It isn't even Valentine's. And how they have so much energy when all I can feel is lethargy. Although Loki wanted to do nothing more than return to his room to rest his mind, he walked patiently to the first, magical floor. He had in his mind to test out his solution for the riddle that Salazar Slytherin gave him. The first solution is for me to go to the third floor and spin my wand around in a circle 3 times while looking out the window towards the Black Lake. Since 3 is a pretty well-regarded number in arithmancy, Loki soon reached the third floor from where he began to search for a window that would allow him to look at the Black Lake. He searched through all the classes but none of them had a window that would allow him to see westward from the castle, towards the Black Lake. All the classroom windows were pointed eastwards towards Hogsmeade. Loki searched around a bit more until he came across a peculiar room he didn't want to step into without preparation. It was the only room on the third floor attached to the west wall with windows opening westwards, overlooking the Black Lake. It was Professor Lupin's office. Loki opened a random broom closet to step into but had to close it immediately since it was occupied by 2 senior students doing what the other seniors were doing outside. Going to another closet, Loki first pressed his ear on the door to search for any sounds from inside, and only once he found no sounds leaking from inside the closet did he open the door and step into it. Pulling out the Marauder's map, he activated it and checked for Lupin's location, trying to figure out if the professor was inside his office room or busy elsewhere. And to his disappointment but little relief, Professor Lupin was still inside his office. At least I didn't recklessly open the door to his office while he was still inside it. Leaving the closet behind, Loki then climbed to the 5th floor, another magical number in arithmancy, and repeated his process of searching for a westward window that would allow him to overlook the Black Lake. Finding a few rooms, Loki picked one randomly to start with, the rightmost room, and stepped towards the window in the room. Once by the window side, Loki pulled out his wand and swished it in a circle 3 times while releasing a bit of his spirituality through the wand to see if anything would happen. And, done. Loki looked around the room for any changes or results, but nothing seemed to be happening. Not one to give up, Loki repeated the process across all the rooms on the 5th floor. Except none of the rooms had any changes happen when he swished his wands in a positive circle 3 times. Maybe it's on the 7th floor. Loki reasoned and used the moving staircases to arrive at the 7th floor. The 7th floor was busier than the rest of the floors Loki had visited, since not only was it a main floor that connected all the towers through large floating bridges, but it also held the entrance to the Gryffindor common room behind a painting. Several students were brushing past Loki, sending weird glances his way since he was a Slytherin student walking closer and closer towards Gryffindor territory. Loki paid no attention to the looks he was getting and made his way through the small crowds of students to figure out a room that met his requirements. Unfortunately for him, the only room that met these requirements was the Gryffindor common room. Loki thought with a little disappointment, apprehension and worry. Do I need to break into the Gryffindor common room? I see no other method to be invited into the room, not even Hermione would do something so daring. I guess I'll have to break in during the night when everyone's fallen asleep and then search for a window that overlooks the Black Lake to perform my experiment. But why did Salazar Slytherin leave his test inside the Gryffindor common room? Is this a combined test? Something that maybe even Godric Gryffindor has a hand in perhaps? Loki walked back to the Slytherin dorms, to make preparations for the night. In the meantime, while he was preparing, Loki also thought about acting as the fortune teller he wanted to become and a plan that would allow him to figure out the spies that the Aurora Order had planted in the castle to keep an eye out for Gehrman Sparrow. It would be a little slow to earn credit among the students by performing small divinations. I want the spies to try and contact me to gain information about Gehrman Sparrow faster. Perhaps I could advertise in Hogwarts Honest Mill to gain an initial base of customers. I can already tell my own will be against this, but I guess I have to power through it. If I have an initial base of customers and use them to attract the spies by leaking random bits and pieces of information about Gehrman Sparrow to them, I should have them trapped. But what information should I leak about Gehrman Sparrow without letting them think I'm connected directly to him? What if I add a line in the advertisement that is an endorsement to me from Gehrman Sparrow? No, Adam might get confused if I did that since I used that name in the Chamber of Secrets. What if I stage an incident with him and pretend like I'm looking for information about him too? And then after a while, I take down my request because it has been fulfilled by someone. Wouldn't that grab their attention? They'd want to come to me and gather information that I have, wouldn't they? And I could slowly give out more information as more and more spies pester me. Nice. No, I won't believe you until you prove it to me, Hermione said indignantly as she folded her hands and stared right into Loki's eyes. Daphne meanwhile continued to draw the comic strip she had been assigned for their first release of this year while simultaneously working on arranging the articles Hermione had written harmoniously with the appropriate images. My own, I really am a seer. No. Fine then, why don't we set up a test for me to prove to you that I am a seer? Loki said with a defeated expression. Hermione's eyes widened slightly, not having expected Loki to really be willing to prove it to her, but then she immediately calmed down and focused on the task. Fine then, I'll write down a few random numbers on a piece of paper and place it in an envelope when you're out of the room. Let me guess, you want me to figure out the numbers you've written without opening the envelope. Loki interrupted since he wanted to get this over with so he could open his new future-telling store in the Hogwarts Honest Mill office. He had gotten the approval from McGonagall and Snape, even though it came with several restrictions like not revealing the existence of Beyonders and the usual. Hermione's eyebrows twitched at Loki's impatience but said nothing since the argument between them had been brewing for long enough and she wanted to end it as soon as possible. HMPF. He thinks I can't catch him. How silly. I'll make sure to trick him so he always keeps guessing. All right then, I'll leave the room, make sure you do what you want to do and see that I have no way of knowing exactly what you've written down. I won't do this twice so anything missing is your fault. Loki said and walked out of the room. As soon as he did, Hermione turned towards Daphne and spoke with a frown. Don't tell me you believe him, Daph. Daphne cast a casual glance at Hermione, shook her head, and then went back to working to finish her work. She would be paid extra if she finished extra work after all. Even though she was a princess and had a lot of money, she felt like more would only help. HMPF. Then I'll show you all how meaningless all this is. Hermione picked up a parchment, dipped her quill in some ink and then scribbled on a few random numbers in various corners of the parchment. Once she was done, she rolled up the parchment to stuff it into her robes to keep it hidden from Loki, but then she gained inspiration as she saw the empty floating bubbles on Daphne's comic strips causing her to pause. She pulled out the parchment and made a few changes before smiling in satisfaction and rolling it up again to stuff it into her robes. Happy with her experiment and trick, Hermione was about to open the door when she found it opening on its own. Loki had opened the door and stepped inside even before Hermione called him back. I came in because I realized that you were done. Huh, ho. Because the wind told me you were done. Loki interrupted with a meaningless answer that he used to annoy Hermione and get on her nerves. Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to, that's not the test anyway, tell me what the numbers are, Hermione said with her hands folded away with pride. Loki looked at Hermione, smiled and then began speaking. The number 53 is written on the right corner of the parchment you used. The number 64 is written on the left corner, and the number 190,50,518 is written on the center of the parchment. How no? Is that all? Hermione asked with a smirk as if she'd won this thing. Of course not. If I was a third-rate seer, I would have stopped there. But you struck out the numbers and drew balls and boxes all around the parchment just to confuse me, so that you could win easier, didn't you? Loki said with a smile that got on Hermione's nerves. Hermione clenched her hand tightly and then looked at Loki in anger as she said, I will figure it out. I will figure out exactly how you found out. And then I'll prove to everyone in the castle that you're a fraud. No, you will do no such thing, Loki said calmly. I told you already, it would be your fault if you didn't find a way to outsmart me. Now you'll be a good little kitten and not bite me. Kitten your foot. Don't, Hermione started saying but got interrupted by Loki again. A feisty little kitty aren't you? Hermione, feeling indignant, turned towards Daphne for support, but she was sporting a smile that she was forcing to remain hidden by biting the bottom of her lips. Arg. You two. I know you're colluding with each other somehow. And I'll make sure I find out. Hermione walked back to her desk and began to read all the articles she was going to publish in the next newspaper issue, the first of this year. You're welcome to try, Loki said, and moved to Daphne to hand over his advertisement and the money he required to publish it in their newspaper. Of course, Loki used the lowest possible price he could by discounting himself as the owner of the newspaper and paid only about 5 galleons for a full-page advertisement for a week. The advertisement itself was very plain and minimalist. Loki didn't want to overburden himself immediately. As such, he wanted to depend more on word of mouth to bring him more customers than the advertisement itself. I need to gain sufficient experience in acting out the character of a seer first, only then will I be able to fool the masses. On the advertisement were the words in the center, written big and bold. Want to know if the person you love loves you back? Or got a deal you're worried about? Maybe you want to know if you can break the curfew tonight. Loki's Musings is the right place for you. As a world-class, renowned seer, Loki can find the solutions to your problems with just a sickle. Asterisk. Worry not, for Loki is here. Find him in classroom 2-21 after classes on the weekends. Terms and conditions apply. Daphne scrutinized the advertisement, which had a picture of Loki in the background. Loki was looking right at the reader with a small mysterious smile, but Daphne didn't say anything else, only going back to finish her work. How nice of her. I guess she knows it's rude to ask Beyonders about their powers and sequences. But seriously, if Professor McGonagall never told me about it, I wouldn't have guessed on my own that all the noble family's kids are all at least sequence 6 since birth. How convenient. I guess I can understand why Professor Snape was so worried about me now, and why he wanted to turn me into a Beyander so soon. It was to allow me to contend with those that might use their Beyander abilities on me. But why isn't Malfoy a Beyander then? I doubt even Professor Snape would have been able to stop him from using his powers. Corruption. Were his parents' Beyander characteristics corrupted because they are Death Eaters? That could be a reason, I guess. Either way, I'm looking forward to studying about Beyonders under Professor McGonagall from the next week. Loki was satisfied seeing he didn't have to prove anything else to Daphne and stepped out of the room to get some fresh air. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Looking at the client in front of himself, Loki put on a professional smile, one that had no blemishes and made the person sitting opposite you feel important. Could you tell me why you're here today, Miss Clearwater? Sitting opposite Loki was a girl in her 7th year, a senior who was beautiful, a prefect, and a role model to several other girls at Hogwarts. Before I speak, could I ask if everything we discuss here be kept confidential? Penelope said strictly, but her trembling gaze made it clear that she was worried about something. Loki put on his best toothless smile and tried to create a warm aura surrounding himself by using his thought manipulation skill to make her trust him more. Yes, Miss Clearwater, I can promise everything you divulge today will be kept strictly confidential. If you want me to, I can also agree to an oath. Sigh, that won't be necessary. I just want to keep it a secret for a little bit and hope that it won't become gossip material for as long as I am in Hogwarts. You don't need to worry about that, Miss Clearwater. I take my clients very seriously, and if confidentiality is what you want, then that is what you shall get. Loki passionately explained with his palms on the desk. Penelope looked into Loki's eyes for a bit as if searching for any hints of lies or deceits, but finding nothing but an endless sense of confidence oozing out of him, she leaned back into her chair and relaxed a little. So, I ask again, Miss Clearwater, what are you here for? Loki asked calmly. I read you're good with divinations and can tell with accuracy if I am making the right choice. I must remind you, Miss Clearwater, I cannot tell you the right choice, all I can tell you are the consequences of your actions. You will have to decide for yourself what is right and wrong based on my information. Penelope gulped softly and then spoke after closing her eyes for a few seconds. I want to know if it is right for me to be with Percy Weasley. I feel everything is perfect right now, but there's a nagging feeling within me that keeps warning me about choosing him. I see. Loki nodded, but instead of responding to her worries, he extended his hand. Penelope looked at Loki's hand with confusion for a bit, but Loki's smooth voice flowed through. I need a sickle from you, Miss Clearwater. The divination will be most accurate when I use something from you. Penelope nodded and dug around her bag before placing a shiny silver coin in Loki's palm. Loki closed his eyes and under his breath mumbled the following sentence 7 times, starting his divination. Will Miss Penelope Clearwater come across any hidden troubles by choosing Percy Weasley as her significant other for this lifetime? Loki's eyes rolled back into his head and his eyes appeared to have turned pupilless. That was when Loki closed his palm and tossed the coin Penelope had given him. The coin went high into the air and flipped down slowly, sending Penelope into a trance that was only broken when the coin dropped into Loki's hands and he slapped it onto the table. The result was a secret, one that Penelope was dying to know. Loki's eyes rolled back into place and the mystical feeling around him vanished. Loki slowly lifted his hand to reveal the result for the both of them. The face of the current Minister of Magic. It was heads. Loki formed a frown on his face and declared the result. Sorry, Miss Clearwater, but I think it wouldn't be ideal for you to choose Percy Weasley as your partner. Loki hadn't said this because of which face of the coin faced up, but because of what he saw when he used dream divination. Penelope's eyes were already teary and she seemed to be feeling hurt about the issue, but before she could speak again, Loki pushed toward her a box of tissues. Please, relax, I know this hurts, but please calm down. Penelope grabbed a couple of tissues and wiped her tears away. After a few seconds she choked out a sentence, could you tell me what the problem is so that I can prevent it from happening? Loki's smiling face turned into a frown as if he didn't like the question, but he spoke nonetheless. I want you to understand, Miss Clearwater, one often encounters their destiny on the road they take to avoid it. Do you still want to proceed with this request? Penelope didn't respond, so Loki spoke again. You could just take my advice and move on while the pain is still manageable. Penelope took a deep breath and tried to calm down over the next few minutes, and once she did, she spoke in a soft tone. I will, Mr. Loki, but I just want to know. What about Percy did I miss that makes us not a good pair? Loki looked into her eyes for a bit before extending his palm again. Penelope recognized the gesture and pulled out another sickle and placed it into his palm. I don't often do this since it is burdensome on my spirit, but I shall make an exception just for you, Miss Clearwater, Loki said and closed his eyes. I mean, how can I not swindle a person who's so willingly ready to throw away all their money? He tilted his head slightly with his eyes closed as if he was communicating with the world beyond. His body slowly turned loose and Loki relaxed into his chair. A few minutes passed by in silence as Loki appeared to be immersed in his vision, and the moment Penelope let her back touch the chair she was sitting in, Loki opened his eyes, catching her off guard. There was a prominent frown on his face this time, worse than when Loki had seen the result of the coin flip. This caused Penelope to feel her heart palpitate and a sinking feeling gripped her. What is it? What happened, Mr. Loki? Penelope asked hurriedly, tapping the desk in between them. It's not good, Loki revealed and paused. From my understanding, you aren't the biggest priority in Percy's life. You are always going to be second to his ambitions of becoming the Minister of Magic. Penelope felt her heart take at the revelation, and all of a sudden, as if she realized something, her eyes became hollow and lost. Looking at her condition, Loki politely stood up from his desk, left Penelope to herself and stepped onto the other side of the glass divider in the room, not before pushing towards her a paper with a simple question on it. Do you know anything about a person named Gairman Sparrow? The question was the spread awareness that he was looking for the person. The first part of the plan he had created last time. On the other side was Hermione sitting on a desk doing her homework. Hermione had taken work as Loki's receptionist. Her aim was to prove that he was a fraud and keep a close eye on him, but she hadn't been able to do either till now. Her academic load kept her busy all the time and she barely had any chances to involve herself in Loki's divinations. "Broke another heart, Loki," Hermione complained. "Hey, it's not my fault that all these kids think that their first love is going to last forever," Loki complained in a low voice, making sure Penelope in the other room wouldn't hear their conversation. "And why are there so many people cheating on each other in this school? I thought wizards were what's the right word, less active in these sorts of things. I mean, all our professors are unmarried." "Don't insult our professors," Hermione almost shouted. "You are the one who thinks it is an insult. I didn't say it was abnormal," Loki said with a smile. HMPF. Hermione just ignored Loki and went back to working on her homework. Loki on the other hand stroked the ring on his finger that was hidden by an illusion. "The Ring of Harvest is getting hungry. I need to figure out a way to feed it quickly. I can't suddenly lose my ability to perform divinations in front of Professor McGonagall now, can I? But how do I feed the damn thing? Where does one get souls on an all-you-can-eat buffet?" It was late in the night and Loki was sitting in an empty office while fiddling with his ballpoint pen, trying to spin it on his fingers as he waited patiently. A door inside the office suddenly opened, and Loki found himself in the company of Professor McGonagall. "Good evening, Professor." "Indeed, it is a fine evening, Mr. Loki. What are we going to study today, Professor? Do you remember what I told you last time?" McGonagall asked, sitting in her comfortable chair whose legs had several scratches, but no one could see them since they were hidden by the shadow of the large table in front of it. You told me about how the children of the noble families have a great advantage over me because their parents perform certain rituals to increase the sequence of their children upon birth without affecting their sanity or causing loss of control." Of course, Loki knew that the rituals Professor McGonagall so cleverly hid were just a cover-up for the parents separating excess Beyonder characteristics from themselves to give to their children. One of the only few ways a sequence 5 Beyonder could be created directly without loss of control, but he didn't say anything because a sequence 9 mystery prior shouldn't even have a hint of knowledge about Beyonder characteristics. Good. Then today we will learn about the various pathways the noble families control and some other details about them, like which ones among them have a good personality and which ones among them are mostly just an annoyance. Loki's eyes sharpened and he focused immediately. "What pathway names do you already know?" McGonagall asked Loki. "I know 3 pathway names that I've been taught about: Mystery Prior, Savon and Sleepless." McGonagall's brows shot up and she looked at Loki for an explanation, so he elaborated, since there was no point in keeping something a secret that McGonagall could herself divine easily. It was also why Loki was trying to speak nothing but the truth. "I know about the Mystery Prior pathway from the Hidden Sage, but I learnt about the Savon and the Sleepless pathway from Mr. Folly when I apprenticed under him last summer." "Do pray tell why you were talking about the Sleepless pathway?" McGonagall asked softly. Sirius Black. Loki just said the name and McGonagall understood what he meant. "I understand. I hope you also know not to seek out a fugitive to do anything stupid." "Don't worry, Professor, I'm not one to do things that would get me killed." Loki almost mumbled "I'm not a Gryffindor," but managed to hold himself back just in time. McGonagall looked into Loki's eyes for a second before nodding. "All right then. Let's move on to the pathways. As you know, the Follies control the Savon pathway, the Black family controls the Darkness pathway, the Greengrass family controls the Monster pathway, the Longbottom family controls the Planter pathway, and the Crouch family controls the Arbiter pathway." "That's all. I thought there were 28 sacred families." "Yes, but for now these are enough for you to learn about, since they have further added complexity in them because of intermarriages between families. For example, you should already know, but the Follies don't perform rituals for their children to directly get to sequence 5. They choose an apprentice and train them from the first sequence. While the Longbottom family has had a daughter who has married into the Lovegood family, which now also controls the Planter pathway, but they are a little unique, but they are good. Loki frowned a little, pretending to have a slightly hard time understanding things. So what is this planter pathway exactly? And the monster pathway of the greengrass? I mean, I've spoken to Daphne and Astoria, and neither of them seem to be monsters. Yes, I was coming to that. The planter pathway is closely tied to nature and life in its essence, while the monster pathway of the greengrass is closely tied to luck and fate. It is called the monster pathway because of how one tends to act because of the burdens of fate. Though I think it is more so because they are the easiest to see things and hear things that they should not, which leads them to actual monsters quite easily. I think I get it. But what about the Malfoys? Did they not control a pathway? I mean, I'm pretty sure Draco wouldn't have held back if he had a pathway. McGonagall looked at Loki for a few seconds in silence before she spoke calmly. Do you know what happened in the wizarding world just a decade ago? Loki's eyes sharpened. You know who? Precisely. There's a reason why he's the most feared Dark Lord, and the reason ties closely to his ideology. That purebloods are above everyone else. McGonagall closed her eyes as a few memories flashed in her mind. She leaned back into her chair and then spoke calmly after opening her eyes. Although that was what it seemed like to the public, that was just a facade. A facade. Why? Firstly, you know who himself wasn't a pureblood. He was a half-blood, so those who knew of this never took him seriously. But that wasn't why he was feared. What everyone feared was being branded by his cursed mark. Each Death Eater has a curse mark that has 3 functions. First, it is a means of communication that alerts them when and where they have been summoned to, but that is just a tame use compared to what it actually does. What does it do? Only 2 possible outcomes await those who have been branded by the curse mark. Either they fight against the mark but die because they are corrupted by it. Or they accept it and allow their pathways to be changed. What? Loki's face scrunched up with a frown. At this moment it isn't suitable for you to learn more about what causes the corruption in people, but to answer your question, most Beyonders among the noble families that were targeted by you-know-who and given the cursed mark had to forego their original pathway and become followers of the criminal pathway. Loki hadn't understood much about what was going on, but as his mind dug through the various thoughts he figured out things and put the pieces together. So, she caused corruption in the Beyander characteristics. But then why would they have to follow the criminal pathway? Did the curse mark work like a high-sequence Beyander of the Sun pathway and separate their Beyander characteristics and then induce the Beyander characteristics of the criminal pathway? How strange. But shouldn't the knowledge about those pathways have been retained by the noble families? McGonagall sighed again. Logically it should have. But like an arrow that is bent cannot fly straight, a fool that is in fear cannot think straight. The nobles ended up giving away all their historical knowledge about the pathways they possess to you-know-who. Loki's mouth fell loose, and while McGonagall just thought he was shocked because of the loss of so many pathways, his mind was thinking something else. They gave away all their cards of blasphemy to you-know-who. The hell? Alright, I understand why everyone's so afraid of him now. Anyone in their right mind would be afraid of a person that has multiple cards of blasphemy in their grasp. Finally, McGonagall spoke after a few seconds. That will be all for today. In our next class, we will discuss more about the other pathways controlled by various families and also about the various epics that have controlled the times in Beyander history. Loki nodded and left to go to his dorms with a soft sigh filled with worry, his worries clouding his mind, but he tried his best to glide over them instead of being buried under them. In general, the history of the world is classified into 5 epics. McGonagall spoke calmly while using her wand as a pointing stick and tapping a board. The first of the 5 epics is Chaos. This epic began when the original creator woke up. This caused him to shatter into existence as he split apart into the 19 standard pathways that we know today. The world was in chaos during this time and there were no properly established pathways or even potions to advance through the sequences. People paid attention to mad ravings they would occasionally hear and concoct random potions and drink them in hopes of becoming a Beyander. Of course, as you might have guessed, this caused them to lose control very easily. But all information about this epic is very hard to come by, and most of it is speculative and nonsensical, since anything written during this time is mixed with the madness and corruption of the person who wrote them. How did the pathways come about then? I doubt it was all about experimenting, trial and error. There had to have been a method. And what about magic? Did people not have magic to protect themselves from insanity? McGonagall paused for a second to digest all of Loki's questions and then responded. Magic is a recent phenomenon in the world of the Beyonders. Although no one knows the exact date when magic appeared in the world, everyone, the noble families with a long line of history, come to the consensus that magic appeared only 1,000 years ago. Loki remembered how Walburga's answer to this question was the same, but then he remembered something strange. Ollivanders. I remember his store having a sign that said they were the best wand makers since 382 BC. What's that about? Is he lying? McGonagall nodded, good catch, and then patiently explained, although there are no existing records of the Ollivanders family existing that far back in time, the general consensus from the history of the nobles is that the Ollivanders store has been making wands ever since the beginning of magic, since they all bought wands from it. Loki's brows shot up. So if the Ollivanders' however old grandfather made my wand, then they had direct contact with the person who invented magic. Loki nodded and McGonagall continued. The second epic is the Order epic. This is the epic where the pathways emerged. It was said that in this epic those who retained a semblance of sanity after drinking the Beyonder potions managed to discover a hidden ruin that was revealed in their search for the original creator. This ruin was called the Blasphemy Slate. The first Blasphemy Slate is said to have recorded 22 pathways. 22. Loki immediately interrupted, his heart started beating faster and his breath turned shallow. Yes, 22. Unfortunately, we do not know the names of those pathways since records from the beginning of this epic are unclear, and by the time the Beyonders regained sanity and grew strong, the Blasphemy Slate vanished. McGonagall explained. Loki's breathing hitched, but he quickly managed to bring it under control, yet his mind spiraled into a symphony of thoughts. 22. So someone is purposely scrubbing off their existence from the universe. But why? Does this affect the true gods too? What about the outer gods? And how are they so effective in scrubbing them off that no one even knows their names? But McGonagall didn't wait for Loki's mind to catch up as she continued to explain. Oftentimes the Beyonders of this epic talk about how lucky they were, or how good luck and bad luck often chose sides. Initially, this was assumed to be mad ramblings, but after a closer inspection it was revealed that this was due to the goddess of fortune. She is said to be the oldest and the wisest goddess in the universe that reigns over one of the 19 standard pathways. Specifically, she is connected to the monster pathway. Loki's attention was immediately grabbed. So the Greengrass are more politically significant than expected. McGonagall nodded and then added, in fact, I believe that only because you added Miss Greengrass to your newspaper business that the nobles didn't retaliate seriously. Otherwise, a few might have already tried to annex you, as the Daily Prophet has been. Loki made a mental note to thank the Cold Princess and then continued to pay attention to McGonagall, but soon asked a question. What happened to those other pathways, the 22 ones? McGonagall nodded as she got the question and then explained, as the world gained an order in this epic, the Beyonders happened to notice something else. Quote. They noticed that the demons that escaped the abyss usually had 3 kinds of powers. They could either control other people in one way, or they could steal other people's Beyonder abilities, or they could cause trouble and escape. The hell, isn't that just the fool, error in the door pathway? So they do exist in this world. But if demons have control over them, she has knowledge about them. So they soon realized that these 3 extra pathways were ones that had been carved by mistake on the first Blasphemy Slate. Especially when at the end of this epic they discovered the second Blasphemy Slate, which was more perfect than the first. Loki at this point was lost. So they hid the 3 pathways in the second epic. But who hid it? Did she hide them? For what purpose? To keep total control over it. Troublesome. That was the end of the second epic. The third epic is also called the Epic of Promised Rise. It was the epic when the various true gods woke up from their slumber and guided the Beyonders of their pathways to wealth and prosperity. So the Beyonders became true gods after a while. But what about the Wheel of Fortune goddess? Was it luck that helped her reach there the fastest? The third epic was also one of peace and prosperity for the humans. It was in this epic that magic was born. Some say that the goddess of fortune blessed them with this boon because she wanted to help everyone. Others claim it was the hidden sage that gave the world magic so that more people could pursue the true nature of the world. A few more have darker theories, like the one which claims that magic was invented to arm everyone in the world to fight against a common enemy that was targeting the world. But above all, Beyonders, magicians and humans coexisted in this epic. Everything was going well and progress was being made on all fronts. All the gods and goddesses mostly lived in perfect harmony aside from the occasional squabble that was solved peacefully. McGonagall droned on about the peacefulness of this era for quite a while, and just as Loki was about to fall asleep she moved on. The fourth epic was when it all went to hell. Seeing the prosperity of the Beyonders and the magicians, humans, or rather Muggles, became jealous of our standing in society and chose to rebel. They instilled ideas of betrayal and greed and other sins into the other Beyonders and had them betray their own gods and goddesses. A quote from one of the diaries of a Beyonder who lived in this epic explains it the best. "It was as if the goddess of fortune has abandoned us." Loki's eyes narrowed at that statement. Why would she do that? Someone forced her. Did she die and become a puppet for an outer god? Things started to become ugly with several witch hunts and dark and desperate experiments which were aimed at extracting the powers of the Beyonder and wizards and giving them to the Muggles. Eventually the remaining gods and goddesses of this epic who were still alive managed to come together and form a pact of secrecy that would immediately come into effect to separate the Beyonders and magicians from the Muggles to protect their utopia. Hence the fourth epic was called the Godless Collapse, though a few give it a different name. They call it the Greedy Collapse to signify the corruption of Beyonders and magicians because of the Muggle populace. Hogwarts was established in the middle of the third epic, but only really took off at the end of the fourth epic, with one of the notable graduates being Merlin. It was also during this epic that once the wounds between the Muggles and the rest of the world settled, a few visionaries attempted to bring back and join the two worlds together by allowing the first Muggle students to come to Hogwarts to study magic once again. Loki felt like there was a wordplay in there, but he didn't know if it was intended or unintended. Given how I have a book that teaches occlumency and is written by someone with the initials M, it is likely Merlin was a. Shit, I just thought of his name. I hope he isn't like Hermes and is still alive today. That would be terrible. But if he was alive, I don't doubt he'd have been much more popular. But if Hermes could go undercover, then he could probably too. Professor. Suddenly Loki interrupted with a rather strange question that he hadn't thought about before. Yes. Professor McGonagall asked politely. Why are all Beyonders only in Britain? Why aren't there Beyonders in, say, in India or the USA? McGonagall smiled at the question and explained, that is not true. Although the focus of the world throughout the last few epics has been Britain because of Hogwarts and because of the birth of the first magicians, the rest of the world also has a great contribution. For example, the Delacour family in France controls the assassin pathway. A strange expression showed on Loki's face as soon as he heard this, courtesy of Emperor Russell, who proudly stated, "The taste of a demoness still isn't bad." McGonagall misunderstood Loki's expression and spoke with a slight laughter. Although it sounds cool on paper, you are out of luck, since the Delacour family only admits women into their pathway. They also remain undercover in the normal magical world by identifying as Velas. Meanwhile, internally McGonagall laughed heartily. Poor boy. I wonder what his reaction will be if he learns that the pathway actually changes your gender. Loki nodded and then suddenly asked, wait, why are the Beyonders still secret among the magical world? McGonagall smiled as if she was proud she had a good student who was paying attention. That is because, by the end of the fourth epic, we lost contact with our gods, or rather most pathways did, since some still have contact with their gods, but even they have gone mad and the only ones that are still active are downright evil. Loki's face first morphed into a frown and then into disbelief. They're all sleeping. That letter Salazar Slytherin wrote. He wants me to wake him up. So the other gods are sleeping too. And all their bodies are in Hogwarts. The heck? Is Hogwarts a graveyard or something? McGonagall thought Loki's response was appropriate and continued to explain. The evil pathways that you should be wary of are the secret supplicant pathway that worships an evil god called the true creator, the assassin pathway which is often involved with them which worships the primordial demoness, the criminal and the prisoner pathway which worships their own evil gods, the devil monarch Farbati and the chained god. But there is a different school of thought in the prisoner pathway that is more, for the lack of right words, sane, so you might want to evaluate people from that pathway first before you declare them as insane. There's also the apothecary pathway which is currently controlled by Professor Snape, not because he has held it the longest, but because he is the blessed of the true goddess of the pathway. I understand. Loki nodded. Are there any other pathways that I should know about? Yes. There are the warrior, hunter, corpse collector, lawyer and arbiter pathways that you still need to learn about, but we shall study about those in the future. For now I want to introduce you to the current epic. There are several names for it, but one that keeps coming up is the Rebirth epic. Several saints and prophets have repeatedly called this epic the era of transcendence. The era in which the true gods will awake. Loki instantly became worried since that meant that something was going on in the background pushing Beyonders to become true gods. And, if more than one high sequence Beyondner is going to try and ascend to the true god status, it is going to be downright chaos in the future. Alright, that will be the end of today's class. Loki nodded, and with that ended the impromptu class on world history with McGonagall. In the Saphira Castle, Loki thought over the various revelations about the different epics and came to a single conclusion. The Wheel of Fortune, true god, whoever the goddess of fortune is very important. If she is someone that has been corrupted by the mother tree of desire or the mother goddess of depravity, then things could get a whole lot worse. I should pay attention to Daphne too. After all, she might be placed beside me so that she can spy on me. I mean, wasn't our initial meeting a coincidence? I met her when she randomly showed up in front of me to give me a good luck charm. And then we came closer again when I, luckily, saw her drawing while I needed an artist. How strange. Either Adam did something to make this happen, or the goddess of fortune herself needs something from me, like how the moon goddess sent Emil into the tarot club to get closer to Klein. And why is Professor Snape the blessed of Lilith? Strange, so many questions yet so little answers. For example, what happened in the third epic that caused the downfall of such a great civilization? Clearly, Professor McGonagall hid something from me. I mean, who'd believe that the Muggles were responsible for their downfall? Unless the Muggles who were believers of the gods and goddesses were corrupted in some way so that they stopped being anchors for their gods and goddesses. That would explain the madness which the true gods of that era suffered and continue to suffer, since there are no anchors for them still. But that still doesn't explain how they managed to kill a true god, since if a true god exists in a pathway, there can't be any sequence one in the same pathway. So either the gods worked together to kill others, or the outer gods were involved. And then there's the mystery of Hogwarts. If the founders discovered magic and made a school for it, it stands to reason that they knew it best, which was why everyone else supported the school and decided it was good to have around. But who would be connected to them that created this system of magic? And why is its working still a secret from the rest of the world? I mean, molding spirituality into runes creates magic, but why does it cause magic? For example, heating up water causes it to turn into steam, or cooling it causes it to transform into ice. And we know why it does that, because we add or remove energy from the system. But what about magic? Is Professor McGonagall hiding something from me? Or is it really just a well-kept secret by whoever invented the damn thing? Confusing. Loki performed a few divinations on the matter and decided that Professor McGonagall didn't lie to him. But that just made the matter more confusing. If there really was someone who invented it and kept it a secret, why did they do so in the first place? Did they fear someone else taking advantage of the system and ruining it for everyone? Why was it made in the first place? Since magic came around the same time, Muggles destroyed the thriving civilization. It couldn't have been made for them, since otherwise there would be no reason for the Muggles to revolt, because magic was made just for them. So there has to be some other reason. Was it made in response to the revolt of the Muggles? Strange. Then there's the current epic. The era of rebirth. How strange it all is. It had been a month since Loki had started his future-telling service. The classroom 2-21 had undergone a few changes. Notably, an office space was made inside it for Loki to meet with his clients during the weekends. The office space was built in a corner with frosted glass walls covering it on two sides. A window on one of the walls was added for light and fresh air to flow in, giving the room a comfortable therapist feeling. Snape and McGonagall agreed reluctantly, but he eventually wore through them by telling them he'd give the school a percentage of his cuts. They finally agreed at 30%. Well, Hermione being his assistant was also something that helped, but Loki wouldn't admit that the professors trusted her more than him. Plus, at the end of all his divinations, Loki gave his non-heartbroken customers an offer. They could either pay him with a single sickle or information about Gehrman Sparrow. When the professors asked him why he was looking for the man, Loki blatantly blamed it on the hidden sage and said that the pair of eyes were looking for him. During his meetings with clients, Loki used the Ring of Harvest to perform several divinations to figure out answers for them. And it was because of this that the Ring of Harvest had been getting rebellious, even threatening to drop it to the bottom of the Black Lake, and with the power of the Saphira Castle hadn't been working anymore. And so, Loki was in desperate need of souls to feed the Ring of Harvest. He'd tried feeding it the souls of insects and even a few of Hagrid's roosters, but the Ring of Harvest ate none of them, and Loki could feel just how impatient the ring was getting and exactly how close it was to eating him. Worse, he was worried it might let Tom's soul loose and do something drastic to kill him, or worse, possess him. And so, since he couldn't kill a student, Loki devised a new plan. Looking out of the window of the classroom, Loki looked at the several Dementors floating about all the entrances and exits of the castle. More accurately, he was looking at the small gem-like objects floating about in their bodies, which he could see with spirit vision. Loki was planning to steal the souls the Dementors had consumed and feed them to the Ring of Harvest. Given that the Dementors were prison guards and were controlled to only perform the kiss on the evilest of persons, Loki didn't feel as guilty for signing their fates to the Ring of Harvest. But there were still several problems. The first was he didn't know how to get close enough to the Dementors to steal the souls from them without getting caught, and the second was he didn't know how to remain unaffected by the depressing aura they carried around. Loki attended to a few more students who had come in to ask for his divination after Penelope left before closing down the store to grab lunch with Hermione. "Mio know of a way to become invisible from Dementors." "Huh, why do you want to know that?" I was just wondering how Sirius Black was able to escape from the Dementors at Azkaban. Maybe we could figure out how he did so and catch him." Loki made up an excuse. "No way. Don't go around thinking you can capture Sirius Black. Loki, we're just in our third year. And Black is a full-fledged mass murderer." Loki sighed mentally and just nodded while patting Hermione's head lightly. Yeah, you don't have to worry about me getting any ideas about catching a mass murderer." "Good." Hermione nodded and pushed away Loki's hand, which was petting her bushy hair and making it even more fluffy somehow. "What can I say, Elaine's head is the best. How much she complains that she misses my head pats. I better give her as many head pats as I can to compensate for Elaine." After having dinner in the Great Hall, Loki slipped away to his room and picked apart the book on occlumency that he had to try and figure out a way to remain psychologically invisible to Dementors who relied on sensing the body of heart and mind to attack a person. But the book didn't have anything about Dementors written in it. It didn't even acknowledge their presence or any magical animal that relied on legilimency to detect prey, for that matter. The book was purely for humans to defend against human attackers. Over the next week, Loki searched for a book that would give him some information about this in the library, but he turned up with nothing of value. Most books only said that there was no way to trick the senses of a Dementor and hence they were used as guards of Azkaban. But Loki knew there had to be a flaw somewhere. After all, Sirius Black had achieved it somehow. And so Loki reopened his investigation on Sirius Black and tried looking into what had happened to him to see if he could gain any clues about how he had escaped. His need to act as a cryptologist also pushed him in this direction. Point 1978, 1979, 1980, 1981. Ah yes, I need the newspapers for 1981. Opening the drawer that contained all the newspapers for the year 1981 inside it, Loki felt a little lightheaded. These many newspapers. Can I narrow it down somehow? Loki thought about it for a little bit and then figured he had to get his hands on the paper around the date, the 31st of October 1981, since that was the day Voldemort was defeated and was a celebrated day in the wizarding world. It was probably also why Voldemort always made a comeback on Halloween each time to wipe his tarnished reputation. Loki's potion had digested when he learned this fact, and so he took it as truth. Picking a stack of newspapers a week before and after the particular date, Loki arrived at a remote table in the library and began to search for any mentions of Sirius Black, who from his conversation with Kreacher had apparently betrayed the Potters and caused their deaths. Shifting through various pages filled with propaganda about how the great Harry Potter managed to defeat the undefeated Dark Lord who even the great Albus Dumbledore could not defeat, Loki finally stumbled on a small article on the last page of a newspaper. Sirius Black, the real reason Voldemort died. It was a short article that Loki began to read. Sirius Black, the infamous heir of the Black family who had been disowned, was reportedly part of the Death Eaters and worked as a double agent to send you-know-who information about his staunch enemies. Sirius Black has been accused of betraying the trust of his closest friends in Hogwarts, notably James Potter, the father of Harry Potter, by informing you-know-who about the location of their safe house. It was because of Sirius Black that you-know-who went to the Potter house on October 31, 1981 to kill them and their family. Several eyewitnesses report that Peter Pettigrew, a friend of James Potter, stood up to Sirius Black to protect the freshly orphaned Harry Potter. Unfortunately, Peter Pettigrew was also killed by Sirius Black along with 13 other Muggles, leaving behind nothing but a finger. Sirius Black reportedly used dark magic to blow up a gas line that was installed in the roads and caused an explosion that killed this hero who was protecting our savior. Talks are ongoing in the ministry to offer Mr. Pettigrew an Order of Merlin first-class medal posthumously. It is unknown where our savior Harry Potter currently resides, as neither Albus Dumbledore nor the accused Death Eaters have given any statements regarding the matter. Damn, that gives me basically nothing. Is there some dark magic that can help shield my mind from Dementors? But why doesn't occlumency work on them in the first place? Would Professor Lupin have an answer? Wait, didn't he tell me he'd recommend me books about Dementors if I ever wanted to learn about it? Finding nothing that would directly help him, Loki took a short break before leaving the library to refresh himself and find some other angle to tackle the problem of facing Dementors and stealing souls from them to feed his starving Ring of Harvest. Checking the Marauders map to see if Professor Lupin was still in his office, and he was, Loki pocketed the map and walked to it. Knock knock knock. Come in. A weak voice spoke from inside the office. Good evening, Professor Lupin. Ah, Loki. I haven't seen you out of class before. Tell me, what happened? Do you want me to give you an extension on your homework? Haha, although an extension does sound nice, I've already finished writing the 12-inch essay on Grindylows and Hinky Punks. Oh, you have? Then you'll be excited for our next class. I managed to snag a few of them, they're in the cage right there. Lupin said, pointing at a suspiciously silent cage that was covered with a purple satin cloth. I will be looking forward to them, Professor. I'm here to ask you about the books that you wanted to recommend to me regarding the Dementors and the charm that can be used to defend against them. Oh, I remember. I promised you something like that on the train now, didn't I? Give me a second, Lupin said, plucking a feather quill off his desk and writing up a list of books from the back of his mind on a parchment which he handed over to Loki. Thank you, Professor, Loki said with a smile. I was wondering if there are any other ways to defend oneself against Dementors, for example, something like occlumency. Quote. Lupin's eyes widened for a second, but Loki pretended not to catch the detail and just stared at him, waiting for an answer. Why do you want to know about that, Mr. Loki? Ah, I just wanted a backup option, in cases I don't have my wand on me or something like that while in the presence of a Dementor. Loki explained his reasoning. Lupin slowly nodded, understanding and accepting Loki's reasoning before explaining with a slightly reluctant face. It is not possible to even protect yourself using occlumency against the depression effect Dementors have on emotionally complex creatures. That is because the Dementors don't attack your mind, they attack your soul. Emotionally complex. Loki caught the key term in Lupin's explanation. Loki saw Lupin sigh a little when he asked this question, but he explained nonetheless. Yes, emotionally complex, because although Dementors attack your soul, they detect you through your mind, through your emotions. They can feel your mind buzz. This is also why they don't attack animals. Because they are not emotionally complex. Loki's eyes widened and he immediately thought of a solution to the problem he was thinking about. Is that how Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban? Lupin's eyes widened slightly, but then he gave out a pitying smile. Loki didn't know why Lupin looked so vulnerable, but he was distracted by Lupin's answer, which tossed a bucket of cold water over him. Although possible that Sirius Black is an unregistered animagus, it shouldn't be possible. Huh, why? Because an animagus in their animal form retains their mental complexity. After all, they have to be able to think to transform back. You can ask Professor McGonagall more about this. Ah, yes, you are right. I did not think about that. Thank you for taking your time to teach me, Professor. Loki said with a smile and nodded, leaving to go back to the library so that he could borrow the books Lupin had recommended to him before dinner. Once Loki had dinner, he went back to his room, ready to dive into the books he'd picked from the library on the Dementors. I've got about a week before the Ring of Harvest consumes me. Come on, Loki, you can do this. Loki pumped himself up so that he wouldn't feel scared and hinder his own mind from researching the topic. Loki read about the Patronus charm and its many uses, but he found it extremely difficult to practice by himself. Days ticked by as Loki read the books one by one, even setting everything else aside for the last few days, but he didn't get any closer to his mission of producing a corporal Patronus, since there seemed to be something he couldn't understand stopping it from completing. He could get out a thick white mist from the wand, but Loki knew that wouldn't be enough to stop the Dementor whose bone his wand was made out of. Are you all right? Hermione asked as she saw Loki buried in a book with dark circles around his eyes. Daphne too was looking at Loki with a worried look. Do you need some help? She asked in a neutral tone. Loki looked at the two of them and shook his head, but then thought about how this was the last day that he'd be able to keep the Ring of Harvest outside the Saphira Castle and asked them anyway. Do the two of you happen to know of a way to escape a Dementor's senses? Hermione looked stumped, causing Loki to look at Daphne. Perhaps ancient families know about how to escape a Dementor. Sorry, I do not. Daphne said after opening her eyes after a bit of thinking. Sigh, all right. Loki nodded and walked back to his room with heavy steps, wondering if he would have to toss the Ring of Harvest above the gray fog and be done with it. But I feel like I'm naked without it. I do have the amulets that I made out of the Twilight Giant Beander characteristic, but it still feels difficult to part with the Ring of Harvest. And what about my future telling business? All my plans regarding it will go into the compost bin if I don't figure out how to sort this out. But there doesn't seem to be any other solution. Loki fell into his pillow, face first, and screamed into it for a good 20 seconds. Finally raising his head from the pillow, Loki looked around the room, wondering about how to fix his problem. Sigh, I can't think of a way for now. Let's think about something else. Perhaps my brain just needs a kickstart to come up with a great idea. Loki bestowed upon himself the letter he'd gotten from Salazar Slytherin. He'd put the letter at the back of his mind since he was distracted the past week, and so when he finally found it, he picked it up and reread the letter multiple times. But that was when he noticed something. Wait a second. His brain suddenly clicked like a lighter and sprouted an idea that flickered into a bright flame, bringing a large grin to his positively dull face. How did I miss this? Oh God, I'm so stupid. Perhaps, this is it. Loki had an idea, but he didn't know if the outcome would be how he expected it to be. However, given the lack of time, Loki couldn't use the safe route of performing tests and divinations to ascertain his ideas. With reluctance, Loki picked up the grumpy and angry Ring of Harvest, put it on his finger and started to move towards the nearest group of Dementors. Under the cover of the darkness of the night and his illusions, Loki moved down the road that led to the greenhouses and soon came across the two Dementors he'd met earlier while traveling to the herbology class. Activating his spirit vision, his eyes immediately snapped to the glowing orbs inside the bodies of the Dementors. But he didn't immediately rush into action. On the contrary, he calmed himself, used occlumency to clear his mind, and then instead of creating various arrays of runes to protect his mind, Loki imagined the rune Salazar Slytherin had signed off the paper with. The runes slowly materialized as a faint outline that slowly hardened into an opaque block not long after. It made his mind invisible and undetectable as if it were concealed by a veil. Loki felt detached from his mind. It was like he could think and do anything he wanted to like normal, yet he felt like he no longer cared for whatever was happening in it. He felt a little detached from his own identity as Loki, but he managed to keep a straight head through all his dissociativity. Taking a deep breath and then letting his shoulders loose to resemble the relaxed state of his mind, Loki walked toward the Dementors. With each step closer, Loki felt fear he was reminded of from his time on the train, but his mind remained calm and clear because of his detached view. Slowly, however, the fear of Dementors quietened down and he felt a new sort of fear. His fear this time did not stem from the Dementors. This fear was something he was familiar with. It was the same kind of fear he'd felt when he had stolen a wallet for the first time. It was the same kind of fear he'd felt when he'd personally killed his first enemy. But it was also something he could control and ride over. Sucking in cold air from the surroundings to fill his lungs, Loki walked with a relaxed posture as if on his way to pick the greens from a supermarket. Within moments, Loki found himself standing in between the two floating sentinels. How do I steal the souls? Loki thought for a bit as he eyed the glowing orbs of light inside the Dementors, but then did something silly. He walked closer to one of the Dementors, extended his hand and tapped on its robes. Loki was nervous as hell. But when he saw that they didn't respond to him poking their robes, he got bolder. Loki moved on to pulling their robes slowly before violently shaking them around. The Dementors finally noticed someone shaking them but were just confused about what was happening. Yet true to their strict routines, they never left their post. Perhaps they think it's the wind. Whatever, this is good for me. But how do I steal these? Wait, I'm thinking about this in the wrong way. I've got it. Bunching one of the sentinels' robes, Loki lifted it up like a skirt and brought his hand closer to the floating orbs inside its body. A smile formed on his face, and before the Dementors could do anything or react in any way, Loki spoke softly. Little guy, I've prepared a feast for you. Almost as soon as Loki said that, the ring on his finger opened up a large mouth whose inside was as dark as the abyss, from which extended outwards a thin long tongue that swallowed all the orbs without a sound. Loki's eyes widened at this, but he was satisfied. At least he won't rebel anymore. For a while at least. The Dementor was absolutely puzzled, and Loki knew that because it kept looking all around itself to find out if there was anything around it that had suddenly emptied the contents of its stomach. But it found nothing, since Loki was already calmly walking back to the castle with a smile on his face. Did it enjoy? Loki walked down the dark halls of Hogwarts, his figure hidden under an illusion, until he reached his room in the Slytherin dorms, where he rechecked the ring. Phew, it's finally calmed down, Loki thought as he felt the negative and irritated aura of the ring vanish. Only after he was satisfied did Loki collapse into his bed while holding the letter Salazar Slytherin had written for him. I should have figured it out earlier. Sirius Black was a part of the Black family. The family that follows the Drachnus pathway. And Salazar Slytherin clearly has something to do with the pathway. Perhaps he is the true god of this pathway. And perhaps Sirius learnt about Salazar Slytherin's symbol from a book in the family library or directly from Walburga herself. He probably used this symbol like I did to completely conceal my mind from the Dementors so that he could escape Azkaban. Yet, I still don't understand, why did he suffer in that torturous place for so long? He likes it. Or guilt. The moment Loki figured that out, he felt a tangible change within his body. Phew, that digested my potion by about 5%, bringing me to a total of 15%. But Loki wasn't satisfied. This is slow. Remarkably slow. At this rate, even 2 years won't be enough for me to completely digest my potion. But how do I digest it faster? Loki thought about it for a while before giving up because he couldn't come up with an idea that would involve him solving puzzles. Going to bed in the same clothes that he was just running around in because he was tired, Loki ended up falling into a deep slumber from which he woke up only the next day. Yawn, is it just me or does it feel even worse to wake up nowadays? Is there something wrong with my bed? Loki mumbled, but no one heard him. Washing up and leaving to have breakfast at the Great Hall, Loki felt like it was time to give false information about Gehrman Sparrow to the Aurora Order. He wanted to bait out all the other spies and learn of their identities when they would be sent out according to Loki's information to confirm its validity. The plan was simple and all Loki needed to do was figure out what kind of information he'd like to give out so that he could perfect his bait. Sipping on fruit juice, Loki came up with an idea. How about I tell them Gehrman Sparrow was spotted working with an unknown Beyonder organization? Wouldn't that direct their attention toward tailing Gehrman Sparrow and finding out which organization is behind him? Loki was satisfied with his plan and he nodded to himself. Who do you think is winning today, Loki? Tracy asked Loki, pulling him out of his thoughts. Do you want me to perform a divination, Tracy? Ooh, I want to see a divination. Astoria squealed in delight while clapping her hands in excitement like a seal. No way. I'm not paying a sickle for you to only toss a coin once again. Tracy said with mock anger while folding her hands. Today was a match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, and given Loki's sterling record of placing bets in the past and winning them all, something he did to show off to people that he was a seer, everyone hung on his words to see who he would bet for. Except everyone had it wrong. Although Loki could very easily use the mystery prior soul inside the Ring of Harvest to divine who would win the match, he did not. Using the Ring of Harvest meant that it would grow hungry faster, something that Loki was not keen on letting happen since he had a very limited supply of souls that he could feed to the ring to satisfy its hunger. But Loki wasn't guessing. He had a trick up his sleeves that no one in the castle would have guessed. Without answering anyone, Loki put up a kind smile and walked away from the table to go to the transfiguration class. Hello, my own. Loki greeted the witch whose eyes looked like a panda's. She was clearly tired and not in the mood to talk. She barely glanced Loki's way and then continued walking beside him while frowning. How has the day not even started yet and yours has so obviously gone wrong? Loki asked, pretending to be completely oblivious to her secret. Hermione just looked at him and sighed, but she continued to walk towards the classroom. Fine, fine, don't tell me. If you're unable to come to work this week, I'll excuse you. I don't want my employees dying because of overwork. No, it's fine. I suspend you for a week. Loki said and walked ahead of her. Walking in front of Hermione, Loki looked at the slip of paper that was in his hand which read, Slytherin wins. Despite not liking Slytherin and not being its die-hard fan, Loki had a smile on his face. He, I can make more money now. I wonder how much I should bet this time. 2 galleons. Will the stands even be able to pay me back? Well, I can just steal from them if they try to leave me hanging. Looking at the map with the help of the Lumos charm, Loki focused his attention on the Defense Against Dark Arts classroom. Specifically how it was currently empty even when it was closer to midnight. Professor Lupin is in the hospital wing. What is he doing there? He seemed to be fine this morning, well fine except he looked really tired, a little more than everyone else in the castle. Well, not my problem for now. Stepping out of his room, Loki began to walk under the blanketing cover of darkness that had invaded the entire castle while also using his illusions to keep him covered for good measure. It wasn't long after that Loki reached the Defense Against Dark Arts classroom, but he couldn't get inside right away. A lock to prevent someone from opening the door with magic. Loki pulled out a random coin that was lying in his pocket and tapped his wand on it. He transfigured the coin into the most appropriate tools for the situation by transfusing a little bit of spirituality into it. A pair of lockpicking items, one rake to pick the pins and one flimsy torsion wrench for applying tension to turn the lock. Inserting the items, an orange spark shot out of the keyhole, causing Loki to recoil his hands in shock. He charmed it against lockpicking too. Why would you even do that? Loki quickly pulled out his map to see if the wards on the lock had alerted Professor Lupin. Matching his expectations, Loki found Professor Lupin had gotten up from his bed and was now speaking to Madame Pomfrey. Damn, it did warn him. I've got 7 minutes if I want to do anything. Loki thought, thinking of the approximate time it would take one to reach this office from the hospital wing. Looking down at the lock, Loki sighed, and after spinning his shoulders a little he decided on his next course of action. Let's break it. I haven't been reading about wards for no reason after all. The damn thing better help me now. Spreading his spirituality over the lock, Loki stared at the complex array of runes that came into view. The runes were all arranged in a strong formation, orbiting the handle. Alright, there appear to be 3 sections. The first one sends a warning. The second one prevents the use of a spell to unlock the door. And the third one prevents physically forcing the lock open. Loki studied the pattern of the runes floating and immediately used his eloquence to spot all the flaws in the structure and began to make a plan to break into the office room. I won't need to be stealthy in my attempt since I've already alerted him. I just don't need to leave behind any evidence that it was me. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Loki pulled out his wand and began to work his magic. Well, although it seemed like a delicate task, Loki was brute forcing his spirituality through the ward. All he had to do was apply enough pressure at the flawed points in the ward and everything about it would collapse like a house of cards. His spirituality slowly escaped from the tip of the wand, forming the outline of a thin sharp needle that slowly began to fill and become hard. When he was done making the needle, Loki pushed forth with all his strength, attacking the runes that meant union and link and were holding up the entire array. This was the weak spot Loki had found. A weak link because while it linked 2 different sections of the runes, it was weak itself, meaning Loki could pry it off with enough leverage. As soon as Loki's spiritual needle weakened the array, however, there was a setback. The structure broken by weakening the link would magnetically set itself back into formation with everything else and become whole again. It was acting like water. Loki's attacks created splashes, but they were only temporary before the water's surface stilled once again. A 4th layer emerged from within the core of the array. A self-healing layer. Loki became frustrated because the way the 4th layer was made clearly indicated it wasn't to heal the array structure but to delay for time so that Lupin himself could arrive at the scene, which was why it was hidden from view until the array was attacked. It was meant to only delay and not stop the attacks because it ran on spirituality that Lupin had pre-filled into a battery-like container hidden inside the structure. So once the battery would become depleted, the structure would fall apart under Loki's attack. Loki immediately changed his strategy and launched a relentless attack on the lock, triggering it in every way possible, causing the ward to have to heal itself continuously. And within a few minutes, Loki was done and a satisfying click was his reward. Loki pushed open the door and walked into the office, and instead of looking around, Loki immediately rushed towards the window at the back of the office. Looking out the window, Loki stared at the infinitely black lake and calmed himself, before performing the short ritual he'd come up with. He focused on the riddle that Salazar Slytherin had given him and spun his wand to make a positive circle in the air while looking at the black lake. With each circle of his wand, Loki grew more and more anxious. His heart beat faster rate while sweat appeared on his brows, but Loki remained focused. Except when the 3rd circle finished, nothing magical happened. No, nothing happened at all. The black lake did not part, the air did not grow colder or warmer, and not even the window creaked. Absolutely nothing was different from a few seconds earlier except the earth having spun a little. Loki instantly felt disheartened. "Sigh, I guess you don't win at everything all the time." Loki stepped back and turned around, but as soon as he did, his blood chilled. The person in front of him looked like a wizard too. He wore leather boots, had a robe on his back that reached his ankles, and wore a large pointed leather hat on his head. Except that was not the thing that Loki was most focused on. It was the golden circle ring with a glass in it, a monocle, that was on his right eye that grabbed all of Loki's attention. "We meet at last. I've been waiting for you." The man nudged his monocle a little before giving Loki a warm, friendly smile as he spoke calmly. "You don't know yet, but I've already parasitized you. I'm only here because you've gone rouge." Loki's body started to tremble simply because of his presence. His words refused to escape his lips. The only thing that Loki was able to speak was the word, Amen. "The one and only, in the flesh," Amen said, doing a polite bow while tipping off his hat at Loki. Loki heard a loud thud that snapped his senses back into him. "Ridiculous!" Loki shouted as he immediately pointed his wand at the man in front of him. The man transformed as he turned comically small, with two people coming over to beat him on his head with a baseball bat. The two people were Klein and a veiled woman with a scythe in one of her 6 hands. Loki stifled his laughter seeing the small chibi Aemon and calmly waved his wand, lifting the boggart and sending it back into the cupboard it had come out from. "Damn Professor Lupin, that was cold. Leaving a boggart out to scare anyone who comes inside. Crazy." Hearing the footsteps that had knocked him out of the grip of fear from before, Loki moved toward the wall beside the door and covered himself with an illusion while also focusing on Salazar Slytherin's rune to keep his mind from being discovered. Loki then held his breath and waited. The footsteps paused outside the door as if analyzing the technique used to destroy the wards on the lock. Soon, given Loki's enhanced hearing, he heard the swish of a wand. With this swish, Loki felt he'd lost his sense of hearing, but when he was able to hear the sound of his blood rushing inside his body, he realized someone had blocked off all sounds on the outside. The door slowly swung open, but there was no creaking sound, even though it and the hinges appeared to be as old as the castle itself. There appeared to be no one behind the door, but switching on his spirit vision and focusing on his ability to see people's body of heart and mind, Loki instantly spotted someone entering the classroom. Professor Lupin's weak, Loki thought. Why does his body of heart and mind look so fragile? Is he sick with something? Loki instantly switched to spirit vision and saw exactly how poor Lupin's health currently was. It was abysmal. The colors on his body were non-existent, they were all as black as the night itself. Loki even felt like it was a miracle that Lupin was still alive. But Loki didn't wait longer, and grabbing the opportunity that Lupin had presented him with, Loki slipped out of the now open door that was beside him and left the classroom. He eventually pulled out the Marauder's map and immediately began to scuttle through the dark corridors until he reached his room. His eyes focused on the name Remus Lupin the entire time, since he was worried he'd use some Beander technique to follow him. But everything seemed to have worked out fine, and Loki found Lupin walking away from the classroom and back to the infirmary. Just as Loki reached his room, however, his eyes paused on 2 different names. The first name was walking inside the Gryffindor Tower, towards a bedroom where 6 people were sound asleep. The first name was Sirius Black. But Loki's attention was grabbed by the second. Peter Pettigrew. What? Loki froze in his steps. And then a frown appeared on his face. The frown only deepened further as his mind thought about the situation in front of him. Peter Pettigrew. Is it someone just named like this? But why would Sirius Black chase after him if he was a duplicate? How does he even know about Peter still being alive? Did someone inform him about it in prison? Or perhaps he knew that Peter hadn't really died in the incident back then. Loki pondered for a bit before walking the castle corridors again, moving towards the Gryffindor Tower. As Loki approached the tower, his steps slowed considerably, until he found himself in a broom closet where he entered the Saphira Castle to grab several items like the cards of blasphemy to interfere with any divination that might try and lock onto him. Loki observed how Sirius moved towards Ron Weasley and then began to search around for Peter Pettigrew. How can he not find him? Wouldn't a 40-year-old man be pretty easy to spot? The disturbance in his surroundings caused Ron to wake up, after which Loki watched Sirius flee from the tower. But along with Sirius fleeing, Loki even watched Peter Pettigrew fleeing. Seeing this, Loki pulled out his whistle and blew hard on it, causing Sunny to appear after tearing out from the spirit world. "Sunny, I have a job for you," Loki said, flicking a gold galleon in Sunny's direction, which he caught without effort. "What is it?" the little creature asked. "I want you to go to this location," Loki said, pointing at the Marauder's map, "and see if a person walks by. Tell me how he looks if you manage to see him. And you can attack to capture him if you find him." "Roger that," Sunny said while dipping back into the spirit world, since traveling through it was faster than scuttling around the castle corridors. Loki, on the other hand, walked through the corridors while keeping himself covered under illusions as he tried to intercept Sirius's path. "Damn, he's fast. How is he so fast? And how is he picking corridors where there aren't any teachers patrolling nearby?" Loki pulled out his wand and cast the levitation charm on his boots and robes, making them slightly lighter so that he could keep with Sirius. Each time Loki got close to a corridor that Sirius was moving toward, he'd find Sirius immediately changing his direction. "How does he know where I am?" Loki looked at the Marauder's map, wondering if Sirius had a copy that was helping him, but Loki pushed it to the back of his mind and came up with a plan. Loki rushed along with Sirius, both competing in what appeared to be a game of tag. Loki would strategically shift corridors, but Sirius would somehow recognize it and shift faster. Eventually, though, Loki managed to reach a choke point faster than Sirius. It was right at the exit. Loki had used the other teachers' patrolling routes to trap Sirius and force him to escape through the single exit that Loki was standing guard at. He hid behind an armored knight statue and blended into the darkness by using his illusions to get the jump on him so that he could capture Sirius faster than he could retaliate. Any moment now. Loki patiently waited and calmed his breathing for a while until he heard the pitter-patter of feet coming from the distance. Why does his running sound like a four-legged creature? Loki wondered. But that was when a giant dog as black as the night appeared in Loki's view. Wah! Loki looked at the map to confirm what he was seeing. And when he found the dot representing Sirius moving just like the dog in the real world, he became dumbfounded. Suddenly everything started to make sense. Firming his gaze and tightening the grip on his wand, Loki locked his aim at the dog and mumbled, "Incarcerus." Sirius's ears twitched and his nose wrinkled before he jumped, pushing off the stone floor with as much force as his thin legs could muster. But it was for naught. Loki's skill in controlling his spirituality, honed through repeated practice, and also his skill as a Beyander of the Marauder pathway came into clutch when the spiritual projectile twisted midair and landed squarely in Sirius' chest. Ropes sprouted out of thin air, slithering around Sirius's shoulder and other joints, tightening around his neck and snout, causing him to lose balance and crash while he was still midair. Crashing on the ground, Sirius's momentum carried him across the floor as he tumbled and was dragged until he reached Loki's feet. Loki lifted the shadowy illusion he was using to cover himself up, but he created a new illusion to transform into Gehrman Sparrow. The dog looked Loki in the eye and whined in pity, expressing its pain and desire for freedom. But Loki just whispered, "I know who you are, Mr. Black." The dog's eyes widened and Loki saw how it struggled to run for a moment before the ropes tightened their grip around him. "Please remain calm and behave rationally. I know about Peter Pettigrew too. I am currently waiting for my friend to catch him." The dog's brows furrowed and Loki could hear it growl, but he said nothing and calmly floated the dog behind himself as he stepped into an empty classroom nearby. Once inside, Loki left Sirius there and walked outside. "Colloportus," Loki whispered, locking the door behind himself so that Sirius couldn't escape without a wand. Soon Space Tor and Sunny appeared beside Loki. "Did you capture him?" Loki asked in an excited voice, since he could see Sunny's hair looked ruffled and his eyes carried a hint of tiredness. "No. Your map must be malfunctioning, there was no one in the corridor. All that I got caught in was trouble with Dementors. You've got to teach me how to avoid them." Loki's eyes widened, but then they sharpened and he asked, "Was there an animal perhaps?" "Now that you say, there was a rat." It looked ugly and I didn't want to get near it, so I let it leave. Sigh, I should have expected this to happen. Loki mumbled and then said, next time you see that rat, capture it. Peter Pettigrew appears to be an animagus. For now, though, you may go rest. Sonny's eyes widened but then they narrowed dangerously. I won't be giving you back the galleon just because I didn't catch the rat, and I'll take one extra every other time, alright? Huh. Fine, keep it, Loki said, shooing Sonny back to the spirit world. Loki then opened the door to the classroom he'd just locked and stepped inside. As soon as he stepped in, Loki immediately felt something attack his body of heart and mind. A calm, serene feeling immediately assaulted his senses, giving him the feeling of lightheadedness, and Loki realized what was happening, but Loki let it happen. All of a sudden in front of Loki the ropes around the black dog snapped and he found himself face to face with a crazed man whose eyes were glimmering like stars. Tell me, how do you know? Sirius growled into Loki's face, making him feel the stench that emitted out of his mouth. Loki's face scrunched up, and just as Sirius expected Loki to begin speaking, the surroundings cracked and then shattered under his shocked gaze. In the real world, the dog whined and transformed into a shabby man whose mouth was bleeding lightly. Petrificus totalis, Loki calmly said, causing Sirius to be struck by the whitish-blue glow that sprang out of his wand. Sirius's limbs immediately snapped together and became stiff as he crashed down onto the hard stone floor with a low thud. Loki took a deep breath and let it out before walking towards Sirius and finally getting a good look at his untidy face. His cheeks were sunken and his eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the collarbone that was protruding out of his skin, Loki was sure that the man was starved for a long time. His waist was thinner than a Chinese anorexic model and his body looked more fragile than a stick. Yet Loki felt a sense of danger emit from the man in front of him that raised the hair on his neck. Loki knew the man in front of him was just pretending to be weak and was probably a demigod himself. Unfortunately, Peter Pettigrew escaped from my friend. But Mr. Black, I want to help you, well, help myself understand the situation better, but that also involves helping you. Loki said calmly as he watched Sirius's eyes frantically look around and then settle on Loki as he said those words. I can't reveal to you the source of my information, but I want to ask you something. I suspect. You never killed Peter Pettigrew, did you? Did Peter fake his own death? Loki stood there staring at Sirius for half a minute before he realized, you can't speak. Loki nodded and lifted the full body bind curse, but he tightened new ropes around Sirius instead. Sirius stared at Loki with hate, but he spoke with curiosity. How did you manage to keep your sanity in that dream? Loki stared at Sirius and after a few seconds, decided to answer his question. Alright, I'll tell you, but you must answer my question later, alright? Loki asked slowly, afraid the madman would miss his words if he spoke too fast. Sirius nodded and Loki continued. I could remain conscious through the dream because my god blessed me. Sirius's eyes widened at the mention of a god, but then his eyes sharpened. Who? Hasn't anyone told you that it's rude to know more about gods? And it's your turn to answer my question. If you don't, I won't let you go. I'm sure the headmaster and the professors are going to begin searching the castle soon anyway. Do you want to get caught so soon? Sirius's eyes trembled with anger, but then he closed his eyes to calm himself and opened them with vigor. I didn't kill Peter. He blew the street up and left behind his finger to escape. I see. So you didn't betray your friends as the world thinks. You were framed. Loki concluded and nodded. I wouldn't have betrayed James even if my life depended on it. That damn rat. He fooled us all. He was always so weak. I never thought he'd turn out to be a rat as a human too. I knew I should have suspected something when he had a thing for corpses. Sirius growled. Loki nodded. He stared at Sirius with a blank gaze while thinking. What do I do with him? Hand him over to the professors and claim my prize of 1,000 galleons. I could do that, but it seems a bit wasteful. What else could I do with him? Loki wondered, and that was when an idea struck him. Isn't this just fate? I had a problem and now I'm being given a solution on a silver platter. Swiping his wand, Loki caused the ropes on Sirius's body vanished, allowing him the ability to move. But just Sirius was about to capitalize on this opportunity to attack Loki. He was forced to stop when he heard, "I want to form a partnership with you, Mr. Black." Huh. Sirius was taken aback. "We have common interests. You want Peter. And I want something. What do you want?" "Aurora Order," Loki said, causing Sirius's eyes to widen. "Good, since you already know them I won't have to explain anymore. I want you to cooperate with me to help protect the school from Aurora Order for this year." "Who are you?" Sirius asked with a faint glimmer in his eyes. "Name's Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow," Loki said, lifting his hat and giving a slight nod. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Black. I hope to meet you again in the future. Would Hogsmeade be a good place to meet?" "Yes." A rowdy smile bloomed on Sirius's face, added with the maddening gleam in his eyes it made him appear dangerous. "Here's what I need you to do," Loki said, and began to explain to Sirius exactly what he wanted from him, and the more Sirius heard, the more he lost the mad grin on his face as it turned into a frown. "Can you do this?" Loki asked. "If I couldn't do this much, I wouldn't have been able to keep the oars off my back. But are you sure this is all you need me to do?" "Yes, don't worry, the adventures will come later, for now, this is good." Loki nodded and then continued, "Keep this with you, it is something you should be able to recognize and know how to use," Loki said, tossing a ring in Sirius's direction. Sirius caught the ring and within moments his eyes widened. "Ho! The clock is ticking, Mr. Black. You need to escape from here right," Loki said, and with his job done, began to walk away from the room, leaving a shocked Sirius to escape while he walked back toward his dorm, tired but excited for what was to come. Damn, even Lupin's office wasn't the right place for the ritual. What am I missing? Mr. Loki, do you know the answer? Is there something I'm missing? Perhaps an extra step that I haven't figured out yet? Mr. Loki, do you have something to say? Suddenly Loki felt someone drive their elbow into his diaphragm, causing him to bend over in pain as he looked at the person sitting beside him. My own. What was that foe? Hermione immediately indicated with her eyes, pointing to the front of the class. Loki slowly turned around and met eyes with a positively fuming Minerva McGonagall. Just because you're ahead of the class, Mr. Loki, you cannot start to daydream. Ah, sorry, Professor, I was a little out of it because I couldn't sleep well last night. With all the chaos surrounding Sirius Black invading the castle and all the students being called to the Great Hall to sleep, I was a little tired. McGonagall stared at Loki sternly and then sighed. I understand. But please don't let it happen again. Loki nodded and went back to paying attention to the lecture, yet in the back of his mind, Loki was still thinking about the puzzle Salazar Slytherin had given him. Slowly seeing he wasn't getting anywhere, Loki decided to take a little rest and think about something else, especially what he'd heard while sleeping in the Great Hall. Loki was lying inside his warm and comfortable sleeping bag while keeping his eyes closed when he heard someone walk by him and stop a couple of steps away. Professor Lupin, I thought you'd be inside hospital wing. As soon as Loki heard Professor McGonagall say, Professor Lupin, his ears shot up. Is he here because he's caught me? Loki pondered with sweat starting to appear on his palms. The very comfortable sleeping bag had suddenly started to become a little warmer, making him grow more uncomfortable by the minute. He began to feel itchy but forced himself to somehow stay still, which only made the problem worse. Ah, it must be a surprise that I'm here. I'm sorry, but I had to urgently report something to Headmaster Dumbledore. Lupin continued, making Loki's heart beat faster. The headmaster is busy going over the wards right now, to see if there have been any intrusions made on it and if it needs to be repaired. Way to go, Professor McGonagall. Tell him how the headmaster is busy and you don't want him to disturb you. Loki cheered on. I understand, Professor McGonagall. Could you deliver him my message then? Yes, I can do that for you. McGonagall paused a little before replying, causing Loki's heart to come up into his throat and then fall to the pit of his stomach in disappointment. He then clenched his hands while pretending to remain asleep like a sloth, but unbeknownst to anyone, his ears were paying attention to every squeak in the Great Hall, hanging on to the conversation between McGonagall and Lupin like his life depended on it. I wanted to report an intrusion in my office. An intrusion? McGonagall's voice turned sour and sharper as she looked at Lupin. Why hasn't anyone heard of this sooner? I'm sorry, Professor, I was checking if everything in the office was in order. I reached the office as soon as the alarm alerted me while I was in the hospital wing. But it seems like the intruder was gone before I could arrive there. I couldn't find anyone inside. It wasn't a student. McGonagall threw a reasonable guess. No. The ward on my lock was skillfully disabled, or rather the right word would be it was destroyed. The ward was destroyed. McGonagall's voice pitched a few notes higher. Yes. Which was why I was very careful and took my time studying for any changes throughout the office. I couldn't find anything. Perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore can if he takes a look. I will let him know. McGonagall nodded and there appeared to be a hint of conviction in her voice that she hadn't got before. Their conversation ended there and Loki calmed down a little. If they haven't found anything yet, then that means I should be safe later. I doubt any divination can find me since I had the cards of blasphemy on me, but it doesn't hurt to be safe. I should just act as if nothing ever happened in front of Professor Lupin. With the short resolution, Loki fell asleep once again until he was woken up by a soft whisper. Clearly, he's been colluding with him. Loki heard Snape's voice, but the person he was talking to remained silent. There was no clue even after you checked. There can only be one pathway with such perfect concealment. Snape chided, yet the person on the other end remained silent. How could you allow him to teach even after knowing how close they were? The other voice sighed and then finally spoke. You were right that I couldn't find anything, Severus, and I have already spoken to Lupin. My only advice to you is that you don't look at people with a biased lens. Soon the second person walked away and Snape huffed and walked away in a different direction, clearly unhappy about the result of his argument. A sense of relief washed over Loki at that moment. Clearly they didn't find anything wrong about me. That's good. Breaking out of his thoughts on the incident, Loki analyzed the words exchanged between Snape and Dumbledore to infer information from their conversation. So Professor Snape doesn't like Professor Lupin. But why? Did he already figure out the fault that Professor Lupin has? Like the last two teachers. But what could be wrong with him? Does the reasoning have something to do with the reason Professor Lupin was in the infirmary yesterday? Loki wondered for a while until he remembered what Professor Lupin's boggart had turned into before he'd turned it into a balloon and caused it to fly back into the cupboard. An orb. Maybe a full moon, Loki thought. But why would he be afraid of the full moon? Does he know about the corruption of the moon? Better not think about this stuff outside the Saphira castle. With not much to go off of, Loki shifted his thoughts back to the classroom. At the end of the class was Professor McGonagall shouting over students packing their things. All students that have gotten their Hogsmeade forms signed, please hand them over to me. Having no form to hand over since he was an orphan, Loki walked out of the classroom without worrying about it while moving to his next class, Defense Against the Dark Arts. His thoughts lingered on the conversation he had with Sirius Black. I wonder what's the Aurora Order planning. It's about time I lay out my trap for them. I just hope Sirius will do exactly as I asked him to. If he doesn't, it'll be a shame for Peter Pettigrew to escape right in front of his eyes. Poor Sirius, he'll have to search the entire planet for a rat. Damn, I can't let my intrusive thoughts win. Loki's plan to trap the Aurora Order was simple. He would become an important link between them and the target they were following. Sirius Black's appearance had given Loki a fantastic idea. Sitting on one of the back benches in the classroom, Loki waited with everyone for Professor Lupin to arrive in class. Except, surprising everyone was Professor Snape, who entered the class with his cloak billowing behind him and swung his wand, causing chalks to fly up to boards and begin drawing or writing on them. Everyone grew tense and silent. Snape looked over at everyone, pausing slightly on Loki, but then he continued to look at the rest of the class. Just as he opened his mouth to speak to everyone in the same dreary and disappointing tone he used in the potions class, everyone heard loud footsteps and a bang that slammed the class door open. Sorry, Professor Lupin, I'm Lat. Harry's words froze as he made eye contact with Professor Snape, whose lips had trembled into the faintest hint of a smile as he spat out the next words. "This lesson began a minute and a half ago, Mr. Potter." Harry didn't move, still staring at Snape since he knew there was more to come. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said with mirth, but Harry didn't move still. "Where's Professor Lupin?" he asked. "I don't think I am required to explain nonsense just to get you to sit down in my class, Mr. Potter." 5 more points from Gryffindor, "And if you don't follow me, it'll be 50 next time." Harry slowly lowered his head while maintaining eye contact with Snape until the last moment before it snapped. He then shifted through the desks and sat down at an empty spot on a bench beside Ron. "As I was saying before," Mr. Potter interrupted me, "please turn your books to the page 394. Everyone grew confused since this was toward the very end of the book, and when Loki finally flipped his pages he arrived at a page with a dangerous drawing of a werewolf. As soon as Loki saw the page his eyes widened. What scared Loki wasn't the picture of the werewolf on the page, but the thing hiding at the top, behind the clouds. It was a picture of the full moon. Having been thinking about the full moon just a while ago, Loki's head immediately snapped in Snape's direction. Snape seemed to be waiting for this exact moment, since as soon as he met Loki's eyes, he nodded imperceptibly and his lips pulled into a soft smile. The smile one wears seeing their enemies fail. "He's a werewolf. Professor Lupin's a werewolf." Loki blazed through the rest of the class, his attention still rolling through the revelation that Professor Lupin was actually a werewolf. If he's a werewolf, then does that mean he's of the chain pathway? But if he is, then why did Adam hire him? Is he one of the good ones like Miss Sharon and Merrick? Is he trying to control his transformation during the full moon and retain his sanity so that he doesn't become an uncontrollable monster? Is that why Professor McGonagall asked me to judge them before accusing them? That's dangerous. I wonder how Adam is confident enough in Professor Lupin that he won't harm any student or go out of control. Sigh, what a disappointing revelation. Loki felt his potion digest from having solved this cryptic puzzle, and his potion was now digested to 30%. What does Professor Snape even want us to do with this information? It's not like Adam will go back on his decision just because people complain a little, and it isn't like Professor Lupin has done anything wrong yet. But on top of everything, no student who might recognize that he's a werewolf even has any real proof of him being so. How are they even going to accuse him? Just shout at him. Given how Adam has allowed Lupin into the school, he probably has control over his transformation, making it impossible for anyone to see him as a werewolf during full moons. He could probably just tell everyone that he has a rare disease or a curse or malediction that is empowered by the moon. Thinking of moon, is the moon in this world corrupt? I better not think about it outside the Saphira castle. Loki caught himself and went through the motions for the rest of the day, arriving at an empty classroom after all his classes and extracurricular activities to set up a simple ward. "Come on, Loki, I know you can do such a simple thing." Loki thought to motivate himself as he designed his first ward. Spiritually floated out of his wand, forming runes and figures that only Loki could see. Everything arranged itself in concentric circles as it latched onto the window handle, like how Lupin's wards were attached to the door. The runes circled around each other, snapping into place in a tightly knit puzzle that looked hard to break easily. There was a rather special rune inside the ward that Loki had cooked up. It was the rune that was behind his chair in the Saphira castle. The rune was a simple spinning anti-clockwise swirl with several clocks on its arms. Loki then changed his appearance using an illusion, and with the help of an owl from the Olary, Loki quickly wrote a letter containing step-by-step instructions and sent it out of Hogwarts. Hopefully my address for Sirius is right. I mean, it's not like he has any other place to hide in. And my potion did digest a little, after which I double-checked it with divination. I hope he's not too scared and checks my letter so that he can get curious as to what I'm talking to Aurora Order about. He probably will. He's not one to simply obey someone else with all that pride. Sometime later, and some distance away from Hogwarts Castle, On the outskirts of Hogsmeade, in the Shrieking Shack, an unkept man became startled when he suddenly heard an owl tap its beak on the broken window of the broken house. An owl, Sirius mumbled. Has my position been compromised? He pulled out a wand that he'd stolen earlier and cast several detection spells on the owl and the letter it was carrying to make sure there was no foul play. And once he was certain, he picked up the letter from the owl's beak, freeing it up for it to fly away immediately. Sirius looked at the address on his letter and his eyes widened. Although it wasn't addressed to him directly, it contained the address of the Shrieking Shack. How did he know I was here? Divination. But I made sure to put up anti-divination spells that'd have interfered with any divination. With the sigh after having gotten no answers from his mind, Sirius began to perform the exact steps the letter described. He set up an altar with a single candle and then sealed the Shrieking Shack with a wall of spirituality so that no one could disturb him here and find out what was going on inside the room. Picking up the parchment that Loki had sent along with the letter of his instructions, Sirius grew a little curious. What is he telling them? Sirius carefully cast several diagnostic charms on the parchment to see if it had any trap wards or enchantments on it, but Sirius was surprised to find that there was nothing of the sort on it. It was a plain letter. I mean, the instructions didn't say I couldn't read, did they? Curiosity getting the better of him, Sirius opened the folded letter to read what was inside it. Sirius Black is working with Gairman Sparrow. He was the one who helped him escape from Hogwarts. He holds a powerful Beander item from the darkness pathway that helps him conceal his presence. A powerful seer at Hogwarts, Loki, helped me figure this out. Sirius became dumbfounded. Does he want me to get caught? Sirius pondered the question seriously and shook his head slowly. No, if he wanted them to catch me, he could have just revealed my location directly to them. There was no need for him to be sending the letter if that was the case. But there was also another reason why Sirius felt he could trust Loki and send this letter. Specifically, there was a line in the short letter that increased his trust. He holds a powerful Beander item from the darkness pathway that helps him conceal his presence. It was clear to him that this was a lie since he had no such item on his person. So it's a trap. But why reveal that I'm his ally in the first place? And why is he writing about himself to the Aurora Order in the first place? Unless he's using a different identity to communicate with them. Sirius immediately realized. Why does a kid have multiple identities? Not even I and James had anything like it. It's much cooler to use your real names and make them fear it. And then there's the question regarding how he got the ring that my mother should own. Did he just buy it from some Beander circle? But I doubt that wretched woman would have sold such an item. Did he steal it from her? But I doubt he's that strong. He seemed weaker than me back when he made a deal with me. Sigh, this kid is hard to understand. After a while, when he came out of his shock, Sirius slipped on the black family ring that Loki had given him to distort his features so that no one would recognize him. He placed the parchment onto the altar and proceeded to light the candle with his spirituality, after which Sirius began to chant in Latin. Quote, I summon in my name the creature that roams the upper realm, the creature that is the stealthiest, the creature that has no shape or form, the creature that is contracted with Mr. X. Quote, the room darkened as the candlelight flickered. Sirius felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise as he felt a chill travel up his spine. Not something that happened to him often. As the flickering candle stabilized into a smaller flame, darkness began to creep up the altar from behind him. It was walking up the legs of the altar in the opposite way water would have dripped down if water had been splashed onto it. The droplets of darkness coagulated on the letter that was lying on the altar, and very soon, under Sirius's gaze, the letter was swallowed whole by the darkness. Sirius blinked and everything about the darkness vanished as if it never existed. But so did the letter along with it. In the Great Hall the next morning. Ooh, did you know Daphne has been excited to go to Hogsmeade this weekend? Astoria revealed, causing Daphne to glare at her sister while she just smiled sweetly. Has she now? If our ice princess is excited for our first visit to the village, I better be excited too. Loki said with a chuckle as he picked up a piece of the jam treat pie on the dining table. Would you like some Tori? Loki asked after serving himself. Oh my gosh, yes, of course I'd like some too. You know how I love sweets. Tori no, Daphne started but Astoria interrupted. I haven't had any sweets in a week sis, I need this. Passing the tray with the pie to Astoria, Loki turned to look at Daphne. What do you want to visit in Hogsmeade? Daphne glared at Loki and then at Astoria, but after seeing them ignore her glare she spoke softly, Honeydukes. Oh. Haha, and you were angry at Tori for having sweets. Loki said with a snort and continued to eat his breakfast while having to deal with a fuming Daphne. At the end of breakfast, Loki felt a ward he had set up trip and he immediately got up. You guys go ahead, I need to pick up an important letter from the Olary, Loki said and waved his hand. Who's the letter from Loki? Your mistress perhaps? Astoria asked with wide eyes and a smile, ready for gossip. Haha, mistress. Seriously. Who'd like a bum like me? It's just a letter from an investor in the Hogwarts honest mill. Loki waved his hands once again and Astoria soon lost interest. No one heard Daphne mumble, a bum. Why would you be a bum? Loki reached the classroom he'd added the ward to and opened the door after changing his appearance to match Gairman Sparrow's. An owl waited for him at the window that led into the classroom and Loki freed it by taking the letter that was tied to its leg. Good thing I made Sirius send the letter to them. At least now they don't have access to me or my location. Which means that they don't have a way to spill my identity until Sirius himself is caught. Making sure there was no one around using the Marauder's map, Loki sacrificed the letter into the gray fog to read it later during the day. He quickly walked up to his next class even though Loki was dying out of curiosity to read what was in the letter. While sitting in class throughout the day Loki's mind was distracted, to the extent that Professor Snape knocked him on his head with a book for not paying attention to his cauldron when it was bubbling ominously. Only after the day was finished and Loki was back in his room did he do the celestial worthy of heaven and earth ritual to move above the gray fog where he read the letter. On it were the simple words written in a jerky and sharp cursive, keep an eye on Gairman Sparrow, figure out his location and if possible what he is planning to do. Loki sighed deeply. He was a little disappointed that this was all the letter said, but he was delighted due to something else. If they use divination and fall for the trap I've set up they should now be interested in the identity of Loki and their contact at Hogwarts. They'll want to keep a close eye on both me and the person in contact with them. They will also possibly try and send the other spies on my tail to figure out everything about Loki. After all, Loki has been the only person who has been able to divine any information about Gairman Sparrow. If I play my cards right they'll think that my divination skills are unique in some way. This will allow me to get closer to them since they will eventually want to use my special divination skills to obtain information about other matters which are impossible to find out easily about too. This is too easy. And as a cryptologist, it makes sense if I am shrouded in a layer of mystery that makes it harder for people to figure me out. Miles away in a dark home where not even a flicker of light existed Mr. X haphazardly scratched his neck in the darkness. Scritch scratch scritch scratch. His hands lay hovering over a piece of paper. A quartz pendant hung from his hands as Mr. X began to mumble something. This is the truth. This, truth. This, truth. This, truth. The man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the pendant but much to his disappointment the pendulum wasn't moving, not clockwise and not even anti-clockwise. Scritch scratch scritch scratch. Blood began to leak out of the wound on his neck that was created from repeated scratching but Mr. X didn't even flinch, his flesh squirmed around to heal the damage done. Anti-divination. Mr. X mumbled before pausing for a bit and then mumbling something else. Strange, why use anti-divination to prevent the statement from being validated if you give out the source of your information? He closed his eyes after mumbling a new phrase for his dream divination. What, source, information? What, source, information? What, source, information? What, source, information? Immediately a scene appeared in front of him. He was inside a room filled with two people sitting across from each other on chairs arranged around a desk. One person he was familiar with, the Beander who had attended his Beander gathering earlier in the summer. His face was hidden by a clear distortion field both times, which indirectly gave away his identity, due to similarity in how he hid it. But his interest was on the other boy. The boy appeared quite young and was speaking with some fear painted on his face. All I can know about Gehrman Sparrow from my divinations is that. Wait. The Beander who had his face blurred cut him off and then walked off into the washroom for a few seconds before returning with a seemingly normal-looking card which suddenly distorted the divination and kicked Mr. X out of it. Another anti-divination item. Interesting, the man mumbled as drops of blood dripped on the side of his neck, his attention on the face of the boy he'd just seen. But is this a trap? Something feels off about it all. How did this, Loki, divine about Gehrman Sparrow if we weren't able to? I guess this person no longer has any use, it's time to get rid of him. Loki's potion immediately digested a little, bringing him up to 35% digestion because he'd made it cryptic for Mr. X to figure out about himself by separating his two identities of Loki and the person who was delivering letters to the Aurora Order, all while keeping his own identity shrouded in mystery. Loki at this time had a different thought on his mind. I wonder what Mr. X will do next. I would probably send people to investigate the seer that was able to divine this information, and initiate direct contact. I would like to know what I can do to find out more information about Gehrman Sparrow. This person, a girl in her late teens, said, placing a wanted poster in front of Loki on the table. Loki immediately raised his eyebrows and his eyes widened as he heard the request of the girl sitting opposite him, and she caught onto this. You can't do this. I thought you removed the poster about the information you needed because you found some. The girl asked with a soft sigh as if she'd just wasted her time. Although I shouldn't do it, madam, Loki said with a slight pause and then continued to speak just as the girl was about to get up and leave, but what you're thinking of is probably not the reason for the shock. I'm just surprised that someone else has asked me about it. Someone else? The girl asked with annoyance. A frown grew on her face as she heard those words. Guess she's realized she was only sent here to verify the story someone else gave the boss. Yes, and although I can't tell you who asked me about this earlier, I can tell you the information I have about this Gehrman Sparrow. You know him? The girl asked with her eyebrows raised. No, I don't exactly know him, but due to some work, I've come across this name in my field. It is quite popular. He's been nicknamed the anti-divination master. Oh, the girl leaned in, interested. Would you like to hear the information? Loki asked, like he was making sure the girl was going to get into deep trouble if she heard this. Yes, the girl nodded calmly. Well, the name Gehrman Sparrow is the alias of an agent of the Aemon family. Aemon family? The girl asked, confused, expecting Loki to elaborate further. But Loki disappointed her. Sorry, I don't know anything about them. Not even divination can pry out their secrets. But I can tell they exist because they can interfere with divinations about them. Loki said while shaking his head as if he were helpless to do anything about the matter. Thank you, the girl said as she stood up and nodded to Loki before leaving the room at a swift pace, but before she could leave, Loki spoke. Miss Mary Jackson. Yes, the girl asked after turning around with an annoyed expression. I don't do this for free, you know. The girl frowned but then tossed a galleon Loki's way before walking away. Tisk. She didn't even pay me the real price for the information, how cheap. Loki complained after the girl went out of the room. But then a smile sprouted up on Loki's face. Haha, how easy it is to swindle such people. But unfortunately, none of the spies that I don't know about have arrived here yet. Did they really not have any spies other than the ones they hired in their gathering? Probably not. I'm sure I need to shake things up a little for them to come out of their burrows. But what should I do? Later during the day, miles away from Hogwarts, a man sitting in a dark room closed his eyes and murmured, talking to himself. Aemon. Are they one of the families that vanished in the fourth epic? The man mumbled. Not long after, he picked up the quartz pendulum that was lying on the table and held it above a piece of parchment he'd received recently from the girl he'd sent to verify the previous information. This, true. This, true. This, true. Comma. This, true. He then opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum that was spinning anti-clockwise in front of him. False. Or is it anti-divination? The figure mumbled while looking at the pendulum, but then he did something else. What? Source, information. What? Source, information. What? Source, information. Comma. What? Source, information. Closing his eyes as if he was going to fall asleep, the man tilted his head and allowed his spirit to be carried into the spirit world where he had a vision. A girl came into view sitting across from a young boy in a decently sized room. I would like to know what I can do to find out more information about Gehrman Sparrow. This person, the girl said and slid over a picture the man recognized as the one he'd given to all the participants of his mission. His attention however shifted to the boy who was relaying her all the information about Gehrman Sparrow. How did he know? Mr. X wondered, but his attention was soon diverted from Loki to the detail he had shared. Amen family. The man broke out of his dream divination and used his pendulum to perform another divination. Is Amen family real? Is Amen family real? Is Amen family real? Comma. Is Amen family real? The man opened his eyes and to his annoyance, the pendulum was spinning anti-clockwise. Is this a lie? The man pondered, but then in his annoyance he remembered the boy's words, they can interfere with divinations. But, how did he learn of their interference? He seems like a low-sequence meander of the mystery prior pathway. Is he really special? If the cat witch has allowed him to practice acting so openly, there surely must be something special about him. Is it the accuracy of his divination? What was this mission of his that led him to discover about the Amen family? If it is even real. The man's frown deepened, but there wasn't anyone else in the dark lightless room to see it. Annoyed, the man scratched his neck continuously until it began to bleed. The man did not flinch however and brought his bloody finger closer to his lips. Slurp slurp slurp. Ah. Meanwhile, Loki wandered through the castle corridors in the dead of the night and explored his ideas about the riddle that Salazar Slytherin had left him. Is my solution wrong? Or is there something missing and I'm on the right track? The fresh cold autumn air kept Loki feeling fresh and comfortable even though he was quite tired from attending classes. Loki looked down at the Marauder's map and saw Peter Pettigrew still hadn't returned to the Gryffindor dormitory and was missing, yet he felt a little disgusted. A 40-year-old man sleeping in a boys' dormitory for so long. Ew. I don't even want to think of such a thing. I did promise Sirius that I'd capture him, but I still don't have a detailed plan of what I'd do to reveal his secret. I could ask Professor Snape. I'm sure he'll help me. He'll probably think I'm crazy, but he trusts me enough to at least look at the situation before dismissing it completely. I could ask the basilisk to secretly gobble him up too. But I better not catch Peter until I've solved the threat of whatever Aurora Order is going to do this year. I don't want Sirius to go babbling about Gehrman Sparrow to everyone else. God forbid, Adam learns about it somehow. Meow. Hiss. An angry hiss surprised Loki as he stared at the end of the corridor where he found Miss Norris standing with her tail erect as if he'd stepped on it. Loki quickly used his illusions to shroud himself with shadows and darkness as he rushed away from the scene, bolting up random staircases that took him higher and higher. He eventually stopped when he checked the Marauder's map and found Miss Norris in a different tower along with Finch as they chased after Peeves, giving Loki time to breathe. Where am I? The 7th floor, Loki thought as he looked out the window at the Black Lake. Damn, I've developed a slight annoyance of the floors 3, 5 and 7. Just standing here reminds me that I haven't figured Salazar's riddle yet. Loki casually strolled towards the window and leaning on its edge he thought about the puzzle that Salazar had set up for him. What else could it be? Perhaps my method to activate the magic is wrong. Is there something I've missed in the parchment? Perhaps it is the key to activate the magic. Deep in thought about the riddle, Loki began to pace around the corridor, walking from one end to the other, circling around, trying to figure out what was wrong with his solution. But that was when he heard a small muffled clink like the sound concrete blocks make when stacked together on top of each other. Loki looked in the direction, worried if Miss Norris and Finch had arrived at the 7th floor, but what he saw shocked him. In the darkness, on a wall, that Loki had already examined and walked past several times, were intricate carvings that slowly sprouted into fruition, bricks folding away and retreating into themselves only to leave behind a golden door in the middle of it all. What? With a shocked expression, Loki walked right up to the door. What just happened? Loki slowly began to recall all the events that led to this moment, and then he suddenly realized it all. Ah! Magical floor, the 7th floor. Every positive circle you make, just meant walking in a clockwise direction. And since I was thinking about the riddle while making the positive circles, the door appeared. What's inside it all? Loki questioned and then thought about the third line of the riddle, which he mumbled out loud, "Will lead you to meet awake." Is Salazar Slytherin inside there? The door was weird. It had all sorts of engravings, but Loki couldn't see them clearly since they all blended with each other so well. Loki placed his hand on the golden door and was about to push it open when some sense knocked into his mind. Not good. Not good. I should divine if I can enter the place safely and come out alive after I do so before I enter. Going into the Saphira castle after entering a broom closet nearby, Loki pulled out his trusty pendulum and murmured the words, "It is safe to enter the room that has appeared on the 7th floor." He murmured it 7 times before opening his eyes. Because of his excitement, Loki's eyes buzzed around for a few moments before landing on the pendulum. Clockwise. All right, that means it's safe. But I better still take precautions in case something goes wrong or is capable of interfering with my divination. Loki quickly performed a bestowal ritual and summoned all the items he'd crafted over the summer and put them all over his body to protect himself. He wanted to be sure he wouldn't die immediately on arrival or worse. While concentrating on Salazar Slytherin's concealment rune in his mind to make himself mentally invisible, Loki gulped audibly and finally placed his hand on the door. All right. I'll push in, 3, 2, 1, and push. Single quote. Single quote. Huh. Loki pushed with all his might, but the door didn't budge. Ah. What if? Loki poured in a little bit of his spirituality into the door and it immediately sprang to life. The gold shimmered and a blue phosphorescent liquid began to emerge in the gaps between the engravings, causing it to reveal its beauty. Dragons, griffins, snakes and all assortments of other animals along with plants appeared on the door, all outlined by a glowing liquid that shimmered all around the door. The blue liquid slowly filled the hollow eyes and the capillaries of the plants and the veins of the animals, making it seem like the liquid was the key to all their lives. Slowly everything on the door under Loki's shocked gaze began to move around. Each animal woke up with a yawn as if they had just been woken up from a long slumber, while the flowers of the plants bloomed as they happily swayed in the wind. Loki was mesmerized by it all when suddenly they all jumped away from the center and rushed to the sides as a clean and straight crack appeared through the center. The blue liquid shimmered and throbbed like a heart as Loki heard a faint drum beating from inside the door. It feels like an ancient giant is about to wake up. Loki was afraid that all the light show and the noise would wake up and attract the attention of someone in the castle who wasn't yet sleeping. Excess gold seemed to melt off the door and Loki saw it drip down and freeze in the air, forming a royal handle that was attached to it. Slowly the light and sound works died down and Loki was left with a golden door that had engravings of live animals and plants who all had blue eyes and veins. Loki was dumbfounded. But snapping out of it when cool wind blew into the corridor through the windows, Loki mustered up the courage to open the door. He placed his hand on the handle and pushed. Ah, it's light. The door moved so easily that Loki felt it was his intention to open the door that moved it and not his hands. Opening the door a crack, Loki stepped in and to his surprise, the inside was dark as if there were no lights. The only light coming inside was from the door itself. But all of a sudden, before Loki could react, the door closed behind him soundlessly and left him trapped in a dark, lightless room. Yet, Loki remained calm. He trusted his divination. The darkness was peculiar since he couldn't see much, but Loki's night vision helped him outline the objects inside the room as he made out a large shelf on his left, 4 large crystals the size of a door in front of him, and a large table and chair on his right. Is this a study room? Loki thought. Loki made his way to the table to examine it first and found a small parchment on it on which were lines of text he was confused to read. Am I reading this right? He pulled out his wand and cast a lumos charm to give himself some light, but the words he read left him dumbfounded. Stop shielding your mind. Loki frowned. But reluctantly, very reluctantly, he slowly stopped focusing on the concealment rune. As soon as he did, Loki saw an immediate change. Blue lights like fireflies swooped into the room and gave it a cozy winter glow. A fire brewed in the fireplace near Loki, and the chair that was previously just sitting in its place knocked into his knees and forced him to sit. A teapot brewed tea in front of his eyes and poured a cup of milk tea into a porcelain cup for him, which he grabbed from the air. Loki was surprised by the aliveness the room displayed all of a sudden and became absorbed in studying all the masterful craftsmanship of the room that was hidden earlier. Several chandeliers hung from the ceilings, rows and rows of books lined the shelves on the walls, and several murals were painted on the walls representing stories that Loki found absorbing. But that was when Loki's eyes gravitated to the 4 blue crystals at the center of the room. Loki was shocked. The shock was so great that Loki forgot to breathe for a second and dropped his teacup. The cup didn't break, it hovered beside him as if whoever had charmed it knew what would happen to it. Loki immediately got up and rushed toward the crystals, and the teacup followed behind him, not letting any tea spill. What is this? Loki asked himself, pinching to see if he was dreaming, but the pain seemed real. In the 4 crystals, that appeared as though they had sprouted out of the ground in 4 different directions, were people trapped inside. Who are they? Loki wondered with surprise as he saw the bodies of the people in them. Why do only 2 crystals contain people in them? What happened to the other 2? That was when Loki remembered the 3rd line of the riddle. Will lead you to meet awake. So this is Salazar Slytherin. Who is the other woman? Loki stared at her slightly distorted face through the crystal and tried to figure out if he'd seen a face like hers anywhere in all the books that he'd read, but he couldn't recognize her. At least until he suddenly looked at the other 2 empty crystals, which caused an idea to pop up in his head. Rowena Ravenclaw. Loki mumbled. Or Helga Hufflepuff perhaps. But why are the 2 other crystals empty? Did something happen to them? Or maybe they lost control while they were trapped in here and died. But wouldn't that have shattered the crystals too? Sigh, too early to make conclusions. I don't even know what the crystal does. As his gaze drifted, Loki spotted the 4 ornate golden bowls hanging from the sides of the crystal, 1 each, and began to contemplate. Do I have to put something in there for them to wake up? But why do I have to wake them up in the first place? Loki looked around and spotted the wealth of books that were standing still on the shelves and moved to them instead. The books are more interesting than some half-dead beyonders. Loki concluded. I don't even know what sequence they are off or their pathway. They might be grateful to me if I woke them up, and depending on their mood they might even choose to help me. But that's all depending on their mood. What if they try and kill me? I better see everything around here and only try to wake them up when I know what I'm doing. Walking to a bookshelf with the teacup following behind him, Loki found himself reading through the titles etched onto the spines of the books. Stories of valor, courage and sacrifice. Intricacies of magic. Food, a magical perspective. Horrors of the dark. As Loki strolled around the shelves casually, he quickly realized something. The books are only of 4 colors. Red, blue, yellow and green. Did they represent the 4 houses of Hogwarts? So these are written by the founders themselves. Loki mumbled and found his potion digesting another 5%, bringing Loki's potion digestion to 40%. How did they write so many books? Loki was shocked since there were hundreds if not thousands of books here on the shelves strewn across the large room. It wasn't even like a library anymore, it felt like a warehouse, meant specially for books. Looking at the titles and passing by, Loki eventually felt a little thirsty, so to wet his lips he grabbed the cup that had still been diligently floating by his side. Loki's steps paused as he took a sip. Just to confirm what he was feeling, Loki took another sip. It is real. How? How is this tea making my spirituality react so much? With each sip of the tea he took, Loki immediately felt a clear difference. It wasn't by much, but Loki felt the tea soothe his spirituality. It felt like he was in the warm embrace of nature and his entire body felt relaxed. As if years of fatigue that had been built up were instantly cured, as if it was vanished into thin air. A smile blossomed on Loki's lips, yet a question remained on his mind. How did they incorporate a rejuvenation potion's properties into tea? Especially when it tastes so horrible. Loki remembered how Madame Pomfrey's potion that she'd given to him at the start of the year after his encounters with the Dementors had made him want to puke it all out. Yet this tea held the same properties but tasted so extraordinary. Walking back a few shelves, Loki stood beside the yellow book, Food, A Magical Perspective, and placed his hand on it to pull it out. Except he couldn't. What's going on? Loki tried to pull the book by force and felt as if he'd almost gotten it, but a sudden spark through the book caused his whole body to spasm as the teacup in his hand was tossed away. Damn, why leave these books out if you only wanted to shock me with them? Loki then looked at the teacup that had fallen from his hand and grew confused when not a single drop of tea had been spilled out as it hovered in the air. How did you do that? Loki asked out loud, not expecting an answer, but he could instinctively feel that the teacup felt a little proud because of his words. Sigh, what cunning people you all are. Will all this unlock only after I wake you up? Loki asked out loud while looking at who he presumed to be Salazar Slytherin. Slytherin played his part well and stood still like a corpse that was frozen inside the crystal. Loki's eyes twitched, but then he looked at the bowl that was hanging off of his side. What do I put in it? The riddle letter. Loki didn't think that was the answer, but he decided to try it out anyway. So he moved behind a bunch of shelves from where he couldn't see the crystals or the people in it anymore and performed a sacrificial ritual to bless himself with the riddle letter. Loki did the ritual while he was inside the room since Salazar hinted at already knowing his identity earlier, but he still did it without them being able to see him and inside a small sealed box made out of walls of spirituality because of his slowly improving twisted paranoia about the Beyonder world. With the letter in his hand, Loki strode towards the bowl handing from Salazar's crystal and looked at it for a bit. Sigh, there's no going back if he does wake up. I don't have much else to try anyway. I could just leave, Loki thought and paused in his actions. But then looking at the letter and back at Slytherin, who appeared to be peacefully resting in his crystal, Loki dropped the letter into his bowl. Maybe he can help Walburga. There was a hint of unwillingness in Loki's eyes, but remembering all the short but sweet moments he spent with the old lady made his vision slightly blurry. But if he could help her, why didn't he already do it? Is it because of this crystal? Even if it is, what would change once he breaks out of it? I doubt a true god cannot answer to the prayers of their pathway members. Especially since Professor McGonagall never said anything about the true god of the darkness pathway missing or going mad. So he is still responding to people's wishes and prayers. So why exactly can't he help Walburga? Is she really fated to die? But then what about her prophecy? About me taking the Black family house to great heights? Will I do it without her? I doubt I can pull such a thing off, even if I take Sirius's help. Loki for the first time in a while felt frustrated. He didn't want to take the risk of waking up or interacting with a true god because it would probably bring him immense risk, something that even if he was willing to take on wouldn't promise his safety. And so after he performed a few more divinations to test his luck in the Saphira castle, Loki emerged and walked to the bowl in front of Salazar Slytherin's crystal and dropped the letter in, as reluctantly as he could. As soon as the letter touched the bowl, the crystal shimmered and glowed with an eerie blue light. Loki felt his hair stand on end as the glow took over the room and the lights all around dimmed. The light felt so ethereal he felt it touch his soul. Soon the light slowly seeped into the bowl, like a stream of wind that was directed towards it, and vanished. The bowl, however, had begun to vibrate. Like it contained energy that it wasn't built to hold. Loki's breathing paused and he hung on to see whatever was happening with intense focus before the glow, as quickly as it had come, emerged and vanished back into the crystal, leaving everything exactly as it looked before. A frown formed on Loki's face as he noticed several things with his enhanced vision. The bowl won't last for much longer. Although I don't know how many times more it can take, It will eventually break if I keep trying to use it. Single quote. Single quote. Loki picked up the letter and tried to see if there were any changes in it, but it appeared normal, at least to him. What was that? Loki wondered. What do you want me to do? Loki asked, looking at the frozen man in front of him. The man had an unkempt beard and hair while a soft frown remained on his face. Even then he looked peaceful, as if he'd never had a better chance to rest. They say you shouldn't directly look at a god, but just a quick peek wouldn't hurt, right? Loki switched to spirit vision to peer into the crystals, but to his shock, he couldn't see anything inside it in the crystals where there were bodies. He saw no signs of life emerging from inside the two crystals, which he assumed contained Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Helga. It looked like the people inside were dead. And yet I feel like they are still alive. What exactly were they doing here? Loki's attention then shifted toward the other two crystals that were originally empty. But they now, however, contained two bodies. The bodies of a well-built man and a motherly woman. What's going on? Did someone come here earlier and mess with them before? Perhaps they set them free but weren't able to finish the job because they ended up dying or something. But then why are all the books locked? Shouldn't two of them be unlocked? In his spiraling confusion, Loki spent a few minutes pacing around the room, wondering about all the possibilities, yet he could come up with nothing substantial. Giving up after a while, Loki glanced all around the room he was in. He took in everything and tried to freeze a picture of it all inside his mind. And slowly, after he was done, he pulled out his Marauder's map, which elegantly showed him standing inside the walls, causing him to giggle a little. Eventually, when he was sure there was no one outside, he stepped toward the golden door he'd come in through. Again, with but his touch, the door moved like it was moving because of his thoughts, and opened, allowing him to leave outside. Stepping out and breathing the cold and fresh night air, Loki sent a brief glance towards the Black Lake and walked back to his dormitory. The next day, Loki woke up feeling tired. Why am I so tired? Is it because I didn't sleep early? But this hasn't happened before. Did the room I was in do something to me? Was it the tea? Loki felt a little worried and immediately moved toward a mirror. He activated his spirit vision and became surprised. Loki's eyes widened and his heart began to race. What? How am I so sick already? Everything in the mirror had a gray aura around it, instead of the usual white. It looked like all the organs in his body had started failing. Although his body was trembling, Loki tried to keep calm and think of a solution. Single quote. Madame Pomfrey. Rushing through the halls, Loki didn't pay much attention to anyone else as he walked through the mostly silent corridors towards the hospital wing. Only to be surprised when he reached there. There was a long line of students already standing in front of the door and waiting, while Madame Pomfrey kept handing them all something Loki recognized. It was the potion that he'd brewed with Madame Pomfrey on the day he'd arrived at Hogwarts. A rejuvenation potion. Is everyone sick? Loki wondered. He quickly activated spirit vision, and to his surprise, all the students in the line had bodies covered in gray auras exactly like him. No, it's even worse for the other students. Is it because their constitution is weaker than Beyonders? It looked like a sea of gray instead of the usual white Loki was used to seeing. Madame Pomfrey seems fine. Did entering that place cause this mess? But how? There was nothing in there that would suggest something like this happening. The potion Madame Pomfrey was handing out seemed to be working well in helping the students' auras turn from gray to white, yet Loki felt his heartbeat quicken. What's happening? Why did this happen? Were those other times earlier for different reasons and yesterday was just a coincidence? Soon it was Loki's turn to move to the front of the line and Madame Pomfrey greeted him. Good morning, Loki. Feeling terrible? She asked with a smile. It was unlike her usual self that would be in a bad mood because of the sickness everyone had. Well, yeah, I feel quite weak. Any idea what's happening? Madame Pomfrey lightly bit her lips as if she wanted to contain whatever was making her feel so bubbly in spite of the majority of the student population being so sick. I'm not really supposed to say this, but it seems the headmaster is working on a solution, so I wouldn't worry much. She said in barely above a whisper so that none of the other students behind Loki would hear. I see. Loki relaxed a little. Thank you for letting me know. Taking his potion and gulping it down, Loki handed back the cup to Madame Pomfrey, who promptly took it and cleaned it using magic. So that's why she's happy. She's probably happy that the headmaster has figured out a solution to the problem. Not like I trust him or his solution though. And then another thought struck Loki's mind. Is this what the Aurora Order was planning to do? Make everyone sick? Oh, but maybe they're working with a demoness to spread a plague. Loki thought with worry. That means there's a Beander of the demoness pathway in school. But who? How do I even look for them? Pretty girls. You felt terrible today too? Hermione asked Loki after sitting beside him in the transfiguration class. Yes, just like everyone else. Why? HMPF. It just goes to prove that you aren't a seer. How didn't you figure it out and keep yourself safe? Hermione spoke indignantly and folded her hands with a smirk on her face. Loki's eyes widened and his mouth hung a little loose. You're still on that? Loki asked with surprise in his voice, but Hermione wouldn't respond to him, and soon the class started after all the seats were filled. Loki did his usual and put up an illusion to make everyone think he was paying attention to the class while really he was thinking about several other things at once. What do I put into those bowls? Something related to Salazar Slytherin. But what? Maybe the library will help. I should be able to find out more about the things he left behind. Maybe even look inside the Chamber of Secrets more thoroughly to check if I missed something important or related to him. Loki pulled out the Marauder's map and began to scour through it, searching for the name Peter Pettigrew on it. Sigh, not here. Is he not going to come back? But all the divinations have done says he'll be here soon. Soon the class finished, and after a couple more classes, Loki arrived at the Great Hall where he sat down for lunch. Adam isn't here for lunch. Ah, is he working on solving the problem of the sudden sickness among the students in the school? Loki and everyone else in the hall noticed the absence of Dumbledore, but they paid no attention to it, thinking that he was busy for some reason or the other. Loki, did you know? Astoria said with a dreamy look on her face. What, my dear princess? There are several girls performing a variety of rituals to become prettier. You mustn't get entrapped by them, all right? Loki looked at the little girl and laughed a little while shaking his head. Sure, I won't. I don't intend to be entranced by artificial beauty. Natural is the best. UMU. My sister is the bees, Astoria was about to complete, but Daphne flicked her wand to silence her and Loki ignored the statement. Eventually, however, everyone saw Dumbledore step into the Great Hall. A prominent frown painted his face, and it became clear to all the students that he did not like whatever it was that kept him. Stepping behind his seat, Dumbledore took a deep breath to calm himself, and when everyone looked at his eyes, they looked firm and didn't sway. I have a short announcement to make to all the students. Dumbledore started solemnly, grabbing everyone's attention. Students will be escorted in and out of their dorms and to classes by teachers from tomorrow. There was a momentary silence. Students began to shout and whisper loudly, talking to each other or making their dissatisfaction apparent in any way they could without resorting to throwing food at Dumbledore's face. Even the staff looked strangely at Dumbledore, but they remained much more civil and courteous, attesting to their table manners and general maturity. Even Snape. Dumbledore swiped his wand and silence fell in the hall once again. Even though students were making a ruckus, there was no sound being produced. It made everyone feel suffocated, and yet Dumbledore stood calmly before restating himself. I repeat, students will be escorted in and out of their dorms and to classes by teachers from tomorrow. Anyone breaking these rules will be expelled. Seeing the seriousness on Dumbledore's face and the grim tone he was using, everyone fell silent, dragging the atmosphere in the Great Hall to a depressive dive. Dumbledore waved his wand, returning the subtle sounds of cutlery, but even in this newfound freedom the students didn't protest. It took time, but slowly everyone began to find their friends and whisper to each other about what this order from Dumbledore meant. What do you think, Loki? Astoria, who was sitting across from Loki, asked with excited eyes and a small adventurous smile. You never let the excitement in you die down, do you? Loki asked, feeling Astoria's infectious smile cause his lips to pull. Of course. I've been given a new life and I don't want to waste it behind closed doors. Aga. Before she could finish her sentence, Daphne jabbed Astoria in her ribs, but it was too late. She finally did let the reason Daphne took those few drops of blood out. I was wondering when she would, accidentally, reveal it. I guess she couldn't stomach her gratitude for much longer. New leaf. Loki's eyes suddenly widened. No way, he whispered as he looked at Daphne, who was looking at him with annoyance. Well, now that you know about it, can we continue our conversation? Astoria calmly said, ignoring the previous interruption. Damn, I didn't know Daphne took that for you, Loki mumbled in shock. Sigh, whatever it is, I won't ask, Loki said out of consideration, but then looked at Astoria with sharp eyes. But value your life more. Things like that don't come by very often. Quote. Everyone around the table stared at Loki, captured by his expression. Quote. I mean, yes, Astoria started and her shoulders trembled, causing Loki to worry he had saddened her. Did I go too far? Loki asked himself. Of course you did, you fool. She's not your sister. Good, Loki whispered in his mind. No. What if Elaine acted like this? What if she got caught up in mischief that threatened her life? Bad, Loki whispered, countering the previous one's viewpoint. But then, PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Astoria burst out laughing, causing Loki to get confused. He turned to look at Daphne and Tracy and found both of them covering their mouths and holding back their laughter. What happened? Loki asked calmly, putting down the cupcake in his hand onto the table. Wait, cupcake. Ah. Loki looked at the shiny silverware and found his reflection in one of the spoons. He had a cream mustache on his lips. Damn. Loki mumbled. He thought of wiping it away but stopped as a devious idea came into his mind. Why are you laughing? This. How can you laugh at this? This is creme de la creme. Loki said, owning his look and putting on the elegant posture of an English noble drinking tea with his pinky finger out. Daphne and Tracy looked at Loki's actions and burst out laughing freely. Slowly everyone in the hall saw how Loki was acting and the mood grew out of its depressive dive. The Weasley twins joined Loki and added a creamy handlebar mustache to themselves and jumped on the table to proudly show it off. Very soon most students were jumping on tables or drinking tea while copying Loki by adding creamy mustaches to their faces. Some students even began to dare their friends to lick it off their faces. Loki noticed it all and found himself smiling. But sneakily he glanced at the teacher's table and saw just how grim all their faces had become. It seems like Dumbledore has told them what's going on, or at least hinted at it. And it is not good. In his newly found room on the 7th floor, which Loki had named the Puzzle Room, he sat down in his chair while sipping tea, thinking about the current problem in front of him. So something in the school is causing weakness in students' bodies. It could be the work of a demoness, a Beander item, or something else entirely. Maybe something like what a member of the Abyss Pathway can do. Except they are using a Beander item to do it. Like the book in the second year. After all, he is supposed to be the villain of the Harry Potter books, right? Or is there some twist that I'm unable to see, for now? Loki thought some more and thought thoroughly about everything. That was when a thought struck him. Hadn't Mr. A said he came to Hogwarts for another task when I battled him in the chambers protecting the Philosopher's Stone? Perhaps the seed of evil he planted back then ended up sprouting only now. But what would take an entire year? And how did it go unnoticed by the teachers? Loki thought about a window to the school grounds, and the room formed one for him on the wall in front of which he was sitting, allowing him to take a peek over the grounds to spot something that would indicate what was happening. But the grounds were empty. Is it just another drama for Harry to act in and emerge as a hero? No. This seems unplanned. It looked like it almost caught Adam off guard. Then who is it? Who can catch someone that is at the very least an angel off guard? A king of angels or someone that's a true god? This is tricky. Either one makes it hard to even think about the event anymore. Can I even think more about this situation while I'm outside? His thoughts paused there and he held off from thinking about it anymore. He left the puzzle room and moved toward his dorm room where, after creating a wall of spirituality to seal his room from outside interferences, he performed the ritual to step into the Saphira castle. Once inside, Loki sat down on his chair and closed his eyes to let his thoughts move and think about all the things that had happened until now. The castle grounds, the sickness, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, the riddle that Salazar Slytherin gave me, the bodies of the founders, you know who being a villain. And above all the Aurora Order being after me. What does it all mean? Creating pictures to match each of his thoughts, Loki projected a hologram in front of himself with his illusion abilities as he looked at his thoughts thrown out in front of him. It gave him a different perspective, literally. As soon as Loki looked carefully at one of the holograms, his mind began to burst with different ideas. No, it can't be. But if it is her, why is she working with the Aurora Order? And more importantly, how is she working? Loki's fingers trembled at the thoughts that were shooting past his mind, yet he remained fixed on following those streams of thoughts to see where they would eventually lead. Would they find the ocean or would they remain a lake, bound by walls after coming to a dead end? After much careful consideration, Loki decided to step out of the Saphira castle. I don't understand much just yet, but whatever it is, safety should be my #1 priority. As soon as Loki emerged into his room, however, he did not disable the wall of spirituality that surrounded him. Instead, he started a bestowment ritual to give himself a vial of unicorn blood that had already gone bad. And then for the first time since he had owned it, Loki used the necklace of giants to summon a ring of twilight from the necklace as its center and placed the vial of polluted unicorn blood in it. Almost immediately, the dark and dirty unicorn blood began to bubble and steam up, causing reddish blood-like vapors to escape from it and float away into the air. Loki continued to provide spirituality to the necklace for as long as he could to keep the necklace working to purify the vials of unicorn blood he had. There was a constant sizzling sound inside his room throughout the night as he collected multiple, fresh, vials of unicorn blood to protect himself from what was to come. In between each use, however, he had to pacify the necklace by telling it stories about giants, which he did by talking about a great land in the distant past that was currently hidden from the world, a land that the giants ruled. Definitely not a made-up story that he'd seen somewhere. Once morning fell, Loki, with a tired expression, sent back all the vials above the gray fog but kept one on himself, by strapping it to his body using his wand holder. Eventually, after he freshened himself up, Loki first went to classroom 2-21 to use the camera for a while and then went to the Ollery, where he wrote a short letter of a detailed plan that he had come up with during the night and sent it off to its recipient. I can only do this much. I don't know a lot about what is going on, so the best bet is to swindle Mr. X into giving me information. I just hope he doesn't call my bluff and figure out exactly how much I know and how I am trying to toe the line to learn more about what's going on. Sirius picked up the new letter that he'd just received and looked at what was written in it. I want you to send a new piece of information to the Aurora Order. Flipping the letter, Sirius found a new parchment, with exquisite handwriting like always, which was very different from how the letters addressed to him were written. A loser couldn't bargain after all, and began to read the contents. I have intercepted the letters between Sirius Black and Gehrman Sparrow. I don't know who Gehrman Sparrow is, however, whenever he picks up his letters he uses a Bjodner item to hide his identity and is very careful. The drawing you gave us is of a fake identity, no such student exists. However, the letters I have intercepted contain something surprising in it. They discuss plans to interfere with the Aurora Order's plans. The content of their plans remains unclear and eludes me since they are using wordplay to keep their plans a secret. But from the very first note I intercepted, which was more explanatory and didn't use encryptions, I gleaned that they were working against a certain demigod and planned to cause harm to them, directly. Attached with this letter is a picture of their first conversation and their corresponding letters that used wordplay. I've only included half the pictures since I haven't received payment for the first bit of information I gave you. I will send you the rest when I have my payment first, and I want you to double it, because what I'm doing is very risky, or forget me even trying anymore. Sirius then looked at the several photographs Loki had included and read the first one. It was short and simple. I've narrowed down the location of the residence. I can attack it at any time. But unfortunately, because my strength hasn't fully recovered yet, so I cannot kill. Sirius looked at the other pictures. I will cover the top. You cover the bottom. All that needs to be done after that is use a spark to create a fire fueled by passion. But decided to stop when his mental health started degrading. Nearly a week later, when Loki hadn't found anything in the library even after scouring for information about the founders or even people close to them, Loki was on the verge of giving up, but a random idea popped into his mind and he wanted to test it out. I know the bowl can only take a few more hits before it breaks, but I want to try something out. Loki thought, looking at the crystal containing Salazar Slytherin. And given how no students have gotten sick over the week, I will be killing two birds with one stone. He set up the required items after creating a wall of spirituality to isolate himself from the rest of the world and proceeded. With a single candle on the altar that was lit with his spirituality, Loki used a deep tone and spoke in ancient Latin. Single quote. I summon in my name. The creature that roams the gray fog. The creature that is as long as history. The creature that holds dominion over death. The contracted creature of Salazar Slytherin. Single quote. The space above the candle tore open as a small slithering head peered out of it and looked at Loki. Hiss, SS. He says it's nice to meet you and is asking what you called it for. Sunny translated while sitting comfortably inside Loki's pocket since it was inching closer to winter and getting colder with each passing day. Isn't it risky to travel through the spirit world while being so small? Loki asked, confused. Hiss, SS. It's more comfortable and easier to travel the spirit world this way, he says, since he has an item Salazar Slytherin gave him. Sunny translated. I understand. Loki nodded. He could see how inconvenient it would be for only a sequence 8 to roam through the spirit world, where the law of convergence of Beander characteristics would undoubtedly bring trouble your way. Do you know what is to be done with that basket? Loki asked, pointing at the basket attached to the crystal with Salazar Slytherin inside it. The basilisk looked at where Loki was pointing and hissed as soon as it spotted Salazar Slytherin in the crystal. The snake slipped out of the portal and landed on the marble floor, slithering toward the crystal. It went around the crystals jutting out of the ground and looked at all 4 crystals, hissing oddly at various points, making comments that Sunny did not feel the need to translate. After a few spins around everyone, the basilisk increased in length and climbed the crystal Salazar Slytherin was in and moved inside the basket attached to him. Loki watched the entire process with bated breath, wondering what the legendary serpent was doing. The lights in the room dimmed once again as the crystal began to glow. A faint hum sounded in the air as the basket began to tremble, but the snake had already reduced its size and fit perfectly into the basket. Loki thought the snake would be a little fearful of what was going on, but it stood perfectly still and only raised its head a little, watching what was going to happen in anticipation. An ethereal mist separated from the crystal that was glowing and had become the center of attraction in the room, flowing slowly like a stream as it moved into the serpent's body. The snake shuddered and its tail rattled, but just as quickly as the mist had gotten absorbed into the serpent's body, it was ejected out and rushed back into the crystal. As the mist left, the basilisk flew out of the golden bowl and crashed some distance away into the marble floor, shocking Loki. Loki quickly moved towards the snake and began to examine it carefully, trying to spot any damages within it with his spirit vision. Damn, it's gotten darker. There was clear damage to the snake's internals, and as if to corroborate Loki's discovery, the snake withered and twisted around the floor in pain. Hiss, SS. The snake's saying it needs to go back and rest. Also, the bowl needs something precious to Salazar, perhaps his locket would do. Locket? Loki asked, confused. Do you know how it looks? Loki asked the basilisk. Hiss, SS. It is an 8-sided silver locket with a green S in the center. Sunny translated and Loki picked up the snake to try and help it get back into the spirit world. The snake slithered across Loki's fingers and moved back into the spirit world before Loki could get a word in after it hissed. It said, it wished you luck on your journey to wake up its master. Huh, So a locket huh? Loki mumbled as the portal into the spirit world closed. Well, at least I saved some time trying to search for this information in the library. Loki blew out the candle that he'd used to summon the basilisk and went back to the glowing crystals as a single thought lingered in his mind. If I want to do something to her, I at the very least need a true god's help. Even if it is just to stay safe from her. Especially when the Aurora Order is also involved in all of this, because that means even one-eyed Jesus is involved in this somehow. With a solemn look on his face, Loki left the puzzle room and walked back to his room. As he entered inside, Loki pulled out the vial of unicorn blood that was inside his pocket and looked at it. Damn, the blood in his vial that was supposed to be silvery and ethereal was now murky and carried a pungent stench. It's clear now. At least her motive is. Clearly, her actions are related to my attempts at waking up Salazar Slytherin, who is one of the founders. The question is she aiming to make the students sick, or is it a byproduct of her actions while doing something else? Perhaps that is just a result of her madness. She can't perfectly control her powers yet. But that still leaves the question, what is her aim? Loki looked at the vial in his hand and then put it on the table alongside the necklace of giants so that he could purify it and have it ready for tomorrow. After the purification process was completed, and the blood in the vial was back to its silvery shine, Loki looked at the ring of harvest on his finger. I can't even use divination recklessly in this matter. Even diving about her above the gray fog might alert her of my actions. Now that I think about it, what if she figures out that I'm the one responsible for waking up the founders? Loki frowned deeply and then shuddered a little before promising himself, I need to stay safe. And one-eyed Jesus's motives are still not clear. And what is Adam doing? Why does he want to help her? In LOTM, one-eyed Jesus and Adam were neither friends nor enemies for the most part. Is their relationship better in this world? Is that why Adam is working with him? But then is Adam really the ancient sun god? That probably isn't the case, since Adam has a clear birthday and has clearly grown up alongside other people as his life is recorded clearly in history. Why are they doing whatever they are doing? Something related to the founders, but what? Loki patiently tried to think of any reasons why this was happening, but he was already feeling tired, so he fell asleep in the comfort of his bed. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.